Our hero MC slowly opened his eyes and didn't realize where he was, for there was white space all around. So incomprehensible was everything to him that he first asked himself where he was, and then who he even was. He couldn't remember anything. So he stood up and felt his head just split open. In addition, all his memories were, as if in a fog. The guy turned his attention to his hands and saw that there were handcuffs there. The hero didn't understand why he was the one being restrained and decided he should look around to get a better understanding of the situation. But when he looked around, he didn't realize which way he should go. A little later, he continued his wanderings, but never found anyone or anything. The guy had even gotten a big latch on by now, and was asking himself how long he'd been wondering, or rather how many hours it had taken him. It seemed to the hero as if an eternity had passed, and suddenly he turned his attention to the side, for there was something there that caught his eye. That's why he realized there was something in the distance and started running, thinking about what he knew that he couldn't be here alone. After a while, he finally did get to that point and was glad he wasn't alone, but soon his gaze went blank after seeing what was in front of him. He wondered what it was and saw in front of him the corpse of a girl who was covered in blood and showed no signs of life. The protagonist behind this situation was desperate, so he immediately fell to his knees. After that, he began to ask himself where the hell he was and what had killed that girl. Soon the kid realized that he should calm down as his body started to shake quite a bit because of the slow breathing he practiced. Afterwards, his body recovered. The protagonist realized that somehow miraculously something in him had clicked, and suddenly, after what happened, all that horror as well as disgust quickly passed. A few moments after all this happened, the guy felt someone touch his shoulder. He turned around sharply to see who was there and waited to see if it was already danger there. He saw a man who inquired if he had done this to the girl. The hero looked at him incredulously, but then stated that he didn't do it. The stranger reached out his hand and noticed that it looked like her rib cage was open, and he didn't think the guy could have done it with his bare hands. Ryan held out his hand and wondered if his companion had any idea where they were. James stated that he had no idea because he couldn't even remember his name at all. The protagonist remarked that he didn't remember either and asked to be told how he got his chains off his hands. The stranger turned his attention to his hands and asked what other chains, since he didn't even have any. Ryan exhaled sadly over this, and suddenly he had a system notification heard that the participants had been determined. A flyer was flying in the sky, and it said Ryan Zura, 19 years old, looking for her sister. The stranger wondered what it was in the sky. The hero caught this flyer and noticed it was some kind of paper. Next, he inquired what it was and scrutinized the contents, and next he saw information that said that Ryan Ora, at 19, was looking for his sister. So the hero realized that it had to be him. The man was reading his flyer aloud, and it said his name was James. He was 35 years old and had 3 children and a wife. After the public information, he got very angry and asked what the hell was that, if it was him, because he doesn't understand or remember anything at all. No one responded to these outrages, of course, and the system announced that it was providing weapons to both participants. His protagonist felt an electric current start to run through his neck, and further on his own hand, he felt an unknown power that he had not felt until now. Next, he held a weapon that had a sharp blade at both ends and was called a double glaive. The man in turn received a weapon called Battle Trident, and next the system reported that the opponents had 5 minutes to kill each other, plus, if they don't make it in time, their suit will give off a discharge of electricity that will kill them, but the winner of this fight will become God. He and the hero were amazed at what was happening and asked what it was, and the system announced welcome to the God game. James asked, waiting, for he didn't understand what was really going on, but of course no one listened to the opponents, and the first round was announced to begin, and after that a timer appeared in the house to count down 5 minutes. Ryan turned his attention upward and wondered if they really needed to fight, but the timer actually started counting down the seconds, and it was clear that it was all true. The character is wary and says that these names and bios, they don't even know if it's true, so it could simply all be alive. Why the interlocutor was confused and asked if he thought it was a prank, then pointed at the girl and said that it was a real corpse and he knew it perfectly well. Next asked if his opponent thought they wiped their memory for some kind of joke. Then what about these suits they still can't get off even if it's a lie? At this point, this bio is all he has, and he has a family to survive. For Ryan, Realized the man was panicking, so the guy needs to calm down now. Sober said, he's just a kid he met this year, and is a nobody to him. The protagonist turned his attention to James's hands, and saw that they weren't shaking, which meant he had already made up his mind. So, he once again used the same breathing technique he had done before, and, completely calmed down, the stranger abruptly rushed forward, and asked if he didn't understand, since he had no choice but to kill the guy. Ryan was completely focused in that moment, and his eyes watched the man's movements intently. Eventually, he realized that for some reason, he could easily predict all of his opponent's attacks, and his body was also very light at the moment despite the rather quick movements they were making. The guy could himself saw, and didn't realize what it was. Somewhere at a certain point on James's body, a bright light was visible with a thread stretching from it. Suddenly, a voice in the protagonist's head told him to kill him and survive doing so. Next, I saw that the man stopped abruptly and started acting strangely, and after that he threw his weapon up, and the protagonist didn't realize how everything had come to this situation in the first place. Ryan in no way meant to harm anyone, but the situation was critical. The opponent had caught his weapon in the process, only in a slightly different form. Next, he rushed into the attack rather abruptly and pierced the guy's leg with his blade. The hero, realizing that at this rate he could even lose because he felt the pain, the guy gritted his teeth and made some strange sound that said was actually surprised that his opponent wasn't even looking, didn't even hesitate as he threw that punch. Of course, while he was distracted, the man, not being nocturnal, wasn't going to stop his attacks, but the hero saw them all with their eyes. That's why he came back with ease and then threw his own punch as well, and further collapsed to the ground due to the fact that he continued to have a blade in his left leg. The man was also on the sidelines, for the fellow had wounded him, and the wound was quite deep, so that both rivals were bleeding. The hero grabbed the weapon he had at his limb, and with trembling hands tried to pull it out. The pain was pretty bad because of it, so he gritted his teeth, still pulling out that blade because of the unbearable feelings he was experiencing. The guy even had tears in his eyes after that. With weapons in his hands, he tried to break the shackles and thought that if only he could free his hands, he might have a chance at victory. For a long time, nothing worked, and so the guy begged himself to do it all. He didn't want to die by any means after all, so he continued to immediately try to break the handcuffs, but just a few seconds later, the hero felt a second weapon stabbed into him, and it hit him in the heart area. Because of this swift attack that Ryan didn't even see, his body fell to the ground. James, on the other hand, continued to hold his bleeding wound and stood waiting to see what would happen. The man picked up his opponent's weapon and remarked that he was lucky the fellow's hands were restrained, for it was indeed a fortunate aid. Next, he moved closer to his opponent and declared that now he would definitely survive. The protagonist, meanwhile, remained conscious and tried to pull out the battle trident he had in his chest. The reflection in his mind now was that he might have killed his opponent earlier, but it is unclear why he did not do it, and doubted. After all, they are complete strangers. Again, on the man's body appeared a glowing, from which stretched a thread. Ryan thought that if it was just between them, wouldn't he choose himself once again? A voice came into his head that said to kill him, and didn't understand what the guy was afraid of. When the man tried to deliver his periodic blow, the protagonist managed to dodge at the last moment. James lifted his head up and didn't understand what was going on, so he asked how this could have happened, but of course no one gave him an answer, and moments later, he saw the face of the guy in front of him, who was ready to kill him. Ryan swiftly attacked and plunged his blade into his opponent's neck and conjured up no more doubts. Next, he very quickly jumped away from the man and realized that this was what he had to do, so after she jumped back, used the chains he had on his hands and tried to throw them around his neck. James felt himself being strangled by the chains, but he could do nothing about it, for the attack was very swift. The hero was furiously tightening his chains, and it was obvious that he was ready to finish off his opponent, so he thought he would definitely survive. The man had tears in his eyes after a few moments and begged for nothing to be done, for he must return to his family. Hearing this plea, the hero's cold reply that he was sorry, and then threw his opponent to the ground, and when he stepped on his back, he used his chains to break his neck. Next thing you know, the hero put his hands down and thought that the whole thing was just for the hell of it, then crouched down beside his rival and began searching his pockets for the leaflet. When I found it, it was noticing what it said and thinking that somehow when I killed him, I didn't feel anything. The piece of paper was again labeled with the information he had read before, not what the man had voiced. So Ryan firmly decided afterward that he had done what he had to do at that time. He had already pulled out the blade he had in his chest and realized he needed answers now. and right after he knows all the information it will cause those who put him here to die, the guy turned his attention to the timer above his head and saw that there were 2 seconds left. Next, a rather bright flash appeared from the sky, and a voice spoke the word God. The system reported that contestant number 35081 had won, and his name was Raya Ashura. The guy was shocked after that, and thought, is he really a god? The guy stared intently at the one who appeared directly from the heavens in front of him. An unknown force made him crouch down on the ground, and it was as if something was crushing his body. The protagonist immediately thought, so this is what God himself looks like. The deity, after descending lower, asked the guy how he was feeling. Ryan answered nothing and was shocked at what was happening, his interlocutor remarking again that he had said before how he was feeling. Right in front of the guy's eyes afterward were images of him killing his opponent and the latter begging him for mercy. All these memories made him feel sick and his body started to shake quite badly. Next, he smiled madly and remarked that it was just amazing because he felt alive now. God smiled and remarked that it was entertaining, for the same consciousness speaks different truth from the heart. Ryan wondered what the place was. On the day he stated that this was the dimension he had created specifically for this game. Several million souls had been placed here for this round, and the guy wondered if it was about this round, did that mean 2 million more people were made to fight in duels? Next, he started screaming and asking why he couldn't remember anything and why he was here. The interlocutor in his hand began to use some unknown power and remarked that it was the right question. After all, it turns out that 2 million souls were put here, and that's one game, and also they all have only one wish. The hero stared at him intently and then wondered what he was even carrying, but when he appeared to speak further, he felt something was wrong with his vocal cords. He happened to speak, for the words would not come out, and this alarmed him. It was the god who used his power for the one to stop his mouth and declared that he should not interrupt, and then with just his one finger he guided it down, and the guy was pinned to the ground. The deity went on to say that his powers are truly limitless, and it was he who created the universe and everything in it. By winning these duels, he grants one wish to the winner of the game of God. Among millions of corpses, one will remain to receive him, and the rest will be lost, and that's exactly what his game is. Finally, the ability to speak returned to the protagonist, and he wondered why he was doing all this. God casually stated that the whole thing was just entertainment for him, and also for the rest of us. The boy wondered what the others were for, and who was there, but suddenly the divine power crushed him again, and he was unable to say anything. The interviewee commented that the further he gets involved, he will learn a lot more information. This information will be about himself, about the game, as well as the divine being, but at this point it turns out that his responsibility is only to survive, and that's about it so far what he can do. The hero continued to stare at him in surprise, not realizing what was happening. Next, he went up to inquire about the situation and asked to wait, but after a few seconds he felt himself starting to disappear somewhere. He got to another place and was wished welcome to the god game. Also, the handcuffs that were on him all the time disappeared somewhere. The protagonist saw that he was in some room with a lot of people and didn't realize where it was. Now there were also quite a few other people there, and they were all glaring angrily at their partner. It just so happens that everyone here has the same clothes as him. There were also some strange people there who glared at him, and there was even one kid. Ryan figured they had to kill someone to get here. After all, soon said, actually calm down, and pondered the situation a bit. It turns out that for whatever reason his wounds had healed. And that's pretty good. There was a door up ahead that said to go to the second floor with your partner. Chains and glyphs were gone too, and maybe they were only meant for the first round. The hero thought he was now obligated to survive, and that's all he can do, and to get answers he has to go through the game, which means all his enemies are there in a race for survival. Everyone will initially take out the weakest, and the guy has to make them think twice before attacking him. Ryan was sure that if James had survived the first round, you all assumed he was pretty strong, but if he's the one who killed this man, doesn't that make him the strongest? After all, it turns out that only the strongest players will get through all these rounds. The creature that looked like a robot rose from its seat and said, "Welcome participant 30,581. Next asked if the guy was ready for round 2 of their competition. The protagonist, because of the strange behavior of his interlocutor, wondered if this mannequin had Just spoken, the creature went on to say that his name was Arnold, and he was an assistant for round two. The guy realized he didn't even have a mouth to speak next. Ryan said, "That's all well and good, but where the hell are they?" And then one of the participants from the outside said he wouldn't tell him anything after all. They had all tried to ask all the things he was already thinking about before, but never got answers. He then smiled slightly and asked, "What was the story of participant number 305? 081. The main character didn't understand what was wrong with these guys. Did he already have a target on him? So he stated that he didn't know anything and asked why he was interested, and also whether he remembers anything about his past life. The interview, he noted that no, he's just wondering if he's an anomaly or not. That's also, it turns out that apparently God told them all the same thing. Next, he smiled and held out his hand and stated his name was Richard, and he hopes they get through this whole ordeal together. At the same time, some strange yellow light came out of his mouth. The hero saw it heading straight for him and didn't realize what the light was, but just a few seconds later something started happening with his body, and he didn't realize what it was. Feeling intense pain, he twisted and clutched at his body, feeling as if you had stabbed him in the chest just now, but while looking at his body, he realized there was no wound, so it was unclear what the hell was going on here. The interlocutor who had spoken to him before asked if his little brother was all right, for he didn't even know his name. Next, he smiled madly and kept asking what was wrong. The hero realized it was all this man's fault and wondered if it was some kind of magic. If there really are divine powers in this place, then there should definitely be magic as well, but it's unclear how he learned to use such power. After all, there was only one time before, and it was all weird. Richard stated that only the strongest survive in this place. Suddenly, a masked guy came up from the side and addressed this group, telling them to stop. The man who used this strange power asked what he was talking about, since he hadn't even touched this boy. The protagonist evolved in the other direction to see who it was that approached. There, he saw a guy who had been looking at him strangely before, but now had come to help. The stranger in the cloak stretched his hand for forward, and then some red magic power began to appear. Soon guns literally appeared out of thin air, and the man was saying that bastards like this guy just pissed him off. After Ryan saw what happened, he was the one who was dumbfounded, because he thought, did this guy call for a weapon? The girl off to the side said he drew his sword, and the guy next to her asked if perhaps the aide should intervene already. Richard said he didn't want any trouble, as he was just checking to see if the sucker was worthy of being his partner for the next round. The masked stranger coldly replied to this that you're the one, asked one of his lacks. Next, this man came close to the protagonist and looked at him and stated that he would now be his partner. Ryan was stunned and thought he hadn't even shown any ability worthy of advancing him to the second round. As much as he shouldn't pick this guy along with his mania, Richard was being held back and asked to be let go because he'd knocked this out before the next century. The heroes soon realized that this was absolutely the wrong time to think about why this man had chosen him, so came close or thought it was a good opportunity and further extended his hand and stated his name was Ryan Ashura. The hero was well aware that if he did come up against someone quite strong, he might be able to survive the next round. The new partner shook his hand and stated that his name was Adrian Shingon. Next, the stranger turned around and said he should go on to the next round, but the hero asked to wait because maybe he should ask the dolls. The creature repeated its name, and the hero remarked that this was correct, for should they not ask Mr. Arnold about the next round? The robot stated that the instructions and to the second round would be given as soon as they left the room. No further information would be given. This room is only needed to find a partner. The red-haired guy remarked that he had heard everything and should go, for he didn't want to waste any time here. The hero followed him, but thought how it was a waste of time after all. Why would he be in a hurry in a situation like this? Even the main wiggles of the squad went to the door and immediately opened it. It was very dark and you couldn't see anything, so you could tell it was a dark hole. Ryan was dumbfounded when he noticed this and wondered if this door just led to nothing. Adrian was immediately walking there, and there seemed to be infinity, but lo and behold, his partner asked him to wait, although his interlocutor did not obey him and just walked forward, but where he whence stone blocks appeared. Hero said the track came out of nowhere and it looks impressive, and a recent interviewer appeared behind him and asked if he was really Ryan. As he walked along with his subordinates, he remarked with a smile on his face that they would see each other again. The hero glanced at him coldly from behind his shoulder and turned forward further, but after that he just continued on his way and stated that it wasn't true because they wouldn't see each other. Adrian assured that If the guy was useless or let him down, he would get rid of him, and that would be the end of it. Ryan was taken aback because of those words and thought that this guy was definitely too straightforward. Partner at the same time said he simply could not waste time dragging garbage around the game, so let him either adapt or simply die. At the same time, he opened the door that led to the second round. The system at that reported that there were 7,500 people left alive in the God game. The hero stepped inside the door, and a bright flash of light blinded him. Soon, along with his companion, he found himself somewhere else, and the door they had literally just come out of immediately disappeared. At the same time, Ryan was amazed when he saw who was in front of them, for there was a girl and also some old man with a stick. So the guy wondered if they were just messing around because old people don't belong in this game. Adrian asked him if he had a special preference. The hero, not realizing what he was talking about, asked what he meant, and the interlocutor remarked that he meant who they would kill first. Ryan realized that he didn't want to kill anyone, so he didn't respond, and the opponents ahead of him greeted them. The old man remarked to the guys if they knew they were in the next round because they didn't want to guess very much. The masked guy stated not to take a step forward. After all, it turns out that the distance there from each other is already enough. The interlocutor noticed that he was rather cautious and asked what their names were, and the chief of their squad turned to the hero and remarked that he should not answer that question. Ryan wondered at first why, then realized it was all the right thing to do, because the more detached they were from not their enemies, the easier it would be when they killed them. The girl noticed that her name was Sarah, and the old man said he was Jonathan, and it was quite nice for them to meet. The guy was confused, for he realized they had said their names anyway. Suddenly, they heard the voice of the system that greeted the participants and said, "Welcome to round 2. A few moments later, that mannequin called Mr. Arnold appeared right in front of them. He had some sort of ball in his hands, and he remarked that he would explain the rules to them. The hero was surprised to see him and thought he looked different in no way. A few seconds ago, the creature was saying that the owner of this ball would earn a point for his team literally every second. The game itself will last 15 minutes, and at the end of it, the team with the most points will simply win. It also turns out that the losers will be removed from the God game, and the contestants can use anything to get me, which killing is also allowed. We even have that if the ball falls outside the platform, both teams lose immediately. So he asked if they had any remaining questions, and the old man instantly asked what it meant to be taken out of the game, as he had previously said. The dummy remarked that it meant instant death. Sarah saw upon hearing this immediately threw her arm out to the side and began to use her power. Streams of that power began to cover her body, and she noticed that, as she was expected from the cruel god running the show. Next, she summoned the weapon that appeared in her hands and noticed that this god was a sadistic scoundrel. When the main character saw this, he asked to wait because he doesn't understand how everyone knows how to summon weapons because no one taught him. A teammate asked if God had told him anything. In response, the guy said no, because he hadn't even answered most of his questions. Mr. Arnold remarked that this one wondered if the god had chosen to withhold some rule of the game from him. Even so, all this could only mean that it was none of his business, and after saying that, he immediately dropped the ball, also said there would be no procrastination, and announced that round 2 was starting. Sarah, along with Jonathan, had prepared for battle and had already used their power. The game ball flew straight at the old man as it did so, and he noticed that he had caught it, but a few moments after that he caught it with his face and immediately collapsed to the ground. The second round assistant noticed this and said he forgot to tell him that the ball was pretty heavy. The old man got mad at him and said he was a dumb dummy. The protagonist wondered if this was a bad thing since his hands had been restrained in the first round against James, so he should start by killing the decrepit Giza first. And while the hero was thinking about it, the leader of their squad noticed that this was a good thing and should kill this decrepit Giza first, so was already on his way to attack. Jonathan was dumbfounded when he saw his opponent in front of him and wondered if he was already here, but suddenly his partner appeared right in front of him and used her weapon and fended off the guy's attack. The masked man got angry about this and immediately shouted angrily for her to get out of the way. Sarah was quite determined and remarked that she hated people like him for arrogance, as well as anxiety was not the best combo. Ryan thought he was the oldest. This man should be the weakest in the place, but the ball carrier doesn't need to move or fight. All he has to do to win is survive. The mannequin at the top kept watching the fight and realized that something interesting was about to happen. The protagonist decided to act rather than stay put, and so he turned to Mr. who was holding the ball, and so when the opponent looked at him, the guy was already beside him and preparing to attack, saying that it was his ball. The hero saw the frightened face of the old man, and so decided he must destroy them all, and after that he was in a furious jump and was ready to take the ball away from this opponent. All he had to do was to find out who he was. Jonathan grabbed his cane and saw that the guy was attacking with no weapon at all, so he declared to the interlocutor that he was really brave and pressed some button on the tip of his cane, and after this action a hole began to open on the other end. Adrian paid attention to it and realized that this old man's cane was not simple at all, and that it was his weapon, and in order to alert his ally to the danger, he shouted his name. The man smiled slightly at that and apologized to the protagonist for it. After all, he simply needs to win this game, but from the cane that was in his hands some terrifying fire-like energy appeared. Of course, the guy saw this attack and realized he could still get away with it. Next, he began to use the power of his eyes, which showed him what to do afterward. While using this ability, a path appeared in front of his eyes that led directly behind the man's back. Ryan realized that if he sacrificed his arm now, he would overpower him with these. After all, it was the exact same path he had seen recently as he battled his previous opponent, James, so he swung his arm for the next attack and realized he wasn't allowed to hesitate like he had last time, but right now what he definitely needs is to act and not for a second hesitate. The protagonist channeled his fierce attack of a direct opponent through the fire the latter released from his cane. The old man was dumbfounded and asked what it was, but it was too late, for the lad's fist reached his cheeks, and immediately after that his body fell to the ground because it was struck in an instant. Due to this attack, Ryan then landed on the ground, and it could be seen that his arm had certainly been damaged by the fire, but it was fine. The partner at the same time was watching this fight intently and was dumbfounded at what had happened. Just as from above he watched, and Mr. Arnold that afterwards declared it was all interesting. On the body of the guy's opponent, the same glowing dot appeared on the guy's body, and the path that led to making a critical strike. Jonathan at that told a guy he was insane. The protagonist realized that he no longer honors his hand, but his opponent is vulnerable, and if he steps right on his skull he can defeat him. But after the guy saw the old man, he stopped and thought about it because he didn't want to do that. Next, he turned his attention back to his burned hand and thought that killing this unarmed stranger could not be the only way to win. Ryan then raised the orb that must be in his hands for victory, and his partner wondered if those were the eyes. It turns out that was his power. The hero reflected that the inter says he uses magic like that guy Richard, coming out that seeing paths that lead to defeating an opponent is a natural killer instinct. So is it really his power? Because neither Arnold nor the god has confirmed the presence of magic in this game. Even so, he can't take advantage of what awaits his eyes. Suddenly the hero was again approached by Adrian and told to finish his opponent. Now Ryan turned his attention to the old man afterward and saw something strange there. After all, it turns out that the path of violence that was supposed to lead to critical blow is gone. At the same instant, Sarah's blade stabbed into the body of one of the guys. Using his instincts, the hero sensed something was up and immediately turned his attention to his partner, and what he saw stunned him quite a bit, for Adrian was pierced through with a blade. The hero was wary because of this and immediately turned to his comrade to see if he was okay. Then Sarah turned to the guy and asked him if he thought he had time to hesitate before taking someone's life. Immediately after saying those words, she began to accumulate a rather large amount of energy right in her fist, and when it did, it also stored energy in its legs and leapt forward sharply, and after that she shouted that cowards like him should have died back in the first round. The protagonist, only with the help of his technique, kept watching her move at the very last moment before the girls attacked. The guy still managed to dodge. After that he jumped up and didn't understand why she was so fast, so he needs to get away before she can catch up with him. But suddenly the hero feels someone grabbing his leg. It turns out that this was the same old man that Ryan had just moments ago failed to finish off. The man's partner wasted no time, and the hero saw a knee right in front of his head, but even now he didn't have time to dodge, for the attack was indeed instantaneous, so he was hit quite hard. And then in the fall of her opponent, she struck again instantly, only already with her left hand, and without losing the pace of the battle, she continued to strike with only her foot. In the end, it was all so fast that the guy didn't even have time not only to follow the movements, but didn't realize where the blows were coming from, so the latter caused him to start spinning like a tornado around his body while doing so, though the hero was still conscious and holding the ball, so thought he should hold on. He tried to get to his feet and thought that if He bought a little time, he'd be okay. But just as he managed to get up suddenly, the girl was already right beside him. The hero further continued to use the power of his eyes and saw it in such a way that he thought no one could move that fast. Therefore, he could realize with an armed eye that she definitely had power too. Sarah. While doing so, I regenerated my attacks, and with a sharp swipe of her hand did her damage in the chest. After this attack, the guy's body flew off to the side, quite far away. And also blood spurted from his mouth. From the looks of it, you could tell that Ryan was already unconscious from missing so many punches. Mr. Arnold, meanwhile, continued to watch the fight intently and said it was certainly entertaining. That girl Sarah fighting definitely has to have talent. The protagonist continued to be conscious and wondered what he was supposed to do. After all, it was completely unclear why he had been sent to this hell. It turns out he's the one looking for his sister, whom he's never even seen or remembered, and who also has a name he doesn't recognize and fights with people he doesn't know at all for a prize he doesn't even understand. It was completely unclear to him how anything on that short list could be worthwhile. Despite all these reflections, the guy still kept on his feet and climbed as hard as he could. Jonathan was also already on his feet at this, asking for a favor to give him the ball. Ryan didn't reply anything to that and only continued to stare at his opponents with a blank stare. Here at the same time, his partner, who is still alive, began to rise, but the weapon was in his chest. Of course, this point was already pretty hard for him, but he was still climbing, and next, without saying a word, reached for the weapon he had in him and tried to pull it out. He only made a small sound from the pain he felt, but he still pulled that thing out. Immediately afterward, even the atmosphere in that place changed, for the guy got very angry. He used his technique and was about to finish off his opponents, who gave him a critical hit. Sarah and her partner were getting closer to the guy, and she noticed that the pain could be stopped. Also, the second round helper, who was in the air the whole time, asked the hero why he was fighting. It was unclear to this creature why it wanted to survive without knowing anything about what it might lose. Of course, the protagonist thought from those words and thought he wanted to find his own reason to live. He also wants the truth. That's why he's holding on to that ball to win. Ryan smiled afterward and noticed in his companion, is she really saying that the pain can be stopped? His opponents realized what he was going to do because they saw where he was going, but the main characters jumped up and stated that she was right when she said that after all, coming out with you can really be stopped. And the moment he said all that, you had already jumped outside the arena. As he served the ball, almost accidentally slipped out of his hands. The protagonist held it in his hands and then wondered if it was very close. After all, Sarah had managed to momentarily grab the guy's leg before he did, and so he didn't fall down further, yelling that he was a jerk and really wanted to endanger them all here as well. The old man held her down at that, and the girl said if he was going to die, let him jump without the ball. After a while, they finally got Rain to the surface and were breathing heavily. The character, after getting up, asked his interlocutors why they wanted to survive. Sarah angrily stepped closer to him and asked what else he was babbling about. She has absolutely nothing to say to such a short person, which he is. So while he was talking to Ryan, he heard some strange noise behind him. Next, she turned there to see what happened and heard the old man addressing her. She was a little stunned at the picture she saw before her. Jonathan was telling his companion that he was sorry because he had relaxed. At the same time, Adrian was being pierced through his body from behind. The girl was so stunned because of this that she wanted to say something, but she couldn't even utter a word. At that, the masked guy ruthlessly pulled out his blade and threw the old man down, and afterwards stated to his interlocutor that it was necessary to finish him off. After all, the old one, of course, got very angry and lunged at her opponent with her instant punches. Because of this, the weapon that was in Adrian's hands immediately fell to the ground. The protagonist saw how his partner had fallen to the ground rather quickly and was now being beaten. Also realizing that he had seen this coming a long time ago, jumping off the platform, he made Sarah as well as the old man focus on him, giving Adrian time in order to recover. And so it turns out that the course of the battle has changed dramatically at this point. But look, since the old man, the guy didn't understand and didn't know if he could do it all, Jonathan started saying shortly afterward that he was afraid, and that's why he wanted to survive. The guy was stunned to hear this, and the interviewer went on to say that they didn't know anything about themselves. He must have 3 children looking for him, and a wife who died years ago. It still means nothing to his opponent, but the worst part of all of this is that it means nothing to himself either. The hero lowered his head, remembering what it had said on his flyer, and he realized it was for feeling Nothing. The old man further stated that in the end they all had no reason to fight, and they also had no reason to live except for fear. Jonathan said he would really be with death, for it is a frightening darkness. All people are afraid of it, for they have created so many stories about this mysterious unknown. This is only done to combat fear. The protagonist stood up and asked him if he remembered the stories. The man lowered his head and remarked that no, for they were somewhere deep in his mind and locked behind a door to which he simply did not have the key. Ryan noticed, but is fear enough for them to accept what they've done at the same time? He was talking about it, who remembered killing Jason. Adrian continued his battle with Sarah, and the hero wondered if everything was enough, for what else they would do. Tears began to well up in the old man's eyes, and out of his pocket fell a sheet with information on it. After that, he raised his head and began to look far up into the sky, and Ryan, when he asked him the whole thing, just looked at him and didn't say anything. And when he looked at the old man, you noticed that you could see everything, and the old man was no longer giving signs of life, and it would seem that he was dead. Mr. Arnold, who was high in anger, looked at the timer and noticed to the participants that there were 3 minutes left. After the protagonist heard all this, he thought he had the ball all along, so it turns out Sarah can't win because they have too many points. Adrian turned to his opponent and remarked that it was all over. The girl asked, and what should she do then? Should she kill herself? The interlocutor said it might be less painful, but then what God had in store for her? The girl said nothing to this, but it was evident from her expression that she was wary, and it turns out she was in a desperate situation. So she grabbed her gun. Next, she turned her attention to her partner, and noticed that this was true, for she had lost on points, but even so, it turns out there's still a full 3 minutes left. Her opponent turned her attention to where she had just stood and saw that there was nothing there. That's why he became alert and immediately started looking for her in a panic. The girl was behind the protagonist's back pretty quickly and remarked that if she killed them both, she would live during that time. Of course, Ryan noticed this attack coming from his back, and he wondered what kind of power it had at the beginning of this whole battle. The guy thought Sarah was teleporting short distances, but it turns out that when she uses her powers, she is always followed by a stream of wind, as if she was summoning it. The moment the girl hit the guy earlier, such a forceful blow would not have been possible without sufficient momentum, and after that he wondered if it was probably the force of the wind, and then managed to turn away from his opponent's weapon at the last moment. The girl noticed that she had missed and made a sound of despair. Afterward, the guy thought it was just like when James used his powers. Now he too saw all the rusher that enveloped the girl, and also her weapons too. After a moment, he still missed one rather swift attack that hit him in the leg, so he immediately started to plop down on the ground, and thought that there was suddenly a very high speed. Sarah wasn't going to stop in her attacks, and was already ready to finish the guy off by flying upwards. The hero had the last moment to see this attack coming towards him with great speed. Next took a closer look at the tip of the weapon, which was imbued with energy, and using his eyes he examined the details, so he realized this is it. After that, he tried to somehow dodge this attack. The partner on the other outside was watching what was going on, and turned to Ryan to gather himself. At that, the girl jumped up again, and was ready to strike a critical blow. Mr. Arnold continued to watch from the sidelines, for he was really interested in it all. After Sarah attacked with her weapon, the hero blocked it with a ball. The mannequin noticed this and stated that it wasn't bad, although the sharp tip of the weapon was still neutralized, but the force of the attack continued to build up, and the guy's ribs cracked so soon he welcomed the hellish pain, and a river of blood spurted from his mouth. The opponent was dumbfounded and asked if he was blocking even in that position, and the protagonist smiled afterward and remarked that he would be very surprised if God created a short-lived ball. After that, the guy's partner, who had a sword already in his hands, jumped up to them. He stood right behind the main character's back and asked if he could stand up. Ryan said that yes, and he understood how her powers worked. So it turns out the country controls the wind and can either accelerate or amplify itself. It all works like some kind of switch, either one way or the other. Adrian remarked that he had figured it out, which was really not a bad thing. When Sarah heard that, she lowered her head and turned to Arnold, and the interlocutor didn't drown and wondered why she was doing all this. The guys also paid attention to her and saw something strange for themselves. The girl cried and stated that she simply did not want to die. The main character started remembering all the people who had died before and said the same thing and cried, so he wanted to turn to the girl, but his partner stated that this was not the end. The mannequin also turned its head in different directions in surprise and further pointing to the timer that was above his head stated that there was 1 minute left. The girl glamorized the tears that had appeared before, and afterwards said that Jonathan actually seemed pretty calm, then started using her acceleration power and applied it to us, and further added that it was still calm, definitely not what she was looking for. Arnold talked about hanging on the edge of life, and the death of that despair leads people to new heights. There is life as well as death, and so one wonders which side the girl will end up on, and how much she wants to live. So the interlocutor asks that she show him her decision, and it comes out that God has in fact chosen curious specimens. This time the hero remarked to his partner to forget everything he said before, because this time it accelerates and also intensifies. The interlocutor asked how he realized it. Ryan stated that he sees it, and so partner realized that it was probably his strength. He further said that the two of them would hope that he wasn't wrong. The girl at the same time was already ready to attack and had accumulated her power. The protagonist reflected that one could only think that they had been in this game for the same amount of time. That said, it's completely unclear how the girl was able to become so strong. It also comes out that there's only 1 minute left of their fight. If only he would hold out, then everything would be fine. While the hero was thinking about it, in the same second a girl was already near him. Naturally, he noticed her attack at the last moment, but didn't have time to dodge in any way, and Sarah hit him right in the stomach. After the strong father also crazy attack, the guy's body flew quite far away, and he dropped the ball from his hands. The girl stayed where she was and took aim to drop a weapon, and so when she did, it was abruptly thrown and on the trail with quite a bit of force. Since Ryan's case was in the air at that moment, there was no way he could dodge this attack, so after a few moments he fell to the ground and hit there hard, but following him also came the spear that the girl threw and pierced his shoulder. Sarah herself wasn't standing still either and was already near her victim. The main character noticed all this and thought she was too strong for him. The girl stepped her guilty foot on his chest and pulled out her spear. Ryan kept telling himself to move and not lie on the ground while doing so. After all, if he left it at that, she would definitely be the one to kill him. Soon the guy noticed his opponent grabbing his weapon again, and was ready to finish him off. The hero had already managed to dodge the spear and saw it quickly heading towards him, but suddenly, it just flew near his head and slammed into the ground. Sarah herself didn't realize what had happened and further looked ahead. A few moments began. He had already recognized what had happened. The howling hand had been cut off. Next thing you know, part of her simply fell to the ground and blood spurted out of her. The girl started screaming really hard after she felt a hell of a lot of pain due to her lack of understanding of the situation. She yelled out why her arm had been cut off, and Yex turned the other way and said that person did it. That's why she took the weapon in her healthy hand and headed toward him, and Adrian said she just forced him to do it. There is no way he can let her kill his partner. He might need him later. Sarah chimed in. Did he really know how to use his ability all this time? So why wait? Then the masked guy stated that he simply didn't want Ryan to know all of this because in games like this he prefers not to reveal his trump cards, and unlike his opponent, he hasn't done all this for a long time. Of course, the interlocutor got angry over what she heard and reinforced herself and sped up, and after that he told her that the whole thing was okay, because no matter what his power was, if it killed him before he used it, it wouldn't do him any good. The protagonist reflected that most wouldn't have seen what came next, but here he was somehow he could. Adrian summoned his weapon and grasped it with both hands. Next he used his power and fire blazed from the sword he held in his hands. The guy immediately made a cut that vertically headed straight for his opponent. Despite all the speed and power the girl was experiencing and radiating, she didn't have time to see her, so the attack caused her to lose concentration. The girls who were on her head immediately fell down. She also flew off to the side for she felt the full force of Adrian's attack on her. Ryan only sat back and saw the blazing fire right in front of him. He reflected that when he killed James in the first round, he thought he must be strong, but after he saw Sarah and also Adrian was simply amazed. After all, he realized perfectly well that there are still people much stronger than himself. There was quite a large amount of blood on the floor, and in this puddle sat a girl. Just a few moments later, she looked up and saw the sword right in front of her head. It was her opponent, and so she glared at him and then declared that she couldn't just die like that. In desperation, she screamed that she didn't want to die here in this damn game. After all, she would later be murdered by a man she never even knew. Arnold soon announced that there were only 15 seconds left, and Adrian stared silently at the girl who sat before him in despair. Further turned her attention towards the main character and asked if a weakling like him would live. After all, he is such an idiot, and yet "He will still be alive," Sarah cried and said she didn't even know who she was herself. The masked guy moved closer to her and remarked that he was sorry, but the warden over the second round remarked that there were 10 seconds left. Sarah stated that her little brother was missing, and so she was begging to be spared while announcing that there were 5 seconds left. Adrian swung his weapon and remarked that he was about to end it all. The protagonist sat silently on the sidelines and realized the gravity of this situation. Just moments later, the masked guy swung his sword and swung the girl's head off his shoulders, so she rolled on the ground and blood rushed from her neck. Mr. Arnold clapped his hands afterwards and said everything was fine. It turns out that the partners did win the second round of these contests. After the mannequin said all of this, the start to regenerate Ryan's body. The guy looked at it and wondered if he was healing also. The arm that suffered burns was also recovering, and the hero thought he had survived. He further stated that it wasn't bad because it was a little sloppy but still beautiful. Hearing those words, his partner looked his way and was a bit startled. After all, the protagonist was smiling madly and looking at his arm, which recovered in a few seconds. He soon realized this was all wrong, so he touched his face and covered it with his hand and wondered if he was okay at all. The hero responded to this by saying he was fine, thought what they had done was terrible, so why was he smiling? The partner said the guy has shown himself to be better than he thought. However, jumping off that platform was either brilliant or ultimately dumb. It worked, but don't let them do that kind of crap again. Arnold got down on the ground and remarked that now let them pass on. At this, a door materialized behind his back, but the hero declared that the rogue would only give him a second. The mannequin took this information in surprise and twisted his head around to see what he would do. Ryan moved closer to the girl's body and started pulling from her pocket or into the crowd that was being handed out to everyone. The character read that her name was Sarah Jones and she was 18 years old. The partner came up and tried to snatch this card, saying enough is enough, but the guy did not give it to her and went on to read that she was looking for her little brother. Further stated that Adrian would remember her name because he just had to promise him. The interlocutor was astonished and said it was the same promise to a dead woman. Ryan noticed that there was still that promise and he would meet her little brother, then save him. The interlocutor didn't like that and stated that the guy was too idealistic for a death game, so if he didn't meet her brother they'd probably have to kill him. Then the hero went to the old man and took a card. It said that he was Jonathan. He is 87 years old and there are 3 children who are looking for him. His wife has been dead for 10 years, and he volunteered for the Gods game. The guy wondered if he had really volunteered to join the game, but why would anyone want to come here? Has the God game been widely known in the world besides what is outside the game, and who created it all? Suddenly Adrian turned to him and remarked that he should go, for he did not want to stay here longer than necessary. The guy stopped his pondering and headed over to him, stating his agreement. The leader of their squad told Arnold to end it all. The interlocutor remarked that he agrees, but before they leave something needs to be done. After that the creature held out 2 things in different directions to the guys, and pointing his head at one of them he noticed that it was an omamori. Ryan turned his attention to his partner and thought he seemed to recognize this trinket, so looked at the thing that was held out in his direction, and it turned out there was a cross. Moments after he saw him, the picture started to crumble and he didn't realize what was wrong with him. In just a moment, he was already in a completely different place than he had been before, so very much surprised and asking myself what this place was all about. There was some person directly in front of him, and he turned his attention to him. It turned out to be the little boy, who looked exactly like him a lot. Ryan stared at him for a while, and then wondered what this place was, but the boy could not communicate with him, and suddenly a voice from outside remarked to the boy to guess what the mother had given her. This caught the hero's attention, and he turned around to see who was there. There was a girl holding a cross and asking if he could see it because it was God's cross. The little boy asked if it was God, and she said that it was because it was thanks to him that they had such a good harvest this year. After that, she decided to scare her brother and noticed that he also creates storm as well as storms. The protagonist wondered who it was that was little him. The kid turned to the person he was talking to and asked if this was the man. He told her it was the one who was a missionary. The interviewee stated that he was the one who gave the necklace to his mom first, and she gave it to her. The baby came closer out of sadness, declared that he wanted one too, but his sister said he couldn't because he had to find his own. Ryan was very sad, and so he addressed his sister named Jennifer. The hero immediately remembered the name plus a flyer Saying he was looking for his big sister, the girl said maybe she could convince her mom to give him one thing, should go home since she was hungry. The boy said he was too. The hero looked at the joyful faces of the children and wondered if it was his big sister. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, he clenched his teeth. He also tried to reach out to his sister and asked her to wait. The girl immediately afterward turned around, for she heard the unfamiliar voice and covered her little brother. The protagonist saw her stop, and so he wanted to say something to her, but he didn't have time, for the young interlocutor interrupted him and afterward asked him who he was, and then after she did, Ryan saw the picture right in front of him shatter, and shatter it is. Because of this in front of him, hero only to see some fragments from the shards. He then returned with his consciousness, and possibly his body as well, to the site of the second round along with his partner. They were kneeling right in front of Arnold. The guy turned to Adrian, but as it happened, he didn't answer him anything and just kept looking down at the ground. The hero got pissed off about this and asked the dummy what the hell he did to him. The man smiled slightly in response and asked if he wasn't clear. So it comes out that just a short time ago he gave them a gift, and now he's reaching right into their hand. It was the same cross that the protagonist saw on his sister's body, but Arnold noticed that it was a reason to live. Ryan and looked at him carefully and wondered if this could be a reason to live. This reason for life appeared in the body of a girl he didn't even recognize, so he clutched the object rather tightly in his hand and thought that even if he didn't recognize her, he still felt that she was all he had. Jennifer was his sister. The guy then moved closer to his companion and sharply grabbed him by his clothes, lifting him up. So asked if this is a real memory they have. The answered nothing to this question, but afterward reached out his hand and touched the lad lightly. The body of the protagonist after that instantly flew away at a great distance with great speed. Mr. Arnold started wiping down his suit and stated that it was just up to the guy to decide, plus he was asking not to be touched again. Ryan started to get up after the punch and asked what the hell that was all about. Adrian finally regained consciousness and stated that they would figure it out later. Next, he asked what he was going to do. After all, was he going to beat him up? The protagonist didn't say anything back to that, but was angry. But the warden over for the second round said he should be grateful. With a smile on his face, he went on to say that the guy was closer to the answers he was looking for on the step, and wasn't that what he wanted? The partner helped the guy up and declared that was enough, and next tried to open the door and, pushing the protagonist in there literally forcefully, stated that they were on their way out. Mr. Arnold looked at it and wished them both luck. Soon the partners appeared somewhere else, and Ryan began to rise from his knees. He looked up and wondered to himself where they were now together. The teammates turned their attention forward because they saw someone there. On a chair that was on the steps sat a woman with a knight's helmet beside her. She smiled when she saw the people, not noticing that it was great because more visitors had arrived. Ryan took a close look at her armor and wondered who she was. The interviewee, on the other hand, smiled and asked them if they liked her collection. Together the team members looked to the side, and there they saw the various outfits of the knights. The woman went on to say that they belonged to her favorite challenges. The hero, after hearing this, asked the challengers what they were for. The interlocutor asked how it was on what. Naturally on God's game, at least on the last game it was definitely like that. Ryan was amazed at the words about God's past games. Adrian got angry and wondered if the two of them intended to continue wasting his time. The woman in knight armor was startled, or else she how brazen this man was. It even made her smile because she realized how absurd the situation was. Next thing you know, she started laughing really hard, clutching her stomach and lifting her eyes upward. She said they did have a couple of selfish bastards popping in this time, but it just so happens that she's actually comfortable with it all because those who live the longest are the arrogant idiots willing to do anything, in addition ready to even fight the deities. The tone on her at this point was already quite stern. Adrian was not the least bit embarrassed by this, and he inquired as to her name. The interlocutor said her name was Rebecca, and she was the goddess of war and destruction. The guy remarked that he'd never heard of her, and the hero wondered, which is natural because they'd all forgotten, and he's going also thought she was going to kill them soon. Like this, the woman did get really pissed off and then asked if he was just trying to make her angry. This person is just a bug and God made her a judge. Next round, and the third needs teams of 3 people. He won't get into the main hall through the door at her back. After that, they will have a day to find a third person to team up with. They can eat or they can sleep if they want, but they don't need any of that in the God game.
So it's only optional if they
wanna indulge in such questionable practices, plus it would happen in the last hours of their lives. The masked guy stated that he wouldn't go. Then the hero wondered if this man was always in a hurry, and next he saw his partner advancing. The goddess of war asked the guy who was left whether he was stupid or slow. Let him just get out of here, but Ryan stayed put and noticed if she happened to see Jennifer. Sir, the interlocutor got angry and asked if he thought she was some kind of in his opinion. The hero replied that of course that wasn't true, but the woman offered to say that he and his buddy were testing her patience. After all, if something happens to this man, God will not be upset about him alone, and he knows that very well. The guy was completely unafraid of her and confidently said that they would see it again. Rebecca was silent for a few seconds and then stated that they were all getting bolder. Next she gave the guy's full name, Ryan Asissa, and asked if he could afford to worry about anyone else. The hero answered nothing and waited to see what the interlocutor would say. She asked if perhaps he was worried about himself and also thinks Jennifer has in the missing fragments of his memory. If so, really not a bad theory considering his current situation. Next, with a sudden movement, she jumped up to him and was right there facing him with a rather sly smile. She remarked that they should make a deal. The guy asked if judges could really make deals with contestants. The woman said of course they did. He already had an inkling of why. After all, he definitely had thoughts about what his sacred power was, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten this far. The guy remembered the sacred power that others used. The interlocutor went on to say that if a god chooses a contestant as his champion, the champion receives a second sacred power that has added such divinity. The hero reflected that a second sacred power would make him much stronger, and immediately remembered his previous rival, particularly considering the fact that his eyes aren't suited for offense. This would be fine, so it's a great opportunity. Ryan said that 2 powers must be better than 1, but is that fair? After that, the woman looked at him in surprise and further said with a smile on her face that since anything in this game is fair, such a thing as honesty never existed in this universe. Cunning as well as strength are the most important here, and on these 2 pillars will stand the winner. The one who favors the god will have the most powers in his arsenal, but the strongest will be able to overpower others with a single ability as well. Of course, the guy realized that this was true, as someone who was proficient with his ability would defeat an opponent with only a basic knowledge of his powers. Come to think of it, Adrian was able to concentrate and control the flames while Sarah used her ability to amplify and accelerate at the same time. These loco fighters are handling their powers, but here's the thing about him, it's not like the hero has any idea how his power works or even how to activate it. It seems like it activates on an instinctual level when he's in danger. The goddess at the same time said that the winner must be willing to go all out, and further inquired if the guy was capable of doing it for the win. The protagonist became enthusiastic and remarked that he was ready. The interlocutor said that was great, but of course his words meant nothing at all to her. She is only interested in the outcome if he reaches round 3 and has 3 kills, then Rebecca will make him her champion. Ryan asked what the other 3 murders were, and her interlocutor became enthusiastic and remarked that although she'd rather have 5, the woman said she would even tell him more about his sister. After all, if he became her champion, then she was betting on him winning the game. The protagonist asked why give this chance to him and not Adrian or anyone else. The goddess said he was not the only one who would be her champion. It turns out she picks champions early, and the earlier she invests, the more she'll get if the guy wins. Even so, she's just relying on luck. The guy asked her what her reward was. Her interlocutor responded by noting that he asks a lot of questions, and therefore whether he accepts her offer. Ryan immediately thought that the only person he'd killed was James, but he should do it 5 more times, wondering what would happen if he could. Rebecca said that if he didn't kill 5 opponents by the 5th round, he wouldn't be her champion. And this all still, that's not a bad offer for a guy like that. After hearing the information, the hero agreed and stated that he would do it. The goddess said she would watch. Now let him get out of a hallway. The guy headed for the exit and realized that this was quite useful, and he would gain a lot if he could get the woman comfortable with him. But the other question is whether he can kill 5 people by the 5th round. A little interrupted in his musings, he did head straight for the door that led to the 3rd round. When he found himself in that very place, it was astonishing, and he asked what it was. It turns out that while he continued to be in a castle during the carnage of the war, there were a large number of people there. They sat at the table and ate, and the hero wondered what the interlocutor had told them. You don't have to eat or drink to live, but that's when it's completely unclear what all these people are doing. They all only have 1 day to find the three and prepare for the next round, so it's completely unclear how they can just sit there and pretend like everything is fine with them, knowing Adrian, he wouldn't waste time stuffing his belly. So the chief in their squad is probably looking for a new co-commander for them, well, or it could be that he is looking for a new team altogether. After all, there are probably better candidates than Ryan in this spot, so it was interesting to see who was the strongest here. Suddenly the girl on the side started screaming not to be touched because she was strong. The guy looked over there and saw Richard saying he thought she was strong. It would be cool to have a cutie like her join his team. The interview, he said he's right, and her partner died last round, but she's not about to join the scary type who harasses the girl while she's eating. Richard was pissed and asked how else the straw was, and it was Miss who didn't seem to understand his intentions. The girl was infuriated by the whole situation, and she grabbed the guy with a sharp movement and next literally threw this man to the ground in an instant, and he hit pretty hard. The main character was amazed at what was happening and asked what else it was. Richard's interlocutor stated that she didn't understand him. Perhaps he was the one who didn't understand, so she would explain more simply for his dumb head, make him get off her quickly or she'll rip his arm off and also beat him to death. Ryan said after what he saw that he thought he knew who he wanted to see third on their team. Whoever this girl was, she caught the guy's attention, so he'd want to team up with her. It was because of his future plans that the hero was headed to follow her as he did, so he reflected that for some reason he felt like he shouldn't get close to her, and literally some unknown force has been holding him back the whole time. Using his eyes, the guy paid attention to her and wondered if it was his instincts. After a while of exploring, Ryan noticed that she turned somewhere to the right, so he knew perfectly well that he couldn't miss her and followed her. But so when the protagonist turned there, the first thing he saw was a gun pointed at him. The girl immediately asked him why he was following her. Ryan didn't answer anything, for he didn't know what to say, and the girl asked, so she counted it. Assessing the situation, the hero realized that there was no one nearby, and she chose a good place to oppose him next. He thought that he should act calm, for he must appear confident, or else this girl would not even consider uniting with him. After thinking about it, the hero said he saw her take on Richard and was impressed, so it turns out he'd like to see her on their team in the next round. The interlocutor asked what the hell Richard was talking about. If he was talking about that blonde geek she had sealed into the table. The guy smiled and said that was exactly right, and then the girl immediately put her weapon away, and then went on to say that the hero is just as perverted as the rest of them, or there's actually some use for him. Ryan hesitated a bit and said he'd like to think he'd actually be of use. The interlocutor headed to the side and remarked to then he would prove it. Turning toward him, she favored him, bending and noting to follow her. There was nothing left for the protagonist to do but follow, and so he walked and looked around. Together they came to some large hall where the contestants were fighting. The lady soon announced that here they were, and the protagonist asked what they were here for, in response to which the interlocutor said that they would test it, pointing to the large man in front of her. She noticed that he had killed her partner last round, so he asks the protagonist to beat him up, and then we'll all belong to him. The guy asked what she meant by saying she would belong all to him. The girl remarked that whatever she wanted she would have. After saying that, Ryan decided to take a better look at his opponent, and when the one was nearby, he realized he was in trouble because this man is a giant. Said he killed the girl's partner in the second round. If so, then that means they were enemies since they both survived, since he thought God kills the loser. The girl said the hell he knew she won, but God decided to keep this thug alive. But why not ask him about it himself? The hero wondered what her name was. His companion looked at him rather slightly and asked what his name was. The main character didn't even hesitate and said his name was Ryan. The girl smiled and remarked that she would tell him her name if he brought the bulky man to his knees. Of course, the heroes didn't understand why make it so difficult, because it's even worth fighting him or not, although he doubts that the participants can die here, because God wouldn't want his players to die before the game. If so, this is actually a good chance to test yourself against a strong opponent. After all, he can't rely on Adrian or whoever else to get through the various rounds forever, so it is in order to find out the truth that he has to become much stronger. In this very room sat the other contestants the guy had seen in the second round. There were also other girls watching intently to see where the man was headed. The hero thought that even if everyone wanted to know what he could do, it didn't matter. After all, the bottom line is that he has absolutely nothing to hide from the rest of us, and so When he got close to the big guy, the people who were with him took notice of him. Ryan stopped beside his would-be opponent and looked at him closely. This prospect no longer seemed to him rather cheerful, and he thought much if he would get it if he overcame it. The man didn't understand why the man approached him, but continued to stand there angrily looking at him. The protagonist realized that if you think about it, everything in this game of God is actually terrible. Of course it does, but the guy doesn't understand why he feels that way. Suddenly his musings about the place and his feelings were interrupted by a man in front. It was a huge fighter that was attacking him and screaming at him to wake up. Seeing the fist right in front of his face, Ryan was stunned and wondered if it had attacked him for nothing. So the hero recoiled. Groma said he could sense his corrupted aura right from here. So, who was he anyway? The interlocutor replied that his name was Ryan Ashura, and asked what was wrong with the man since he had not done anything to him, but the man told him that it was for now. It's true that he hasn't done anything, but he's probably going to the girl of the man's troop remarked to Donald that there was no need to be so aggressive for he would frighten the poor baby. The other man, on the other hand, stood silent the entire time and lowered his gaze, but just a few moments later he turned around and from under his hair glanced at the hero. After the guy saw the strange look, thought what was wrong with him. Afterward, pointing his finger at Sophia, asked the big guy if he had killed her partner, or not. Further asked if she defeated him, why is he looking alive, and shouldn't the god have killed him in the second round? The interlocutor laughed very hard and asked what kind of mayhem was this rascal sending the guy to ask him. The hero looked at him disdainfully and wondered what was so funny. Donald was mad afterward and said he was just thinking about his girlfriend's surprised face when he crushed her partner's head like a grape. So, as the interlocutor still asked how the one survived the second round, the girl heard these words, stood sad aside, but the big guy went on to say that he should have died. When the time came, God let him live, because he was too strong to die. Ryan asked in amazement, as he wondered how it was too strong to die. The girl in the interviewer squad observed that he must have realized by now that the god's game was an amusement for the watchers to do. In the next round, the God had left Donald behind. It's done for interest, and it's happened a couple times before where God has given a contestant a second chance, but still don't expect him to give a third. Groma said he wouldn't need him, and the hero wondered if Sarah was strong enough to stand up to him, as well as the co-commander alone. However, she didn't interest the god, but he chose this guy so as Dawn, then stronger than Sarah, and in the aftermath it comes out that Sophia, who fought him before, defeated him. If you come from all that logic, it is the strongest. After reflection, the hero began to reassure himself and said that he should not be afraid, because now he knows what he is fighting for. Remembering his sister to find answers and to find Jennifer, he must become the strongest, and he'll start with this big guy. Donald shouted he can't wait to crack him open in the next round and smash his head to smither at the big guy screams as interrupted by Ryan, who swung around and hit him right between the legs. Sure enough, Sophia saw the picture in front of her and smiled. Donald's squad girl, on the other hand, was flabbergasted and asked what was going on. Yes, and the man himself was amazed because his body began to shake, but the protagonist continued his attack. That's when he thought about it. It's not the most honest attack, but against that option, he needs the advantage to top it all off. It actually really pisses him off, so slower follows as a result. Ryan swung with all his strength and hit him, but suddenly he realized something was wrong and saw his hand grabbed by the big guy. It was evident that he was very angry and said that the guy was a scoundrel, and then using only the strength of his brush, he broke the hero's arm. Ryan began to scream because of the pain he was experiencing and felt that his arm was broken. He was disoriented for a few seconds, then looked forward and saw his opponent's back turned. Then he accelerated and lifted the guy up with all his strength. Well, then naturally threw him to the ground, and the hero hit hard enough. He was almost unconscious after everything that had happened, and Donald asked if he thought he was cool. I mean, he attacks a stranger out of the blue, and he thinks he's going to win. At that very moment, using his strength, the big man threw the guy down again, only now with his belly down. Ryan was still conscious, and so was feeling the pain, so he made noises. His opponent turned his attention to him at that, and told him not to fall asleep just yet. One thing this scoundrel of real reality should remember is that he didn't start it. Sophia continued to stand back the entire time, watching intently to see what was going on. There were only sounds from the guy that he was making because of the pain and the cracking and thumping of his body. The girl with green hair that stood there and there noticed that it wasn't much fun, for it ruined the whole mood, so turned to his teammate and asked if maybe he could help him out. The interlocutor answered Nothing, and so she addressed him by the name Roger. The guy wondered if he had to do it since he kind of asked for it all himself. So it turns out that's how this game works, and idiots die doing stupid like this. If that person is weak, then only death awaits him. Anyway, the big guy continued to throw furious blows for a while, then stopped and looked at the guy. There was quite a large amount of blood coming out of his mouth, and the man asked if he was still alive. In fact, it can be said that he is a persistent kid, but if that was really the case, then why don't they get it over with? And so, after saying that, he tossed the guy up. At the same time that Ryan was in the air, you heard a voice asking him why he was letting this weakling look down on them. Let him gather now and show him his place. The power of the eyes that had been with the hero all this time reawakened. He turned his attention downward and saw the path that led to the critical strike reappear. The hero realized it was his way out. Donald aimed his big fist at him, but the guy didn't land so easily. Immediately after he fell, who didn't hit the big guy's limb but landed on it. His gaze at the same time was quite concentrated, and he swung his hand and next hit his opponent, right where the assassin's path LED and where the glowing. It was immediately afterward. He jumped back, did a few somersaults, and landed right on the ground. After Sophia saw all of this, she broke out into a bright smile. The girl with green hair along with her partner were also amazed and asked if he had really gotten out. Donald was in the same place, and the hero was asking himself if he should run, but soon abruptly and confidently he turned the other way and said he wasn't, for he remembered the words of the girl who said she would tell him about himself if he could get that boulder to his knees. A voice inside wondered if Ryan was going to continue to be scared or if they were just going to have some fun. The power that had only been in his eyes all this time spread through his body, and the hero felt the switch flick it again. The guy became very calm after that and realized it was just like that time. All the pain and feeling he had felt before disappeared, and so he rushed forward to attack. Of course, Donald saw it, but didn't realize it was still going on, so asked what the hell was going on. Ryan realized that everything he felt inside him right now was just his lust for victory. The big man punched the guy in the face backwards at the last moment and managed to dodge his attack, and the next thing he did was to make a hook and see a path appear that pointed at his opponent's leg. The protagonist reflected that this was actually weaker than the prospect of murder he had seen with James, but if so, then could it be that these are their weaknesses? And so, in order to test their hunches, the hero hit H. That point, Donald wondered if his balance had been lost, and he couldn't stand on his feet. So, in despair, he fell to the ground, for he realized he couldn't even do anything. The protagonist at the same time was standing right beside him on his feet and preparing to attack. He remembered the girl's words and decided that he should crush that boulder now. So immediately, with all his strength, he struck Donald, who was falling to the ground. This caused the huge guy, who looked pretty scary, to fall to the ground and crushed it underneath him. The girl on Donald's squad was amazed and said there was no way she could have believed it. The guy looking out from under his hair again said nothing. Sophia cheered at that and was happy to say that he actually did it. The big man was still conscious and began clenching his teeth so that they cracked. Immediately afterward, he started to go up and said the guy was a bed bug, because did he really think the guy would let him get away after something like that? Soon Donald was on his own too and was in a frenzy, so his godlike power was awakened, and he used it. The protagonist saw it and realized that it was his power, but what a crazy aura coming from it. He wondered if he should get out of here soon, but he felt his body begin to ache very badly. Eventually the pain would return to him again, but his opponent, using his strong aura, decided to pounce on him. The guy realized that it was absolutely bad timing, but suddenly he saw some man appear right in front of him. He noticed that it was enough already. Ryan looked forward and didn't realize what had happened because it wasn't clear who or what it was. The guy with the glasses was acting casual and stated to the man that he felt like a teacher breaking up a fight between kids. It turns out that if they keep this up, he'll have to punish them both. The big guy didn't like all this, for he was very angry and continued on his way forward. Sophia was stunned at what was happening and wondered where that man had even come from. Next, Donald inquired as to who the hell he even was. Roger wondered if he was asking who he was. It comes out that he is just a regular guy who is in this game. If that's the case, he's in a lot of trouble. His opponent asked if that was the way they were doing each other, and he would even say that the big guy won the fight, plus he doesn't think this kid can fight any further, and maybe they'll agree that he won and part ways peacefully. Donald wasn't appeased by this, and he was mad, so he was screaming to get out of his way because the fight would only end when he cracked this guy's skull. Roger wondered if he had called him a goggle-eyed man. The big Guy would at least try to come up with something more interesting. The thug shouted that he agreed, and further ran towards him with his big steps. He was already prepared for battle, and said that in that case, he would then finish off both men. The interlocutor touched his glasses to remove them, and when he did, he turned to the big guy and asked him to tell me what color his eyes were. The protagonist continued to watch the fight from the side, and saw bright yellow lights. It was her ethics and aura emanated from the guy in front of her, so Ryan wondered if this man was truly powerful. While he was looking at him intently, Taki saw him disappear from his seat after a few moments, but after another moment he appeared, and the hero noticed what had happened. For a second ago, he had not been here. The boy looked at Donald in surprise, but Roger asked him if he had seen what had happened. It could be seen that the head of health was spinning from side to side, and it was instant strikes, so the hero wondered if this man had just knocked out this bully like that. Ryan paid attention to the energy that enveloped the room and realized it definitely belonged to the guy with the glasses. The big guy's squad members were amazed and asked how he was able to do that. That same silent man kept looking on, assessing the situation, and again said nothing. The hero wondered if this man's divine power might be working through speech like Richard's, though no, for he said something about his eyes. So does this player hurt with just his own gaze? The guy realized that more and more powerful monsters were getting in his way one by one. Roger scratched the back of his head casually and remarked that he had warned that man, hadn't he? And the hero was thinking about how he could get stronger than players like this guy offers. Wearing glasses turned to him and asked if his name was really Ryan. He hoped he pronounced it correctly. The hero replied that it was. The interviewer remarked that not a bad show he put on here, and such a crumb challenges the biggest player in the room, so he's cool. The guy asked in what sense a crumb. Next, the interlocutor smiled and introduced himself, stating that his name was Roger. Ryan took a closer look at him and thought that he had definitely seen him somewhere before, because this was the man, the one who had been in the waiting room in the second round. The interlocutor asked if he understood correctly that he had not had a bad time. Next, he turned to his partner Kayla and asked if she could help have her patch him up, so they could at least get him to the infirmary. The girl agreed, and remarked that she couldn't say no to such a cutie. Her partner wondered if that was why she was asking him to help him. Ryan realized she was also in round 2. Next, he asked if there was an infirmary here. Roger said there was, and heard they could heal a god even if the person died. That's Tenny, although how would he know, because he is still intact. The hero said that he understood everything, but the companion of this man added that he should not pay attention to this jerk using her healing power. She said that Roger was just lucky to have divine power and stopped making himself look tough. The partner said he listened to the man, but she healed the hero. Ryan felt a slight tingling sensation, and so from the looks of it seemed to be in pain. Kayla asked if he was in pain. The hero remarked that he wasn't, and he thanks the guys for their help. He went on to say that he was simply pleased to meet people like them. After all, they're the ones who really want to help him. After that, the guy still had something else he wanted to say, but suddenly his speech slowly began to slacken, and also soon he saw that the picture in front of his eyes began to wash out, and his eyes closed abruptly. The guy was somewhere in his mind where he was standing on a mountain of corpses and smiling madly, talking about how he was going to be the strongest. Next, he looked up and declared that he wouldn't even be restored by God. Despite the many deaths he has experienced, he feels nothing but elation when he realizes he has survived. That's why he wonders who he really was before the God game. All these reflections of the protagonist were soon interrupted, for he woke up in order to figure out where he was. The guy looked ahead and saw that Sophia was there. The girl finally did see what she was bitching about and stated that he should realize what is just something. Sure, you can say he's weak, but he has something that other people lack. Kayla came out from behind the curtain and asked if she was talking about courage. She went on to say that she can see the guy is really patched up too, but she's afraid to imagine how advanced the technology is here. Only boldness bordering on recklessness will one day lead a guy to his grave, because you can't rely on God to heal him forever. Ryan turned his attention to his body and thought that Kayla was indeed right. If you look into it better, he's actually taking some kind of risk all the time, and in the end not even thinking about the consequences that could come after everything. At this rate, it may turn out that his luck is about to run out and things are going to be bad. The protagonist's musings were interrupted by an interlocutor who turned on him to raise his nose higher. The hero turned his attention to her, and the girl said she would join his team. Ryan was embarrassed and asked if she was being serious. She said that he had knocked the big guy down And that was their deal. Next, she sat this one closer and asked if he had a partner. And so it comes out that they need 3 people for the next round. The guy sadly lowered his head after that and remarked that he didn't even know. He immediately remembered Adrian entering the room for round 3 and disappearing. Sophia said that he has someone in mind, right, and have them find that person and take them, and only she wants to see how strong he is. First, Ryan turned to her and asked her what her name was, because she had promised to tell him. The girl hesitated a little and remarked that it was definitely true, for a promise must be kept. Next, she smiled and introduced herself, stating that her name was Sophia Puck. The intern smiled and remarked that it was indeed a beautiful name. She smiled and remarked that he was a fool, for she had certainly not chosen him herself. Next, she held out her hand and told him to believe that he wouldn't regret taking her on the team. Ryan wondered as he looked into Sophia's eyes as all of her lightheartedness mind drifted away, for it turns out that now there was a firm determination read there. It was that same commanding look that his partner, and also Sarah, had, the look of the very man who knows about how powerful he is. It turns out that the guy believed in Sophia back when he saw her in the feasting hall for the first time, and though he had only glimpsed a glimpse of her strength, his gut told him that she could be relied upon. It came out that the girl was worth far more than those beatings in the fight with Donald. She could be someone he would trust in this cruel game, and a friend. So he pulled his hand towards her and they shook hands. Next, the partner asked if he could become, and the hero responded by saying yes, because it's okay. After turning to Caleb and thanking her for helping him, he asked if Roger was still here, since he couldn't leave without thanking him. The interlocutor said he was outside and let the guy follow her. Her partner, meanwhile, also wanted to talk to him, and the hero asked if it was true, to which he received a positive answer. Next, Ryan turned his attention to the room they were in and asked if this was the infirmary. The So branch said it was, and the little minions were working for God. They may be mute, but they can easily turn a man into a chop if he wants to steal something for the next round, so you shouldn't even try whatever is in those vials. It can heal anything, disease, wounds, as well as death. She got excited and shouted out that it was just awesome. Sophia noticed this and said that the joy was just pouring out of her. After a while, the girl with green hair noticed that here they came. Ryan turned his attention forward and realized it was definitely him. The same guy who had taken down that thug in an instant was there now, standing near the wall and flipping a coin. Then he caught her and greeted the people who came to see him. At the same time, he said that it was the same hound and himself who came to him a few moments after. Hearing this, the power of the lad's eyes immediately began to work, and he became alert for the man in front of him. With a sudden movement, flung the coin from his hands in his direction. Of course, the hero noticed this attack and easily caught it. Sophia asked what the hell was going on, but the guy's partner noticed Roger bothering to fool around. He remarked that come on her, after all, he was just checking this man out further, inquiring if he was correct in realizing that he had unusual eyes. So it turns out that this is most likely his divine power. The protagonist was a little wary and noticed how observant the interlocutor was. After all, after inquiring to listen to what he had come, I called him to throw and wanted to say thank you for saving him. The interlocutor stated not to take it personally. It turns out that he just didn't want to watch that big guy turn him into a cutlet. Besides, it's weird because he stood up for his girlfriend, and Roger is like this in reality, respects the protagonist. Confused and noticed that simply he wanted to recruit her. The guy with the glasses stated that he had something to say too, and the hero asked what it was about. Next, the man smiled slightly and remarked for the hero to dump his girlfriend and move on to him, and Kayla also offered to win this third round together. And dumbfounded, the interviewer, the hero, immediately thought of the words through which he must leave her perfectly understood that after this man had shown what he was capable of, anyone would have taken him up on his offer immediately. It was literally enough to knock that thug off his feet in an instant, and the hero has no doubt that he'll go far in the game of God. It turns out that Roger uses his divine power without letting the rest of us understand its secrets, so even Ryan's eyes are not allowed to unravel the mystery of his ability. And then there's Kayla to all of this, and since this girl has made it this far, she can surely stand up for herself. Not to mention her healing divine power. While it will definitely be useful in a team fight, there is still a lot unknown to the guy. Roger along with Kayla helped him, but did they really do it out of the goodness of their hearts? Probably not. And they need something, because if you recall Adrienne's words, who said the guy had eyes like his, eventually the hero realizes that this guy in glasses like his partner wants to know the secrets of his divine power, and after weighing the pros and cons of the Guy stated that he apologizes, but he's a pass since he already has a team. The interviewer was flabbergasted by this, further stated that there were only two of them here. But then, who was the third member of their team? Suddenly the guy on the outside said it was him. Those present immediately turned their attention there and saw Adrian there. Roger said, wondering if this was the jerk who summoned his blade in the waiting room. Next he started to take off his glasses and asked me to tell him how to arrange the colors of his eyes. The masked guy remarked what a difference it would make since no one would care about the color of his eyes when he cut them out. Roger took off his glasses and looked at him with a smile, knowing that he believed in this one, for he wouldn't give a damn. But her partner was stopped by Kayla, for she grabbed his arm and prevented him from taking off his glasses. Also stated that he stopped all of these actions before and let him be a little more likable. The interlocutor glanced at her menacing expression but said nothing, then started acting casual and apologized, saying that he was just kidding. Next turned to the main character and remarked that it looks like we'll have to look elsewhere for the third member of the team, but that's too bad because Ryan has a lot of potential. He went on to pat the guy on the shoulder and remarked that they were still hanging on and called him handsome. To all this he asked him to try not to die, for he would like to chat with him again sometime. Adrian looked at the man and noticed that he was the second strongest man he had ever seen in this castle. Ryan asked if there was someone stronger or if he was talking about himself. The interlocutor said he wasn't. After all, the bespectacled girl we just talked to is much stronger than he is. The hero thought that if the gods heard his prayers he wouldn't want to meet Roger and anytime soon, further asking who the strong ones were. Then the main thing the squad noticed was that if they ran into him, he would tell him. Next, he turned his attention to the girl and asked who she was. She introduced herself and extended her hand, stated her name was Sophia Pack, and he turned out to be apparently another of Ryan's partners. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by another one. Next, the evil one looked at the hero, and the hero hesitated and said that they needed a third member as well. The head wondered if he had remembered to ask him. Next thing you know, they're both pissed off, and Ryan said he listened in this one because he didn't even know if he was going to be his partner in the third round or not. Adrian asked what he was carrying since he wasn't going to show his powers to everyone and anyone while he had enough. Sophia stated with a smile that the guys seemed to be getting along well, and afterward added that she promises they won't regret putting her on the team. The head just looked at her in silence for a few seconds and then stated that he agreed, and she would get off too. Afterward, he called for his team members to follow him. Sophia asked if this man was always such a jerk. The hero hesitated and stated that she would simply get used to it soon. Together they didn't follow the guy, and the girl asked Adrian where they were going. The head said Ryan never learned how to summon his weapons, so he doesn't want their team to be dragged down by some ballast and needs to show him how it's done, further asking him to move before he changes his mind. The protagonist was amazed and thought, will they really learn to summon their weapons? It would probably be the same glaive he had used in the first fight. He still remembered how comfortable it was in his palms. After all, it was like he'd spent his whole life with her and fought so easily. And even though his hands were shaking relentlessly right now, he could easily envision all the ways in which Gru should be used. The protagonist's mind stores years of experience with this blade, yet he does not remember any training with it. Remembering the reason to live that he had been given earlier, the hero wondered what we had meant to him. After a while, the squad leader said that the guy's weapon is an extension of himself. It turns out that he did summon him in the first round after all, so he should immediately try to remember the feelings he experienced then. Ryan, after hearing all of this, immediately thought about it and began to remember the same feeling he had back then was when energy began to emanate from the center of his suit, and then it whipped into the palms of his hands, but it was unclear where this flow of energy began. Suddenly his interlocutor interrupted his musing and remarked on the feeling. It so happens that every person has a defining feeling, so he needs to evoke that emotion in himself, and the weapon will appear in his hands, and it's no easier. Ryan said that meant the speech was about a defining feeling, but what did it even mean? Sophia asked if God hadn't told him anything at all. Immediately afterwards, she used her technique, and on the palm of her hand appeared what your energy. Next, the divine power calmed down a bit, and after that a gun appeared in her hand. The main character was shocked by this and watched carefully to see what was happening. The girl said that after the first round the god reminded her of a feeling from the past that allows her to summon her weapon. The guy asked what you are that feeling. The interview remarked that it is a matter of strong aspiration when you First, summon a weapon on your own. The guy will be able to do it without hesitation, but first, he has to overcome the difficulty associated with his draft, because it turns out that the draft of the first round does not count, and the girl thinks with him, helped by the god himself still had, he even hinted to him what feeling he should be feeling. Ryan wondered, and said that guns, and there hadn't even been a conversation about them. Especially as it happened, he was even general handcuffed at first. The girl as well as the guy were amazed and asked if this was really true and how he even survived. The hero said that fortunately the truth is he did. Adrian said he was on the crop in the first round, but no player he knows started the god game at such a disadvantage, not to mention he fought to the last in handcuffs, and considering that, and his eyes. Sophia asked if there were any guesses. The head said not at all, something's not right here because the left god wants Ryan dead so badly, or he's too powerful, which means his power must be limited in some way. The partner smiled sweetly afterward, and the hero declared that she was good for laughing because it wasn't that funny. Sophia said Donald kicked the guy's ass, so she's laughing, so we should cross out the second option, and next asked Adrian if he grinned or if it was just a chuckle. Ryan said whatever it is right now, it doesn't matter why God hates him, doesn't know why he puts the average player at a disadvantage, but you have to get over it, and all this must be done independently, and whining will not solve the problem. Further asked the head of the team what feeling helps him to call his weapon, though promptly replied that his own rage was helping him. The girl, after hearing this, shouted that he was showing off, but the interlocutor remarked that she would have understood if she had known about his situation. He had already mentioned that their weapon was an extension of themselves, so to summon it one must find a feeling that reflected one's inner world. After winning the second round, they were given a glimpse into their past, so the hero can hold on to something among those memories. Sophia said he suggests finding the sentience himself, and that's smart, except that after the second round they've only unlocked one memory shard, and she doubted it would be enough to find a defining feeling. The head said try not to torture, and otherwise he would have to achieve the next round unarmed as well, and he doesn't want to take the risk again with a partner like that, so he said if the guy doesn't find a way to summon his weapons for round 3, he'll put together a new team. So it turns out that Ryan's weakness will drag them down, and we shouldn't be so surprised because he already told him that before the second round. The Russian protagonist remembered the words to either match his level or die. The girl inquired, but if those words were too cruel. Arian said cruelly it was, forcing 2 million souls to fight each other plus doing it in a deadly game for your own amusement, and that's the reality. If Ryan fails to summon his weapon in the coming rounds, he will be destined to die. He won't go down with it, because their opponent could be a monster like a goggle-eyed man. Sophia turned away from him after that, and said nothing further, looked closely at the protagonist, and stated that he would do well. After all, this man had already surprised her once, so she was sure she could do it next time too. Ryan went on to say that he really needed to find a feeling and which self-defined and look for it in his one single memory. When he touched the surface of the cross, images of the past lined up around him like a simulation. The lad inhaled the freshness of the forest and also felt the breeze of the unknown land caressing him. Plus, it was there that he saw his sister and learned her name was Jennifer Ashura, but now it was unclear what emotion he was looking for and why he couldn't find the right one. Perhaps he needs a special kind of rage or a certain aspect of love, so it's unclear what he's supposed to feel from just one group of pasts. He didn't even know he had to extract what to find him, even though he didn't even know himself. Transcending all these memories, the protagonist cried, and a tear rolled down his cheeks. In his head, he was together his memories right in front of the blossoming flower. He further recalled the conversation with Mr. Arnold, who gave him a cross and remarked that he had made a gift, and it was a reason to live. Ryan reflected that if the god hadn't chosen him to participate in his game, he wouldn't have to shake for his life every day. So out you go. This particular monster took his life, his identity, and also absolutely everything. Because of him, the guy couldn't even recognize his own sister and himself in his memories. He's also the reason he's at risk of dying in a game with insane rules too, so got mad and said he'd kill him. Why? This one will become stronger, not to survive, but to finish off the god himself. Also kill all those deities who nipple bored faces watching the mayhem going on, and he'll wipe them all to powder. Thinking back to Sarah, Jonathan, and also James, he realized in order to finish off the god, he would need to make that list much longer. The protagonist decided that one day he would pick up a piece of paper with James's name on it, and right after that, he'd be chuckling at the top of his throat as Ryan went into a frenzy the whole thing said. Then the weapon in his hand had already appeared, and then after a few moments the lad's consciousness returned to normal and he opened his eyes. The members of his squad saw his weapon appear in his hands and were amazed. Ryan didn't even realize how it happened and stared intently at the glaive he was holding. Sophia smiled and said cheerfully that he had done well, except it's true that before he did he fell out of reality and started laughing, and they tried to shout to him at all in vain. Eventually, even already starting to worry about him, the guy wondered how long he had been in that state. The head of the squad immediately replied to him that it had lasted 3 hours, and so when Ryan came to his senses, the first thing he remembered was his smile. It was that grin that had appeared on his face after Sarah's death, as well as James's, so they understood what was happening to him in common. Sophia went on to say that he was doing well and asked Arion if she was right. As it happens, they can now become a team, and that's great. The guy at that asked the hero what his defining feeling was. Ryan looked closely at his weapon and noticed that he didn't know why, but something was bothering him. The head realized it wasn't that simple, so he turned to him again. Heroes didn't know what to say to that, and so clenched his teeth and thought he didn't understand anything. What ends up happening is that every step in the game of God brings him closer to his instincts, and that voice comes along that says finish him off, asking him what he's afraid of. The boy didn't understand at all then why. Even now it seemed as if he was losing himself in reality. He was confident, but he was crying while saying this. Bloodlust. The head was amazed and said it turns out to be bloodlust, and the hero didn't know what else to say to that and hesitated. Sophia entered the conversation and remarked to Ryan that he probably doesn't know who he is, and none of them do either. Of course the guy was sad about it, and so he wondered if he really was that kind of person. And here's the boy who turns out to be the one who seemed so innocent to him at the time. It was unclear at what point he had lost his way so much that his defining feeling was that very bloodlust. Soon he began to raise his weapon and raise himself, saying that he didn't care anymore. The masked man asked, in what sense of care? Ryan noted that he didn't care what his defining feeling was there, and he wasn't the same person he had been before, and he's also completely different from who he saw in his memories, and he's changed, which means he's going to act the way he wants to act. The interlocutor was flabbergasted because of this, but the interlocutor said nothing and was calm, and the hero actually started acting kind of weird and crazy, smiling and looking at his hand. Adrian soon said that no matter who he used to be from the past, you can't just dismiss it, and that's not how this game works at all. But if he really believes he can fight who he really is, then fine, he doesn't care as long as he's able to kill the enemies that come their way. Simply asks him to try not to lose himself in this struggle, and now that it's caught up, there's something to do. The man extended his arm forward and began to use his holy power, and further said that they should stretch before the next round. Immediately after these words, he summoned his weapon and inquired of the hero ready for it. The one immediately summoned his weapon and said he was ready. Next, the squad leader turned his attention to the girl and asked if she was ready. Sophia reluctantly told him that it was self-inflicted and called him a cretin for saying so. Next, Adrian pointed his blade forward and remarked that they should start practicing. Then their last hours in Ino's castle had been spent practicing under the head. They fought each other, honing their movements as well as skills and trying to become one. The man no longer so revealing of his abilities while doing so, but it was obvious that she was still holding herself back. Soph, on the other hand, was openly talking about her abilities and weapons. She even helped them break down different strategies while combining their combat skills. The girl's openness was like a fresh breeze, and next to her the hero felt less alone in this wild game of death. An hour before the third round, the tiny robots patrolling the castle led them back to the feasting hall. There was quite a large number of people there, and the hero said, "Isn't that everyone involved in the game of God?" Sophia said she was very doubtful. After all, they wouldn't have been able to cram everyone into one room, and there are probably other locks as well. Suddenly the head said this was it. The hero inquired as to who it was that was now in question, and the interlocutor pointed with his hand and remarked that he was looking into this one. The guy saw some big man with a beard, and the head said he was the strongest one here, thinking back to Roger, Adrian, and the bald big guy. Ryan knew there were plenty of truly dangerous opponents in play, but it turns out that none of them frightened him. As here was this man. The hero asked the man in charge who it was. Adrian said he didn't know his name, and he hadn't talked to anyone yet, but apparently he didn't have a team either. The girl asked if he was going into round 3 alone. If so, has he gone completely insane? The interlocutor stated that he is not. Simply, this man who looks very much like a Viking is sure he can kill Anyone here soon? A rather bright light from one side appeared and blinded the participants. It turned out to be a goddess who noticed she was seeing familiar faces. Mr. Arnold was with her, and the woman remarked that hopefully they were ready to give their lives, and with a sly smile on her face, she said that round 3 was starting next. The dummy said that for the third round of the God game they forgave all participants to form teams of 3. Those who are already ready to move on to the next round can do so now, and it turns out they have 3 hours to enter the gates before the castle collapses. The strongest of the participants was the first to start climbing up. Rebecca noticed him and was impressed, so she asked him how he liked the game, if it was interesting. The man said, "She's still the same annoying, they can't wait to close her mouth for good when this is all over." Mr. Arnold asked if he was with the team or not, and he interrupted him and stated that he was alone because he should get this done sooner rather than later. Immediately after he said all those words, you entered the portal that was open in front of you. The goddess was angry and screaming that she was going to finish that off, because who did he think he was? Sophia asked if it showed, or if that guy knew. The goddess, the head, said it didn't show, and he didn't like it at all, and the hero remarked that they had all talked to her before. Adrian said that there was no point in thinking about it and should go. The guy asked if it should wait at least a minute. Already the girl said that you can't breathe before you die. Mannequin turned to the main characters group and called out their names. Rebecca tried to run and asked for Arnold to let her go, but the creature that was doing round 2 asked if they would participate as a team. The squad leader answered without a second's hesitation that yes, he did. The interlocutor said that he was asking to go inside then, but the goddess wished them luck. Their team did start to go there. The protagonist looked at Sophia and thought she exerted the same confidence as when he first saw her, so because of that it turns out she's not afraid of what lies ahead. The guy reflected that he had only miraculously survived the first 2 rounds, so by no means can you hope forever that there will always be someone around to save him, and this time he used his eyes and guns and later will win the victory with their own forces. And so when the team entered the portal, they found themselves in some strange space. The hero turned his attention to Sophia and wondered if she was nervous. Only the interlocutor thought for a few seconds and then, sweetly smiling, remarked that she was not worried. She went on to say that she was worried, just that she might get hurt, but the wounds will heal, and she is confident in their abilities. The hero said afterward that this was indeed a good answer. Adrian stopped at some door and remarked that knowing how to manage their emotions was key to good survival, so they should do it together. Next they went inside, and the hero was saying they couldn't see anything, so asked the head if he would organize some light for them. Adrian said you waited a bit as they seemed to be in a cave. Suddenly some voice said it was on point. Immediately afterwards some creature appeared out of the darkness and greeted them. The hero asked if it was a monkey, and Sophia remarked that it had a human body. The headman in the squad took note of it too and said it was bad. The girl asked if he knew him, and the interlocutor replied that it was true, so meeting him did not bode well. This is Sun Wukong, and he is the king of the monkeys. The creature stated that he was pleased that no one had heard of him. After all, he went on to say that he welcomes in the 3rd round, and will now tell them what's what. It turns out that they will play Capture the Flag. The system reported that this is the 3rd round of their live left almost 50,000 people. So it turns out that Rebecca made some kind of mess. So for round 3 the rest of us had to call him out. Still lucky to have a handler like him, and now they'll see if they can surprise him. Next the Monkey King started warming up and scratching his head, stated something to be said to him. He used his divine power and summoned his weapons and asked if they liked games. The hero was amazed at what was happening and wondered where he got the staff from. Sophia said she loved it, but the squad leader interrupted them and told him to explain. Already Monkey noticed that was rather rude. First, further pointing with his hand, stated that somewhere in this cave is the 2nd team, and both 3 are given a flag each. To win you have to steal the enemy's flag as well as getting him to his base. Adrian said that it turns out they need both flags to win. Wukong added that it was true, and it would probably be fun. They're given 3 hours to do everything, and of course killing is allowed. Next the 3rd round handler asked if there were any questions. Sophia raised her hand and asked what would happen if they lost. As usual, the interlocutor said that was not true, for this round would be slightly different from the others. If they lost, he would spare one of them if he chose, but the other 2 men on the squad will be eliminated afterward. The Monkey King told them not to worry so much, because even if they lost, the chance to make it to the 4th round would still remain, so they should entertain it. He went on to say that he would go announce the rules to The second team, and the round would begin when the timer went off, but let them sit tight for now. If they cheat, he'll finish them off himself. And wish them luck. The character said afterwards that he still thought Mr. Arnold was infuriating, so he's wondering from the team what the actual plan is. The head said they didn't know who their opponents were yet, and he was the strongest of the three of them. The girls sarcastically stated that was certainly true. The masked man went on to say that he would stay to guard the flag and let them take the offensive, as everyone doesn't know what strategy their enemy will choose. The safest of options is to split into offense and defense. Sophia asked if he thought he was worth the two of them. The interlocutor got angry about it, said that if she wanted to stay on base, let her. She remarked that she would get around for let her see that the game had started. They would soon be back with the lag, and let him try not to lose them. The chief said it was better. She was worried about herself after all. The hero exhaled sadly afterward and said that here was the name of the team. Together with Sophia, he headed forward and said that it should be done away with the system, then announced that the third round was starting. The girls said the guy didn't seem afraid at all, even when fighting. Donald seemed calm. The hero asked how calm was hardly the right word, for he was rather just numb. Maybe it's really weird, but it's as if some kind of switches flicked in his head when a guy just starts fighting. In the moment when the truth is worth being afraid of, he feels nothing. Fighting and also killing all seem perfectly natural to the guy. He just wants to know why he can turn off his emotions so easily, and why he's not afraid. Also, why his defining feeling is blood lust. It's round 3, and he still knows next to nothing about himself or the sister he's looking for. Sophia asked if she was in the memory. He had been brought back. The guy said she was, though he wasn't sure he would recognize her now. She might even have been in Ino's castle, but he wouldn't even pay attention to her anyway. He further asked if the person he was talking to was looking for someone. In response, she said she wasn't. All the contestants she's met over the past rounds are either looking for someone or want to achieve a certain goal of becoming the strongest. For example, the piece of paper she got only had her name and age on it, and she had no one to look for and no purpose either. It's a bit of a cop-out since everyone here has at least a written reason to go on with their lives, and she turns out to have none. Even the memories she got back turned out to be some just nonsense. The main character saw her sad face afterward, just after inquiring how she was and not needing to be told if she didn't want to. The girl remarked that it was really okay. It turns out that she was still a child, and she was sitting on the floor with blood pouring out of the wound on her forehead. Someone was standing behind her, but all she could see was an ominous shadow. Ryan wondered if she was saying that she had no reason to live. She needs to find out who it was and beat the crap out of him. Sophia said with a smile on her face that such a revenge story would appeal to someone like Adrian. The hero said that if the truth be told, he was such a show-off, and the interlocutor, smiling, declared that he shouldn't even say it. Fruit was true. She went on to say that the guy should know that she was glad that he had stalked her in that very hallway. Ryan was a little embarrassed and stated that he wasn't stalking her, but her interlocutor added that of course he was, but if he hadn't, she wouldn't have met the fearless fool who might even make her laugh during this crazy game of death. So she thanked him and remarked that she really was grateful. The hero was embarrassed and thought that ever since he got into the God game, not a single person had tried to be friendly to him. Even Adrian and Roger were only interested in the secret of his divine power, but Sophia is different, and she dares her to call her the first friend in this hell. For the first time, the protagonists didn't feel alone in the brutal battle for survival. The squad leader continued to guard their flag. At that moment, he reflected that he had definitely underestimated their opponents in the second round, so determined that it wouldn't happen again. But suddenly I heard the rocks from above begin to crumble. That's why he was wary and immediately summoned his weapon and pointed it in the direction of the noise. It turned out that the Monkey King was there with a sword already near his neck. The man and master asked what this macaque was doing here, but the curator asked how Adrian was doing. He didn't think their paths would cross again so soon. Plus, it turns out he's got a team, and his boy is definitely growing up. The guy told the monkey to cover his mouth and interfere in the game against the rules, and he knows God will rip his head off. The interlocutor said he is fed up with his rules. Let him not worry, you won't be here for a while. Someone will show up, and the cave is very large, and he didn't just give them so much time for this round. If he came down to earth and said he was offering to make a deal, he would sponsor him and make him his champion in exchange for one favor. Adrian listened to him carefully and then wondered what the catch was. Wukong said that he knows exactly what this man wants, but it is impossible and He knows it, however, he needs to become the strongest to make things happen, and to all of this you should recruit as many deity sponsors as possible, the interlocutor asked. So what he wanted him to do, the monkey stated that he wanted him to succeed. The guy asked in surprise why that was. All of a sudden the king wondered if he was still asking because it was all because then there would be real chaos all around. His reason to win is one of the craziest in this game, and he loves it, but the creature wants more than that. Next, he told him with confidence in his voice to kill his new comrade, then approached rather abruptly and stated that he was talking about Sophia Park. Adrian was stunned at what his interlocutor was asking. The Monkey King said that if he could finish her off, he would invest in him and sponsor him. It's all really simple. Of course, you don't have to kill her now. And the creature gives him 3 rounds, including this one too. Take her out of the god's game. If she dies, the deal itself is off. He wants a guy to be the one to curl her slender neck. Adrian asked what she did to him. He said nothing, just he doesn't like her current sponsor. So once this scoundrel incarnate for what he did a few centuries ago. The guy asked if he was implicating outside of dependent competition person motives. Monkey patted him on the shoulder and said, come on him. After all, they both realized that God's game is not just entertainment. For someone like him to finish off a total stranger is a piece of cake, and yet he's done worse things. Adrian said, who knows, maybe when this is all over he'll finish him off to the diet. He said that's a great attitude. Further noticed that he had faith in him and snapped his fingers, disappeared somewhere, turning into an insect. He said that only those with the strongest wills would survive. The masked man looked up and realized he had been given the assignment to kill Sophia. Next thing he knew, he remembered the moment when they were having an unforced good time, and then wondered what Ryan would think of him in that case. Though he decided he should stop, because why should he even care? He's just another goof, a competitor and a stepping stone on his way to his own goal. And that's probably true, Ryan said. He's been going for an hour, if not even more, and I wonder if this cave even ends anywhere. Sophia told him to wait a bit, and further pointing her finger forward asked if he could see it too. There was a flag in front of the place they were in, and the hero noticed it was a token. Then he thought the girl remarked that it was, and it must be the enemy flag. Ryan remarked that if that's the case, there's no one here, and where's the other team? Suddenly the guy felt with his instincts that someone was approaching from behind, and so he turned his attention there, but it was too late, for the attack was so instantaneous that he barely had time to cover his body with his hands. After that he hit the wall hard, but the girl started to worry about him, so called for her weapon and in defense of her co-commander declared for the attacker to come out. The man started to get closer and noticed that it was his lucky day. The hero started to get up and saw the person who attacked him, so he realized it was all for. At the same time, it was unclear to him why it was they who had shown up here. It was Donald along with his posy. The girl with blue hair remarked to her head that he was indeed right. After all, these that are also their opponents are indeed divided, so the third member from their team is nowhere to be seen at all. The thug said that Ryan Ashura was standing right in front of him, as well as Sophia Pack. Turns out they do have some unfinished business with them. After all, the girl remarked to the protagonist that their leader's plan really sucks. The guy thought that they didn't foresee their opponent splitting up, so they lined up defenses hoping to crush them. Yet 3 more aces would be enough to stop the attackers and then go on the offensive, and now they're outnumbered. The bold guy used his divine power to hand and said that apparently the gods are on his side. After all, they've brought the prey right to their feet. Donald then turned to Ruby and said that the boy would be on him. The interviewer replied that she agreed and let him do what he wanted. She then summoned her weapon and noticed her opponents, because Sophia, the head of their squad, had told her all about her. Plus, she asked to be reminded who her patron was. If it was Zeus himself, the interlocutor replied that his name was Zephyr, at which point her opponent started laughing and said that this deity of words was just cheesy. Of course, Sophia was infuriated by these taunts, and so she fired her weapon, yelling for her to shut her mouth. At the last moment, the girl managed to repel this attack using the power of the ice. She had placed a wall in front of her. Next, I looked out from behind her and noticed how nervous she was. After all, Sophia noticed that she turns out to be using ice base divine power, so once again she fired her weapon and noticed that she was going to be a lot of trouble. Her opponent paid attention to this attack and didn't understand why she was aiming for the wall. Though I realized that I needed to stop and think about it, because the girl had activated her divine power with the help of her eyes. The protagonist's partner began to control her bullet. Because of this, the cat flew not directly into the block of ice, but tried to avoid it somehow. But her Opponent blocked it. Ruby went on to say that Donald had told her about all the girls' tricks before, so maybe she has some other tricks besides bullet envelopes. The hero thought it was a pity that the big guy had time to blab to his buddies about his partner's abilities, but his opponent doesn't seem to know the main thing. Immediately afterwards, Sophia fired her weapon at the mountain and asked what other enveloping bullets after this shot. Rather large chunks of rock began to fall down. The girl smiled and once again used her words to ask if she really thought her divine power was so simple. It was really hilarious for her as she used these big chunks of rocks and pointed them towards her opponents. The enemy squad leader noticed this attack and poured in to repel it, so he gathered a huge amount of divine energy in his hand and prepared to strike. He was strong enough to smash that pile of rocks into small shreds. Then the man told his partner not to yawn because her powers are not limited to some bullets. The girl said that she understood everything and thanked for the help. Ryan paid attention to what was going on and decided on a similar reveal. Sophia's divine flash power allows her to move objects in the direction of her gaze. The larger the object, the harder it is to move. Of course, this power has many uses, and besides, the girl wields it even if ideally. But here, Ruby's ice barriers provide the perfect defense for her. Oh, and to top it all off, Donald's brute strength acts as an intimidating attacking power. As a result, this duo that has formed looks pretty dangerous. And then there's the silent guy who hasn't even shown his power, yet the hero is unclear why he stupidly stands in that place and does nothing. But if he decided to be a spectator, the guy does not mind, because one less enemy. He went on to say to her partner that the girl's divine power was obvious, and whether there was any guesses about Donald. Sophia said the guy has already seen what she knows about his gloves building up power in him, and he throws it out in one fell swoop. It ended up being something akin to a blast, but the second round also had something she still doesn't understand. Ryan started to move closer and noticed that it was enough and further closed his eyes. Immediately, he summoned his weapon and realized that his eyes would see what was hidden next. He asked his partner if she was ready, and the girl smirked and asked if he had decided to steal her questions since he was the one who was going to poke around, even though he's always ready to go crazy as it is. And at the same time, the guy threw himself into the attack. The protagonist ran with a crazy smile on his face, but the girl called him a fearless jerk. The head of the enemy squad told his partner that they should be finished off, and the girl agreed. As part of this, she began to use her divine power and to summon large amounts of ice. This caused the sharp ice picks to head straight towards Ryan, the hero, realizing in that moment that his feminine power wasn't limited to ice walls as she did, so Sophia used her eyes to drag the stones over. Because of this, the ice that was supposed to attack her partner stopped and did not harm him. Ruby was stunned, for she hadn't expected Ryan to move on like this. Donald then entered the fray and swung his arm and struck, but the hero dodged in time. Further using the power of his eyes, he turned his attention to him and noticed that the man's gloves had begun to glow. It was unclear what it was, but a friend flew straight into the wall after the impact happened, and there was an explosion. The guy noticed the large dent in the wall and wondered if he would be able to survive such a blow or not. Of course, he knew full well that this Hulk was strong enough to land such blows, but it's the very gloves he uses that make him even more of a true monster. The opponent didn't stop for a second and started attacking while the hero defended with his weapon and decided that he shouldn't think about nonsense. If he goes on the offensive, he won't be able to mount another attack against him, so taking advantage of his rather fast speed, the hero began to make attacks, but the opponent easily managed to repel them. Soon the guy kept using the power of his eye and didn't understand why he couldn't see any loopholes. Ryan tried to build up a variety of punches and even hit his legs, as they were the vulnerable spot in the last fight, but the big guy easily dodged or deflected these attacks, and so the hero turned his attention upward and wondered if Donald wanted to counterattack him already. Of course, the guy easily dodged this attack and decided there was something he needed to do while he was in the air. He will take advantage of this situation and come in from behind the man and then strike him from his blind spot. So just like that, it was done, and within seconds Ryan was already behind his opponent's back, and there he was surprised again, for he realized that although Donald was completely open to him, he still saw no way to finish him off. All of this was actually incomprehensible to the guy. Suddenly, he felt something restraining him, and when he looked down, he saw that it was ice. Next, she turned her attention to the girl with blue hair and realized who had been in his way all along. So it turns out that Ruby has been covering for his head this whole time. It turns out that the previous fights, when he fought his opponent one-on-one, he didn't even have to think about his teammates being able to negate All of his successful attacks. Groma interrupted the boy's musings and noticed that he was even more brazen than he thought. He then got close to the immobilized Ryan and punched him hard with his fist. The hero can't get back up, so he got hit hard and flew far off to the side. The guy afterward landed in the wall behind him, silenced by his man from the enemy squad. Sophia was worried about her partner, but the bulky man moved closer and remarked to Benjamin to leave him alone. After all, he owns this kid completely, so he'll finish him off himself. His companion glanced at Ryan's ragged body and remarked that let him do what he wanted. This person doesn't want to play with someone else's food. After all, the big guy moved closer to the protagonist and grabbed his head and said that he would properly enjoy killing this scumbag. Next lifted it higher and said that now that his eyes were visible to him in great detail, he realized that he had already seen them. So Donald began to ask why he and God had the same eyes. He wonders what he is to this creature since he has the same eyes. Ruby asked the head in surprise if he was going to interrogate him if it was serious, then let him just finish this guy off quickly. At the same time that she was distracted, she noticed the attack on her, but she didn't have time to dodge, and the bullet pierced her body. Donald was astonished, and so turned to Ruby in surprise. Benjamin, as well as the main characters, paid attention to what was happening, but didn't say anything. Sophia's weapon had changed color and was now red instead of blue. The girl herself also had a completely different appearance while doing so, and shouted for the man to let Ryan go since he hadn't dealt with her yet. She reflected that the further one progressed in the game of God, the harder it was to force oneself to keep going. It turns out that all the other participants have a reason to fight, and even if it is for trivial survival, they desperately want to live. Despite this, she herself doesn't feel the same way, so it was incomprehensible. What was the point of living in such a cruel world, in a lonely world where everyone is against her? But in the game of God, there is only one winner. And so knowing all this, how can you make friends or build any kind of relationship here? Besides, how can you even think of anyone else but yourself, even though she doesn't even care about herself? So it's unclear why she's still continuing her battle. And as a result of all this thinking, a completely different Sophia appeared right in front of the opponents. The thug looked at her discouraged and noticed that it was the three's gun, but when she had it in the second round, she hadn't used it. Yet the interviewee, on the other hand, said that it was not necessary. Donald shouted how it wasn't necessary, and that's why her partners had exploded into pieces, and she is an go maniac. So it turns out that she had the power to save her partner all along, but she chose not to even show it then. Why reveal their cards now for some jerk? Sophia remembered her partner's words saying that not the two of them would go to the next round. The girl knew it, and they went there to find a reason to give her back her will to live. And it was at that very moment of the fight that the girl forgave Sophia to help. Her head was clasped in Donald's hands, and she begged to be saved, for she could do nothing, but her partner didn't help her and watched with tears in her eyes as her head exploded in the end. There it turned out that Lily remained selfless and optimistic even in that hell. If anyone deserved to survive, it was her. But no matter how many times Sophia shot at Donald, he stood firm. Maybe if she pulled out a second gun, she could kill him faster, or she could save Lily. But was it important at that moment if it was her partner who ended up dead, not her? After all, every participant in this game of God is her enemy. But she didn't know if she was doing the right thing, and so tears came to her eyes. Thinking back on it all, she broke down and said she had held back to the last for nothing, and so it comes out that she really shouldn't have let Lily die just like that. That regret has haunted her every minute since the end of the second round. She was so stupid to think she could fight alone, and that was her mistake. The hero at that started his movement. Sophia went on to say that this is why she won't let that thug kill her partners anymore. Ruby started to get up and yelled for her to save this, not for later, because this girl had shot her and let her say goodbye to her life. The girl immediately began to prepare for the attack and fired her weapon, talking about whether or not this would be the case. Bullets were flying in different directions, and so the girl with blue hair asked if it was an attack again. Donald noticed everything that was going on and immediately shouted in his partner that it was a trap. The first few bullets hit the ice walls the girl had made, but the next two flew straight at her. The master of Viola Control realized that she couldn't get out from behind her eyes walls, so in order to repel this attack, and all you have to do is block the Vard, and when she did, she thought she was done, but suddenly Sophia shouted the word spark, and suddenly the ice in front of the girl immediately shattered. After that, a big red bullet flew into her stomach and struck her. Blood spurted from her opponent's mouth, and she didn't understand how that could happen. She eyed the girl carefully and wondered how she was able to break through her defenses. Sophia said afterward that the divine power of the marshmallow manifests itself differently, depending on the gun. The first one is related to flashes, which allows her to bend small objects. They control their trajectory with her gaze. But in the second pistol, with a concentrated spark, if the help of girls can control the acceleration of visible objects, in the end it just so happened that she'd already been wrong once, but this time it would be different, and she wouldn't hold back. Ruby was conscious and asked if her opponent had two powers. Of course, a good task, she asked her. She first said that even though the whole thing was completely irrelevant, and using her power told Donald to excuse him, the girl was now her prey. Groma wanted to say something to her about it, but she interrupted him and said he'd heard here under her feet appeared a magic circle that exuded divine power. So Ruby said she would let all her power go. One last glance at her partner, and remarked not to dare interrupt her. The rest of her squad said nothing to her on this, and just watched in silence. Next, the man only told her to crush her opponent. The interlocutor smiled madly, and said she would be more than happy to do it all. Sophia watched carefully what was happening, and saw the divine power heading towards her. The girl with blue hair actually used a large amount of power, and shouted that it was Kale's divine power, and so after use knights in armor were born who held spades of ice in their hands. Their queen was a girl who claimed it was a cold death. Ryan came to his senses a bit and noticed it. He realized that this man had summoned all those ice soldiers with his divine power. Ruby grinned madly and asked her opponent how she felt about that. Sophia said nothing to her on that and simply stood there holding her weapon. Her opponent pointed her hand forward and ordered her ice warriors to kill her. The protagonist's partner exhaled deeply, then began to use her spark power. Quite quickly we fired our weapons, alternately aiming this red and that blue bullet. Eventually, after a few moments, a large number of them appeared. They all turned red. Donald noticed what had happened and wondered what was wrong with her bullets. After that, said about them moving as if in slow motion. But how can that be? Benjamin said that the spark allowed her to control the degree of acceleration of small objects. They had already seen her speed up her bullets, and it seemed that slowing down was something she could do as well. Now, for starters, they should better find shelter because this attack looks really scary. Ruby, for her part, was also amazed and shouted out Astana. She couldn't believe her eyes. Further, using her ice power to defend her body, Sophia decided she didn't care about her own life at all, but it was not clear what she was fighting for. After letting the ice knights get close to her, Sophia shouted the word flash. When these words were spoken, the bullets that were literally in slow motion began to fly forward. The girl realized that she was shooting and shooting, filling the air with so many bullets that they didn't turn into lead rain. The light shining through the shells were a red-blue web in the air. With all that many bullets, the girl was killing the ice knights in front of her, nor did she forget the ice holes that defended herself, and from within covering herself with ice. Hundreds of bullets dodged, accelerated, slowed, ricocheted, or finally hit their target. And the girl was running them the whole time and didn't stop for a second. Soon all these knights were defeated, but the opponent's defense was also a failure. The block of ice that had been protecting her all this time began to crumble and blood gushed from her wounds. Ryan's partner reflected that maybe she didn't need to fight for herself, but would fight for others and for her friends. It all sounds actually pretty good, like a purpose for life. The protagonist saw what was happening and with a smile on her face thought that she didn't do such a thing during her training. The big guy was trying to reach out to his partner, who was about to be defeated. The girl sat with her head down for a few seconds, a tear rolling down her cheeks. Further up she rose, had smiling remarked that it seemed her fate was now in his hands. Sophia at that approached her immediately and from a short distance shot her direct ly in the head, hitting her target. Donald and everyone else present was stunned at how brutal it was, and here's the girl, after disposing of the man's partner, turned to him, and so quite madly looking at this man, she said he would be next. The protagonist reflected that he was well aware that Sophia was really strong, but even if that was the case, she far exceeded his expectation. The thug was angry that his partner had been brutally murdered literally in front of his eyes, so he turned to Benjamin and asked if he wasn't going to do something about it. He called the man a bastard and asked if it was a contract. The interlocutor gave him an inexpressive look and remarked that if he told him he wouldn't want to be his partner. The hero was surprised at what he heard and thought, what else is the contract? Does it really turn out that Benjamin made a deal with God? Immediately he remembered Rebecca offering to make a deal and realized that was why this man wasn't going to fight. Donald used a very large amount of divine power and said that after he was done dealing With these two, he would finish off his partner. So after that, time sits back and watches what happens next. The man headed towards the protagonist, and he managed to bounce away. The girl asked if he was okay, and the guy replied that it was no better. Next, he touched his home cage and noticed that he thought he saw something. And is it possible that Donald's punches are getting harder each time? Next, she looked closely at the man and said he was getting stronger. Soya asked her how he realized this. Ryan said he's beautiful. All this will see with his own eyes, and his divine power gets stronger the longer the fight goes on. The interviewee said that actually makes sense, as she too noticed it when she fought him in the second round. The man said he was getting close. It turns out that his guardian minotaur will soon appear. The more divine power is used around him, the stronger he becomes. The man said that unfortunately for them, they realized all of this rather late. Immediately after that, he smiled madly and rushed towards them. The first thing he did was attack Sophia, who managed to dodge his fist. Immediately after that, a huge stream of divine power hit the wall there. The girl thought that if she got hit by the cannons of his gauntlets, she was definitely dead. The rock started falling down because of this attack, and they realized that this was because they wouldn't have enough time to get out at the last moment due to his speed. The hero of the bribe had time to dodge and jumped aside. Next, he was alert and shouted, turning to Sophia. The guy didn't realize if she made it out in time. After that, he noticed the silhouette of some person appearing from behind a wall of dust. The hero hoped that there would be a girl there, but suddenly a big guy appeared who immediately attacked the guy. Next, he swiftly headed towards Ryan and shouted that Sophia had killed two of his partners, so he must equalize the number of players on the battlefield. The guy successfully dodged the man's fists, but the man headbutt him. The hero fell to the ground and realized that this man wasn't just getting stronger, but faster. To a few moments after the incident happened, and the big guy felt that his arm had been pierced by a bullet. It was Ryan's partner who did it, who got out from under the rubble and fired a shot. The thug turned his attention to her and remarked that she was a rogue. Next, tried to attack with her fists and yelled that she apparently didn't know when to stop. The girl managed to dodge this attack, but her leg was still grazed, so she felt a hell of a lot of pain and realized her leg couldn't move. But in addition to her leg, it also grazed her left arm, from which her weapon fell out. Sophia began to scream very hard for the pain was simply unbearable, and the hero heard it. He watched carefully what was happening in his own eyes, and he saw something. It turns out that at the same time, a killer path appeared that led directly to this man's right shoulder. It was a way to kill Donald. That's why the guy rushed toward him, but suddenly he saw the guy raise his hands, eventually realized that the situation was really shitty because he wasn't going to get to him in time. The big guy, after raising his hands, immediately hit the ground very hard, and it disintegrated into small pieces. The blast wave, because of this, was so strong that it threw the hero back as if it were an earthquake. The partners ended up several dozen meters away from the epicenter, with Donald sitting on the ground. Sophia crouched down and held onto her arm, and Ryan wondered if she was okay. The interview, he asked what it was like, because the longer this battle lasts, the stronger this person becomes. Further said they need to kill him now before that guy fights. She also added that she would cover for the guy. He was stunned at what he heard, further pondered he couldn't just rely on others always being there to save him. This time with his weapons and those eyes, he would win on his own. After all, Sophia had literally just recently handled Ruby on her own. That's why he got up from his seat and thought it was time to contribute to this battle as well. Donald wondered if his partner was the second person in this game to speak to him without any fear, and the first was a kid whose name he didn't even recognize. At that, he wouldn't even give him 17 years, for he looked at him with a determined look, and then he offered to fight. Together, he said it with such confidence, as if he was considered the strongest in the room. The man really didn't care if that was the case or not. After all, this was the only guy who wasn't looking at him shaking with fear. This man wanted to be his partner, and Donald was going to be rescued with him. But the second round didn't go according to plan at all, and his partner was killed by a headshot. The man was desperate at that moment and didn't understand why he had to die, because if only he could have protected him, things would have been very different. What the man regretted most at that moment was that he never learned his name. Afterward, God appeared to him and stated that how about a second chances of avenging his partner. The rage Donald felt at the lifetime of failure is also vivid even after death. There's absolutely no way he can rest in peace knowing that the killer of that same kid is still alive. So when it starts, you realized you're still in the mortal world, screaming with hopelessness on the floor of Eno's castle. Then Ruby came over and said that such a powerful yell here like a girl should be careful. If he flaunted his weakness, he would immediately become an easy prey. After that, she held out her hand and told the burly man to tell her what had happened to him. Still, they didn't have much time before the third round started, but instead of practicing or looking for a team, the girl sat and listened to him, told him to know that taking it away wouldn't make him feel any better. He and this kid didn't even know each other, and he just liked him, and that's not uncommon around here. She here likes anyone who doesn't want to finish her off, but was he really going to take revenge on someone he didn't know, someone whose name he doesn't even know? The man said that he was a child and his killer is still alive. The interviewer, he noted that he had no choice because these are the conditions of the game. She certainly feels sorry for him, but he's not the only one who lost a comrade in the second round, so held out food to him, outstated that should team up they would find it about as killer together. Donald looked at her and wondered if she really wanted to be on the same team with him after everything he'd been on here. The girl remarked with a smile that she knew he was strong, but he was just completely despondent right now. Seeing someone he knew die really sucked, so it suggested to deal with all this pain that has experienced together. The man grabbed the chicken leg that was offered to him and remarked that it was good. Together, Ruby smiled afterward and told him not to talk with his mouth full, for that nasty stuff was just he remembers. Then laughing quite hard for the first time since arriving in this nightmarish place from the memories Arnold had given him, he had learned that he had once been a construction worker, killing and watching others die. That kind of life was definitely not for him in the game. He's required to be intimidating to scare the other opponents, but one wondered how he used to live before all this craziness to all this interest. But what were the people dear to him before remembering all this? Donald stood in the same spot in the dust that had developed in the air. Soon the protagonist arrived to meet him and was to fight him. The man noticed this attack and still managed to block it with his fist. Next thing he knew, he was trying to back away and saw a guided bullet flying straight toward him, easily repelling this attack. He wondered if she was still alive. If that's the case, then this guy has to die first. As he thought of the girl, images of his dear comrades who had died began to pop up in his mind. This made him quite angry, and as he tried to attack, he asked why that was the case. The big guy asked just to let him kill that particular wench, but the hero easily dodged his attack. Without stopping for a second, he had already attacked himself and slashed his opponent's legs with his glaive. When he did that, Donald immediately fell to his knees, for he could not stand on his feet, and the fellow jumped up to finish him off. At that moment, it looked like it was about to pierce his chest, and the man noticed it. That's why, luckily for him, he managed to grab his weapon in time and held it with his hands. Because of the sheer strength the big guy had, he held the weapon, and the guy tried to finish him off. After a while, the girl intervened, lean in their fight again with a bullet through her shoulder, but it just so happened that there were quite a large number of these bullets, and they all pierced Donald's body. Together, the man realized he was in a very bad situation and screamed that she had killed two of his friends. Blood rushed from his mouth after these attacks, and he screamed Sophia's name, and the main character took one last sad look at him and stated that he understood it all. Immediately afterward, he felt his opponent lose strength and thrust his blade right into his chest. Donald was in a desperate situation and realized in despair that he could not get revenge. The girl continued to sit quite a distance away and watched to see what would happen. That's when the thug grabbed the protagonist by the head and yelled that if that was the case, he would at least drag her partner down with him. His grip was actually very strong, and so he was clutching his head, and the guy was screaming because of it. Sophia, of course, saw all of this and yelled out to Ryan, worrying very much about him. The man at the same time pondered that if it was not revenge that lifted this weight from his soul, then what? Immediately afterward, he did let go of the guy and fell to the ground. He was also thinking that he'd had enough of this whole game. Next, he turned his attention to his partner's body and tearfully said that maybe next time things would have been different. The protagonist fell to his knees beside him and watched intently to see what was happening. Soon, he pulled his fly from the man's pocket. It said his name was Donald, and he was a 33-year-old man who had spent most of his life alone, and all the while he's looking for people he can trust. The guy was sad about it and said he apologized that they took it away from him. Next, he turned to Benjamin and remarked that he understood he wouldn't just let them take their flag. The man finally did let out another emotion and smiled and stated that it wasn't true because it was just like Donald said. It was coming out that he had made a deal with a deity. Ryan turned his attention to him and asked what her terms were as well. The interlocutor began to use his divine power, and remarked that this condition was to kill the entire team alone after that a stuffed animal appeared above his head in an octopus video. The main character was flabbergasted because of this, and the guy asked the doll what she thought of the two of them the creature was alive. So it answered him, and told him they were weak. Sophia, as well as Ryan, were surprised, and wondered if his puppet was talking. Benjamin said he totally agrees, and one is about to pass out, and the other can barely stay on his feet, but how does he think which one is stronger mentally? Right now the puppet continued to speak and fixed her gaze on the guy. The host asked in what sense he meant it, for he was betting on the girl, but the creature declared that he would soon see for himself. The protagonist prepared to attack, and thought that this man was definitely a weirdo, though if he kills him first it will no longer matter. What strange power he even possesses. Therefore Ryan rushed to attack his opponent. After seeing this, lowered his gaze and smiled, soon raised his head, and remarked that it was okay. Then it was time to begin. His pupils were empty at that, and they had darkness. Next, Benjamin said it's divine power, and he's using the power of a crazy dreamer. At the same moment, the guy did not see that he was in some empty space. Because of this, he wondered if it was some kind of illusion, so tried to reach out to Sophia, but she didn't answer. So the next step was to drop the weapon in hand. He figured that if it was still some kind of mirage in front of him, there should at least be a solid floor beneath his feet, but the glaive flew far down and didn't stop. So Ryan wondered if the man had transported him somewhere, since it wasn't clear what the hell was even going on. Suddenly the protagonist heard a voice in his head telling him not to panic. What's there to be afraid of, since he knows exactly what it's all about? The very creature that was the puppet appeared in front of the guy and asked him what he feared the most. Perhaps that answer for him will be death or God himself, and at the same time it can be so that he will be from the very interlocutor, because at the moment when he told, he increased in sight several tens of times. A moment after what was said, Sophia appeared in front of the guy and was wrapped in tentacles, and then there was Adrian, who were just standing there unconscious. The creature went on to ask if perhaps he was afraid of losing his new friends. The protagonist wanted to pounce on his interlocutor, but suddenly a voice in his head told him not to move. The monster afterwards destroyed everything below and asked if it wasn't, but then they would try again. Soon his sister appeared in front of the guy, who was also wrapped in tentacles. The entity went on to ask if perhaps he was afraid he would never find his own sister, or exactly what he will never ever know, the truth, which is the information he needs to know about himself as well as her. Afraid he won't find the very truth. His God is secretly hidden. The hero remarked to the creature that he is after all a deity. So he forgot then in the game of God. The interlocutor inquired, and who said deities cannot participate in this? The guy should be well aware that he's already met just such a participant. In the end, he still has yet to find out why this game was created, but he was not signed up as a participant, and he is just part of Benjamin's divine power and weaponry. Ryan wondered if the divine power in this man's weapons were connected, just like Sophia's flash and spark with her guns, but the girl's weapon can kill after all. And then what's the point of Benjamin's power? A voice in the guy's head interrupted all these musings and remarked that it was time to finish this fool off. After hearing that, Ryan saw that there was a path to possibility, and it probably leads to a body. So he was right, all this is just an illusion after all. Suddenly the hero felt that his left shoulder was shot by someone. The illusion shattered afterward, but Benjamin said he was right, and he escaped from the captivity of the mad stop. The guy had never seen such a valid one before. Dad, he said that it was his eyes, and this boy's divine power allows him to see through their mirages. The participant remarked that then you just need to blind him. Ryan touched his earlier to hold the blood and wondered if Sophia had done it. Suddenly, he saw the girl pointing a gun at him, her begging him to stop doing it. She went on to say don't do that to her, and the guy looked at her pupils and saw that there was emptiness as well as darkness. So he rushed toward her and remarked to her to stand still, for it was only a mirage. Her partner grabbed her weapon and cried out in a trembling voice that she could no longer stay strong. With tears in her eyes, she added that she couldn't take it anymore and apologized and presented the weapon to her head. What happened next was a gunshot from the gun she was holding, much to her delight. Ryan ran up close to her and grabbed her arm, leading the shot uphill. The guy saw his partner continue to sit there with blank eyes, and so he felt hurt because of it. Then he didn't want to do it, but he clenched his hand into a fist and punched her hard right in the head. Immediately after this attack, the girl's body flew away a great distance. Benjamin, who was giving us the whole thing from the sly side, smiled and said it wasn't bad with this blow. The guy made her unconscious and so apologized to Sfaya the pawn immediately afterwards said the guy deserved better. The protagonist got angry about this and turned around to the very man thinking that it was definitely not his fault, but Benjamin's. That madman kept laughing and said that as he watched them fight, Donald and Ruby the girl was more interesting, but despite all that he now found out that the guy had something like that too, and then wondered if he was correct in realizing that Ryan was also insane in some way. The interlocutor looked at him coldly and asked him what he was carrying. The opponent stated that he could hear everything perfectly well, bloodthirsty voice in his head too. It turns out that Kraken told him something about this guy, something he knows about himself. Ryan should take the word for it, that he's a lot crazier than this guy. The hero wondered what sense he was talking about that was crazier, because Benjamin used to be quiet as well as calm, but after he summoned the Kraken, he began to lose his normally with every passing second. So, is it really the very divine power of this monster that is gradually driving its owner insane? The hero was curious, so he asked what the interlocutor had learned about him. The guy asked with a smile if he wanted to take a look at it. Next, this same man used his divine power again, and darkness began to envelop the space. Ryan found himself once again in some immense dark space, but at the same time he wasn't just standing like last time. He was falling down. At first he started to worry about it, but when he lowered his head down, he was amazed at what he saw there. At the bottom right in front of him were, as it were, fragments with images of various people. A few moments later, the hero found himself in some strange and hitherto unfamiliar room. What he saw there astonished him, for there were incense lit there and bodies all in blood. The boy was horrified to see what was happening and saw that the family had been completely murdered. These people he could not recognize, of course. And so, he asked Benjamin why he was showing him all this. Next, the tears themselves came to his eyes, and the guy asked why he was crying since he didn't even know who these people were. The voice said afterward that how else did he know it? He just didn't remember it. And after a few moments, the darkness began to fade again. The guy got angry afterward and stated that his opponent was a rascal. How would he even know it was a real memory? The interlocutor, smiling, stated that he wouldn't know from anywhere, but his body knew everything. It's about his other self. To all of this, the hero saw that his hand started shaking pretty badly, so he turned his attention to her and realized that for the first time the majesty of years, something like this rage that wasn't even his. Benjamin said, I wish he could see the very madman who's been hiding inside him all this time. Kraken was talking about him, and he's one of the main crazies in this whole game. The character was angry about it and said he was definitely not like that, and suddenly the puppet started saying, stop making a fool of yourself. And because he knows who they're talking about, Ryan wondered after those words that he was really hearing an unfamiliar voice speaking to him from the depths of consciousness. He also knows about the very part of him that felt relieved when James as well as Sarah died. It was the same one that smiled whenever he survived and remembered the first time he saw the pipes in the game of God. And it just so happened that it was at that very moment that it was as if some switch had flicked inside. In addition, once again, he felt something clicked. His opponent sensed some strong divine energy from outside. The protagonist's voice changed a lot at that point, and he was saying that they had gotten him outside again. After all that, Brad afterwards looking at the others madly, he wondered what it was he wanted. Benjamin rejoiced because of this and shouted that this wife worth. He appeared. The guy afterwards yelled, Crenwell. That worked out, and now he can finally show himself and kill him. But suddenly the deity interrupted him and told Ryan that he wanted to make him his champion. Benjamin was flabbergasted over this and asked what was wrong since it hadn't gone into their plan. The hero told him that he was dreaming since he was saying it. Both interlocutors looked at him with surprise. Ryan said whether or not he thinks he's forgotten what he just showed him, and yet they must realize that it's a sore subject for him. Daddy said he didn't think so, for the guy remembered everything perfectly. Benjamin asked how it was that he remembered the past even though the god hadn't awakened his memories yet. But how could this even happen? The hero smiled rather madly and said that God couldn't contain the real him. Next, he called his interlocutor a dumbass and said why on earth would he think he gave him those eyes. So it turns out that the very god of reality has bet on him being the first in this game. The boy was amazed because of this and asked if he was really the champion of the god himself, but Kren wouldn't tell him that. Next, the deity asked the hero if he would accept his offer. With another divine power, he would climb to the top much faster. He shouldn't be a fool after all, and let him take him up on his offer. His interlocutor stared at him for a few seconds, then asked if he was still calling him stupid. It came out that it was foolish to call on him properly. Pissed off before the creature thought he had forgotten what had happened to his family. Next thing you know, his gaze turned angry, and he literally ordered me to pry into that scumbag's business. The power that Benjamin had used as well as the deity began to gradually disappear. The guy was of course flabbergasted because of this and noticed that their worlds would shatter. But did the eyes of a god negate the illusion? The octopus stated that if he only willed it himself, however, he would lack the power to shatter all of their illusions in times. So he told Benjamin to finish him off because he's only wasting his talent. The hero jumped up and noticed that the institute was saying finish what are all but speakable words. Next he wondered if the creature could answer for them soon. With a mad smile on his face, he rushed forward to attack his opponent. The opponent reached his hand down and noticed that it was divine power. In the same instant they were in the desert, and there was a huge chasm between them. Ryan wondered if the man thought any of this would stop him. That very mirage began to crumble again, and the guy's weapon appeared. Benjamin was stunned because of this and wondered if he had broken through again. So once again, he used the divine power to create another place, and now there was a train in front of the guy. Heroes kept smiling and saying when they would realize that he was unstoppable like this. So once again, using the powers of his eyes, he broke through and headed towards his opponent. There was already a weapon in his hands, and he was going to destroy it in a few seconds. When he got close enough distance, he swung around to strike, and Benjamin realized it was bad. Immediately afterward, he used his divine power and summoned a mirage. It was a woman standing in line, asking what Ryan was doing. Of course, the guy was flabbergasted because of this and stared ahead with empty eyes, but not for a second. Without stopping, he struck his weapon at his opponents. Even though there was a girl there, the hero easily cut off its head, but the opponent, he did not get his attack because he returned. Ken realized that the situation looked bad enough and used his dark power. Ryan jumped back up the video, saw this attack further, wondered what else was that smoke. It could be seen that Benjamin had split into several people, and one could tell that this illusion, one of them said that the person in front of them was indeed insane, and this whole thing is because he literally just chopped up his own mother. The hero looked around and saw countless copies of his interlocutor, but said none of it was true. After all, it so happens that his mother had been dead for a long time. Suddenly, the assassin's secret path to the main body appeared, and he immediately directed his attack there. But here, when he hit the body of this so-called man, that man was nothing. Then he disappeared altogether, and only clones remained around. One of them just about attacked the guy, but the guy easily got back up and saw the hidden path, so attacked him immediately afterward. But it turned out he was also a blank. Further paused to assess the situations and realized it was another clone, and yet for some reason couldn't dispel these illusions like the previous ones. Smiling madly again, he remarked that this whole thing was indeed entertaining. Further asked the interviewer if he was correct in his understanding that he was full of surprises to all this. Thought his Benjamin's feminine power is not as simple as it seems at first glance. By establishing eye contact, he can draw the thimble into the illusion of his own authorship. That's how he is without problems. He is nothing, gives those weaker in intellect. However, this person is capable of creating illusions in the physical world too. After all, the guy had previously seen a path of opportunity that led to a critical hit, yet it disappeared as soon as he struck, and all that means is that this very guy can switch places with his illusions too. He knows full well that Ryan will ignore the overly flashy illusion, so because of that he created his clones to hide behind and move between them, moving them into a threat to him. So with a smile on his face, the hero declared that it was busy and so much more fun that way. He then rushed to attack one of his opponents who were standing in front of him. At the very last moment before the attack, the killer's path changed to a very different person. The guy realized all this, and in just a few seconds struck the one he had moved into, but nothing came out of this attack, because it was also nothing. Ryan was immediately happy that there were two moves in 1 second, and he's looking for a weakness of his. Further, the guy wasn't established in his attacks, and eye contact saw another killer path, so grabbed this very man and pinned him to the ground, and then declared that this is where he was. But just moments after he struck with his blade, the guy's body disappeared again. Ryan continued to stay in that spot and stare down, wondering what he should do next. It was after that he turned his attention to the side and heard the click of a gun. Just there was Benjamin, who put a gun to Sophia's head and shouted not to move. If he continued his movement any further, that person would easily finish her off, and the hero at that started to rise rather slowly and looked at his opponent with surprise. Further smiling madly, he asked if the man thought that a hostage he didn't know would save this man. The deities said he wasn't bluffing for the guy himself remembered growing the illusion of his own mother. The hero exuded even more divine power, and remarked that the octopus was right since nothing would stop him from gutting Benjamin, and it just so happens to be the one with the stupid doll sticking out of the arm. His opponent wondered if he would just let his partner die like that since he would have time to move anyway. The hero looked at him angrily and remarked that then he would catch him again. Well, who cares if she might die to all of this? There is still only one survivor in this game, and that man would be him. Further swung and ready for the purpose of throwing his glaive, but it so happens that he stopped at the last moment because he felt that something was in his way. The voice he could hear in his head was saying that he wouldn't let him kill his friend, and the next thing he knew his hand seemed to be clawing itself into his throat. Ryan said it was the little bugger who woke up and wants to take over his body. It turns out he's now doing all the things he couldn't and winning this round for them. The guy said he didn't need the creature's power at all, and the interlocutor asked if he thought he could get the body back just because he wanted to still that pathetic brat, and he is the real self, and he is the one who remembers everything, and this person's realization is just a blank slate. This is the naive kid who doesn't even know anything. The hero was saying that in that case he would become that naive kid, and also it is those who will find the truth and not turn into such as this consciousness. His interlocutor was telling him that he was a stubborn rascal and didn't really think he had a choice. And so it turns out that the further he goes in this game, the more he will become like him. Sides, you can't escape from yourself. Ryan threw away his guns and said it's all completely wrong. He took complete control of his body and declared that he would exactly run away. Benjamin told him to tell the guy not to overestimate himself because he had just missed his only chance to beat him, so he ends up believing he doesn't need any more hostages, and next thing you know he's flicked his gun to fire. But suddenly he felt a divine power that was approaching from the side and turned his attention there. It turned out that the man was Adrian, who used his power and saved Sophia. The main character was stunned by what happened and shouted out that it was a chapter. Benjamin shifted into another body and remarked that this was all fine because it was just another pathetic gnat. The masked guy turned his attention to the troops that were off to the side and noticed that the way he looked here they weren't bored. After that told the main character to take the girl and run for the flag. It still comes out that there isn't much time left, and in the end someone has to win or they're all going to die here. But Ryan stepped closer to him and touched his shoulder and remarked that it wasn't, and it was the head that would handle all of this. The protagonist, on the other hand, will take on Benjamin and make sure he doesn't get in the way. The interviewer said he was injured, but the guy remarked that this was another reason why he should be the one to capture the flag, especially since their lives depended on it, and his divine power is paired perfectly for a fight with this man. So he asks that the chapter be allowed to finish him off, and all of this he wants to do using only his own hands. Adrian was stunned because of those words, for he realized that in just one round this guy's aura had changed beyond recognition. So the man in charge threw Sophia on his shoulder and remarked that it suits him to have this arrangement of yours, except he asks not to die before the end of the round. The hero retaliates by wishing him the same. He further told his companion not to look Benjamin in the eye or he would be trapped in his illusion, to which he agreed. At this, Ken entered the conversation and remarked that he was about to introduce them, but the partners did not stand still and immediately rushed to the attack with a sharp movement. It was obvious that the caller had grabbed Sophia's weapon and was preparing to use it. Ryan wondered if this man's slopes were just an illusion and he himself could only attack from one place at a time. Adrian thought his partner was right, for the power of his eyes would be better suited for fighting such an opponent even if he was wounded. So I decided I had to trust him and jumped the other way, and an attack was being prepared on him. That said, of course he saw her and realized he was in a bad situation, but that's when the protagonist showed up to repel this attack and protect his partner. Benjamin was shocked at what was happening and asked what else it was, plus his partner was stunned when he realized that Ryan had slashed that red bullet, and right before his eyes it happened again, for his opponent fired another shot. Adrian realized that bullets could come from anywhere at blinding speed, but Ryan is so fast that he has time to not only see them but also react. After what happened, the chief used his divine power and rushed forward. Of course, Benjamin saw all this beautiful stuff and was ready to take a shot at it, but the main character wasn't standing still either and had already attacked him immediately, and even though this attack was swift, there was still nothing there, so all the guy had to do was dissect another bullet that was flying in his direction. One of the clones said That everything is bad because the guy in the mask escaped. The interlocutor noticed that in this one forgot about him, because something has changed in the neighborhood. The divine being said that this guy's speed as well as reactions and the movements themselves became much faster. He fought much worse before, and now he looks more like his true self. Benjamin said visiting the flight path of bullets is one thing, but managing to react and sever them is another thing entirely. Most people are not capable of severing a single bullet, not even having to talk about dozens at a time, and Ryan doesn't have the divine power to increase his speed. Adrian then grabbed their flag to stated that this could be explained by the fact that he anticipates the trajectory of the bullet before it is even fired, but to put it another way, it's not like he can see the future. The protagonist smiled and said that the creature had guessed, for it was the divine power of omniscience. The guy's true self was somewhere in the depths of his soul and consciousness. He turned to the guy and noticed that he had managed to take control of his own body after all. Of course, it's impressive because he didn't expect to have the guts to go against the true 1X, except now the situation looks bad because they're both going to be killed. Ryan told him not to worry because he could handle Benjamin easily on his own. His interlocutor gave him a squeamish look and remarked that here was the talkative one, and he didn't trust him. But he needed to survive. Next pointed with her hand and spotted the guy to catch a clue on how to win this round, a trick in the mystery that God had hidden from him. But this is about the guy's true divine power. Kren said that it looked like this man's divine power wasn't as simple as they thought. The interlocutor remarked that since he hadn't used this trick before, so why now, to stated that maybe he just didn't know how to use it, or maybe something had changed in him. Whatever latent power he possessed, their opponent was now on a completely different level than he had been before. Benjamin grabbed his weapon and pumped his spit, whether he could see the future or not, because this guy is actually injured, and here he will just keep attacking his opponent until he weakens his defense. Immediately afterward, divine force illusion was applied, after which the monster increased in size and its heart rate became larger. The opponent realized that most of these bullets illusionate. If he kept changing his stance and attacking him from different angles, it would be better. After these manipulations, this man's eyes will definitely miss one of them if that person loads the mind of heaven to failure, and the victory will then be his. The hero, while scrutinizing all the bullets that attacked him, that you recognize them. Ken soon said that no human could handle so many illusions and endless attacks, and not even the all-seeing eyes in the end. All that divine power wouldn't save Ryan. While continuing to head forward in a hail of bullets, Benjamin looked forward and realized that he had dodged and was now about to throw his glaive. So it turns out you have to switch to another body much faster to save yourself. The heroes were already very close by, and the guy realized he needed to be quicker. Kraken noticed that something was amiss here, and so he shouted to his partner to stop. After all, it turns out that it's a cheat, and the hero of reality was attacking forward, but suddenly changed his trajectory to the side. The very path the assassin had seen with his eyes led to a completely different body, which is why he said he'd had enough of the games. Next, with great speed, he threw his weapon towards where his opponent's current body was. Benjamin smiled after that and thought that she really did drop her weapon, hence the idiot. It turns out that even if Ryan noticed he switched to another body, there's plenty of time for him to do it again when the blade was about to touch his neck. He used divine power and moved next from another angle. I saw that clone's body was destroyed. Now the guy was glad because he realized that he had won, but suddenly he felt a strong blow to his head. Of course, it was a hoax by the protagonist who attacked his opponent by trapping him. Benjamin fell to the ground, but the deity that was on his arm tried to reach out to him. The creature called him Goofy and told him to wake up now because he needed to switch to another body. The hero came closer, but Kraken was telling him to wake up now, for he couldn't lose. Ryan took it off his opponent's arm, this stuffed animal, and the creature wondered if the guy must have seen the whole thing. He knew that his opponent would in fact switch. Once more, Benjamin realized that if he remembered even that trickery when he had thrown his glaive and made him switch to let his guard down for a split second, the man's actions really played into his hands, with him turning to his opponent and asking if he really had eyes that could see the future. Next, he gave the guy's full name, Ryan Azura, and said that he turned out to be a really worthy opponent. He hopes that one day they will meet on the battlefield again. Further wished him good luck in the game, and it was obvious he was ready to lose. The protagonist then swung his weapon and stabbed it into his opponent's body. After what happened, Ryan turned his back and looked a completely different direction. Next, he turned around and looked at the body of the opponent he had just killed from by his side was the very note that God had given him like everyone else, but this time the guy didn't want to take it, so he just turned the other way and walked away. Adrian, meanwhile, was somewhere in his own base and was carrying the enemy flag there. On the way out, I wondered if this idiot was still alive. After these reflections, he had the words of the Monkey King in his mind, saying that he not only wanted the first, but should kill his new comrade, and he was talking about Sophia Park. Then, if this man can finish her off, then the king will invest in him and sponsor him. Of course, Adrian was in an advantageous position as the girl was unconscious, and right beside him a flying creature appeared in the sky above the protagonist. It was saying that the enemy flag had been delivered to the base, and the third round was complete, so congratulations on your victory. Next, the insect reincarnated, and it turned out to be Wukong. He said here was a stubbornly entertaining fight. After turning to Ryan Ashura, he noticed that his divine power was extremely interested in him. It just so happens that God has never yet given his eyes to one of the participants in the game, and he's been wondering how any of them. He can even see the guy must know that this mystery keeps them as deities at bay. That said, he shouldn't say what his own secret is, because the creature himself wants to figure out how his power works, so let him go ahead. Like the other winners, he moves on to the next round. Ryan walked slowly beside him and wondered where in fact Adrian was, as well as Sophia. The Monkey King smiled slightly and asked why he couldn't find them himself. Hero, after that he said nothing and touched the doorknob in front of him. Next, immediately opened it and looked ahead to see what was there, but here the handler, who was at his back, pushed the guy from there to keep going. Immediately after that, the door behind his back slammed shut, but the hero found himself at some obscure room. He asked in amazement what else it was, but there was a man in the room who asked if it was Ryan. The hero turned his attention to him and saw that it was Roger himself. He exhaled with relief and said that it was so nice to see a familiar face. He knew the guy would make it to the third round after all. The interlocutor said the guy survived, and he's pretty stoked too. Well, what about Kayla? The man with the glasses remarked that she's doing great since they came to victory together. Suddenly, the front door opened again, and some person walked in shouting that he'd had enough. It turns out that they are on the God game, but friendship has no place here at all. It was the same Viking who fought alone and was the strongest here. The hero, of course, paid attention to him and realized that he was the strongest of Anak Castle. But did he really go through the third time? He alone. Roger said okay to this alpha guy, although he should probably be called a buzzkill soon. Another girl entered the room who, unsure, greeted people. Next thing you know, she wondered if the next round had already started. Ryan said he didn't know that, but the person next to him thought she was really cute. The hero asked why it was Wukong who separated them from their teammates. Roger said he didn't know that since he just shoved him here. The girl said it was probably just another waiting room. Suddenly, the dark space began to separate, and from there they said it wasn't because he wanted to play next. The Monkey King appeared, saying that he likes to collect his favorites in an optional competition, the winner of which becomes his champion. Of course, skill and talent are more important than anything else in the God game, and he's not arguing that, but he feels like some rounds are missing the main thing. All this he says about luck, and then he pulled out a gun that had 3 bullets in it. All the participants afterward looked surprised at what he was doing. To lean the gun against his neck and remarked that today would test their luck. Someone where in another dimension the god stood beside his throne, and below was Rebecca. He stated that he only called them one rule, and the girl disregarded it. As it happens, there's no way they can choose the champions he chose after all. If they are given even more power, the balance of the game will be upset. And speaking now of a man named Ryan Ashura, the girl wondered what it was about him that was so special. It appears that God speaks about balance, but he himself puts obstacles in his wheels because he hid from him his divine power and access to weapons. And in the first round, the man was shackled at all. This guy is his champion, but he wants that guy to lose, whether it's true or not. It turns out that God is afraid of him, and she wants to find out who this Ryan Sura really is. The Monkey King at the same time said tonight's game was one of his favorites, and here it is called Russian Roulette, and the rules of this game are extremely simple. The gun he has in his hand has 3 bullets in it, and people present his head and then shoot him. As a result, if you cartridge a bullet, they will die immediately and play until only one is left alive. Roger said afterwards that in this game, everything is stripped away, probably only in the case Wukong said that is true. And the reality is, it turns out that skills or talent are not enough to survive in their world, and not counting that, it is important to have a trump card up your sleeve and be able to pick the right Moment next, he placed the guns on the table and asked why don't they start, and he wants Roger, who is across from him, to go first. The guy said nothing after that and turned his attention to the gun. Ryan turned to him and asked him to wait, for he had to think first, for it was coming out that there had to be another way. The man with the glasses asked what other way is there to play a deadly game that depends on luck. It turns out that such a pathetic attempt to scare them all doesn't even surprise him anymore. Immediately after his words, he pulled the trigger, but no shot was fired. Immediately, he exhaled in relief and noticed he almost wet himself. The hero said he didn't have to be in such a hurry. Next, the man turned to the big man and remarked that it was his turn to do it. The Viking grabbed the weapon, but the girl at his back was saying that it wasn't fair. After all, in the game of God, the strongest should win, and isn't that right? It is not clear, then why play this game where everything depends only on your own luck? The Monkey King thought about it and said, if he's asking us why, then it's a good question. But soon he smiled madly and declared that it was all because it was so much more interesting that way. Her companion said angrily that he was a bloody lunatic, for she certainly didn't like the whole thing from the word go. The strongest man in the place also pulled the trigger, but the shot still didn't go off. That's why he immediately extended his weapon to the girl who was standing next to him. Roger saw the boy's discouraged face and remarked to Ryan to hold his nose higher, said he shouldn't worry because they'd both get out of here for sure. The only girl in the room held the weapon in her hands and wondered if this was it. Her body began to shake and she was very nervous about it. The Monkey King at that said that enough doing, they were listened to plays, or he himself will finish her off. Ryan thought about the fact that unlike the previous rounds there was no timer here, plus Wukong for some reason he didn't call this game round 4. As it happens, it was after the first round that they were sent to the waiting room where Mr. Arnold was, but after the second one all the participants found themselves in Eno's castle. So it comes out that something is wrong here, and why after the third round they jumped straight to the fourth. Doubts began to creep into my head about whether this game was even official. Of course, what if he doesn't? Roger is right. And suddenly, there is a way to make sure all 4 contestants survive. However, it just so happens that with each turn the likelihood of survival becomes less and less. The girl's hand kept shaking harder and harder, and there was no way she could manage to shoot. The hero thought the cartridges still had 3 bullets in them, which meant their chances were equal. In panic, and with tears in her eyes, her rival still yelled out and pulled the trigger, and just moments after that the cartridge case turned out to be a bullet, and so she shot herself right in the head. The protagonist at that was discouraged by what had just happened. Everyone else also turned their attention to the girl whose body had fallen to the ground and was without signs of life. The Monkey King happily clapped his hands and said what a great game it was, and already has one of them. There are only 2 contestants left who will catch their bullets. 2 immediately afterward, he crouched down and grabbed his weapon that it was all bloody. Next, he held it out to the guy and remarked that he should see how lucky he was. Ryan took it in his hands and quite reluctantly watched and wondered what would happen next. Next, he turned his head toward the girl who had been killed, and as he twirled his weapon it remarked that the king of the apes should know that they as gods are too cruel. And so when he said that he used divine power that began to ooze right out of his eyes, the monkey saw this and wondered if he was using omniscience. But if this power eventually allows him to see the future, he will realize whether there is a bullet in the chamber or not. Even so, no one knows how far into the future he can see, but if it does turn out to be a bullet, what will he do? Ryan then asked if he could spin again. His interlocutor gave him a surprised look. The guy said he's talking about one more time. After all, the creature wants this game to get more exciting. That said, it turns out that isn't it more interesting if the odds of death are reset each round? The Monkey King didn't know what to say to this, and immediately afterwards smiled and remarked on his hands. He then took the gun from him and realized that he was talking about one more time. It's more likely that she saw a bullet in the chamber. To all of this comes out that re-spinning increases his chances of survival, but even if that's true, the guy does have a point. The Monkey King finally did spin the drum and said it was much more interesting that way. Next, reached forward, and the protagonist immediately grabbed it with his hand. Immediately afterward, I presented this weapon to his head and was ready to fire. But suddenly he thought for a few seconds and something in his head changed. So he took his hand away from his own head and pointed it forward, and then pointed towards Roger and pulled the trigger. No new arrows were fired. The man smiled and noticed that this guy's similar eyes saw a lot more, because it wasn't like that the last time they met. The Viking turned to the Monkey King and asked if it was against the rules, and if he wanted to stop this man. Ryan wondered why that would be, since it wasn't playing God anymore, it was playing this creature, and all he wants to do is to have fun properly. That is smiled brightly, because of what he heard Roger asked. So it's unofficial rounds after all, and just macaca having fun, and it just so happens that dying in some leftist game is a shitty way to get out, and the main character smiled sweetly, and remarked that he thought so too. Moments after the incident happened, Ryan turned suddenly in her direction and pointed his gun at the Mako. The creature was surprised and yet angry, and further asked if the guy even knew what he was even doing. The guy smiled afterward and remarked that he was defying Squala undeterred. Oh, pulled the trigger, but still no shot was fired. Wukong was stunned because of this and wondered if there wasn't a bullet there. Immediately afterward, he felt someone hit him very hard with a hand to the head. It turned out that this very man turned out to be the Viking who had gotten angry. The deity's body flew off to the side, and that's when Roger flew up to him. Next, he asked the monkey to tell him what color his eyes were. Well, after that, with a sharp movement, he kicked his opponent so that he broke through the wall in front of him. Further, it flew quite far away, and the building they were in began to collapse. The monkey landed right into the waterfall. That was ahead. The man with the glasses was warming up and saying how nice it felt, and he was glad the guys had caught on to his plan. The big guy at that said they were still his enemies anyway. Roger said he shouldn't be too distracted, as they still had a deity to kill. The god, who was in his other dimension and sitting on his throne, asked the girl if she wanted to know more about Ryan. Sura, of course, in doing so, he may confess that part of him is indeed afraid of this man. But does she know why all this is happening? But because he has seen his future. After all this, it remains his duty to prevent it from actually becoming a reality. Even the suddenly closer Mr. Arnold remarked that he apologized for interrupting their discussions. However, it so happens that the third round is long over and the 4 contestants have disappeared somewhere. The Monkey King, after that, finally did start to get out of the water he had been sent into. Next, he thought about Ryan pointing the gun at Roger to signal the start of their plan. The weapon was then pointed at the one to focus all his attention on Aura. Of course, this very moment, and the guy knew perfectly well that the cartridge case was empty on. It didn't make any difference, and all because what was happening was just a distraction for their trap. But it was now quite unclear to the monkey when this one had not only had time to devise his plan. Next thing he knew, he was scrolling through that he didn't give a damn about any of this, because it certainly didn't matter now, since all of these people are nothing but and will soon die. Next, the deity summoned his weapon, which happened to be in his hands. The guy with the glasses smiled and declared that they finally had a chance to get revenge on the damn deities. After all, as he does so, he hopes Ryan's eyes have time to track him, and immediately after saying that, he headed to the front, and it was pretty fast. Of course, his opponent noticed him attacking and pointed his stick, which was his weapon, at him, but Roger dodged it with ease and continued on his way. A moment later, he was right next to his opponent and ready to strike, but the mock was not as easy as it looked at first glance, and at the last moment managed to dodge. The guy wondered at this point if he was really that fast. Wukong went from defense to offense rather quickly and was ready to strike, but as he tried to do so a moment later, he saw a bullet flying towards him in front of his eyes. Honestly, for him, he saw her in time to dodge that blow. After the day he did so, he saw the shadow of another person in front of him. Just like that, it was a huge man that was about to strike with his big hands. Using his divine power, he angrily shouted for the creature to die, and next a blow was struck at the same place where the opponent of these men was located. The protagonist, who was off to the side, only saw a huge pillar of water that rose up after a strong attack. So the guy wondered about how strong that man was after all, because that was his respected strength, I guess. Suddenly the man realized that his attack had failed to reach its target, and so he asked if the man had disappeared. Roger Tay was standing in the water, and as he listened, he heard the Mako turn into an insect further along some rather odd trajectory. The deity headed towards Ryan, and the guy with the glasses noticed it. Wukong thought that since the power of this man's eyes allowed him to anticipate his movement, he should eliminate him first, so he reincarnated as a monkey again and was ready to strike, but the hero used the power of his eyes again, and noticed this attack. That saw him shift his gaze to him, and wondered if he had noticed him too, but he still had nothing left to do but continue his attack, and the hero easily dodged and summoned his weapon. Next, the guy counterattacked him, but the mock easily dodged with a right, and while this deity was fighting with one opponent, then Roger appeared from behind and prepared to attack him with his foot. Fortunately for Wukong, he too noticed this attack and shifted his attention there using his stick weapon. He still put up a block and was able to repel the attack, but the force of that blow was so great that the courage still flew off into the nearest wall and hit there. Next, the man in glasses asked if the neighborhood was okay or not, and the man replied that everything was fine, but if they want to get out of here alive, they have to be as honest with each other as possible. Of course, he doesn't know if the Viking will agree to all of this, but the best thing they can do at this point is to become a team. Of course, the heroes are aware that all participants in the god game want to hide their strengths from each other, but he'll do whatever it takes to get out of here alive. And if they all understand well how their ability works, not they can win. That the protagonist was about to reveal the secret of his power to this interlocutor. Ryan was well aware that his divine power was omniscience. It helped him see into the future 15 seconds ahead, but naturally knowing the future also changes its presence in the end. If the hero acts differently, it is because he knows the future, and then it will change. If the guy pointed his gun at Roger and fired, he saw that outcome and also saw the result of him shooting himself. To put it another way, it's the guy's eyes that can see any future action. He wants the Monkey King stood back and watched intently as several guys talked, but that made him even angrier, and he wondered what the hell else they were up to out there. Roger said after the conversation that he was very lucky with their powers, and in that sense he wasn't very strong. The hero smiled and said he thought so too. That's when the big guy came over and slapped him on the back and told them to stop dangling in the clouds. As it happens, they are in the middle of a battle right now, and the guy with the glasses asked if he even had fun at parties. Ryan inquired, speaking to the word if he would follow his instructions. The Viking told him to get off his back. Get off his back. Roger sighed sadly afterward and remarked that he wasn't surprised. The hero realized that if this guy wasn't listening to him, then a future where he would change his movement was also out of reach. So he remarked his partner that it seemed to be up to them. The interlocutor stated to just warn him if anything bad happened. The Monkey King wasted no time and shouted that they impertinent humans really thought they stood a chance against him. For it comes out that he is God, and he is not just mere men. The guys jumped away from where they were, and the macaque noticed this, so bound them with a bonding spell. The big man saw that something strange had touched his arm and was holding it back. Next, this technique made an even larger radius and grabbed it completely. The man couldn't move after that and screamed that it was a damn monkey. The rest of the team, on the other hand, rushed at their opponent in order to hit him. They ended up fighting like this for a while, dodging and countering each other's attacks, even using the power of his own eyes. Ryan didn't have time to strike before his opponent didn't dodge. The creature beside it jumped up and was ready to slay the guy, and he threw a gun to his partner before the collision to fight him. Roger grabbed him and was about to fire his gun, but a few seconds later, right in front of his head, he saw the monkey's fist, so was stunned because of that and thought he couldn't make it in time. Luckily for him, the main character arrived in time to push him away and help him dodge the blow. After that, together they fell to the ground and hit each other pretty hard. Monkey was ready for his aerial strike and screamed that it was all about this guy's eyes. It turns out that they keep ruining their fun. The boys below noticed that something strange had happened, for a huge shadow appeared above them, but the deity used her power and applied the 72 transformation technique. So after that, a huge elephant appeared. The creature was ready to hit the ground and did, but at the last moment Roger managed to grab the hero and run away. Together they were off to the side, and Ryan thanked them for their help, but here was his interlocutor responding by telling him not to mention it. The Monkey King landed on the ground and transformed back into his body. Roger thought, as now he couldn't keep up with this deity. She went on to say that just like her partner said, they shouldn't hold back their powers until then. After the GU started to take off his glasses, noting that it might be time to show it to everyone, show exactly what he can actually do. At the same time, when the guy took off his glasses, several spirits appeared in the sky above him, and he was the one who used divine power. His eyes were glowing with different colors and different power was emanating from them. So he said this double storm technique. The Monkey King stood back and scrutinized what was going on next. He turned to the storm gods Reen and Fuin and wondered if they had both chosen this brat. The Viking, who was off to the side and yet connected with a spell, was stunned. Ryan covered his body with his divine energy and told his partner that he would back him up. Roger threw away his glasses at that and remarked that it was no offense, but it wasn't worth it, for he couldn't fight. The Monkey King remarked to his interlocutor that his speed was not something to brag about, but here, before he could even finish this sentence, his opponent was already standing right in front of him. Because of this, the monkey was astonished, for now it couldn't keep up with his movements in any way. Roger, on the other hand, didn't want to stop and immediately kicked the creature in front of him. The deity was amazed because of this and wondered how this could have happened. It was not clear how it could happen that this man was able to accelerate sharply, but the opponent was already on top and was preparing to kick again. Then, that was what happened, and so Wukong flew straight down. With great speed. Before he could even land there, Roger was already down, so the creature realized he was at least 8 times faster than before. The guy didn't stop at that and punched his opponent pretty hard in the chest. This powerful attack caused his body to fly back several dozen meters. The protagonist watched from the sidelines and thought that even he couldn't keep track of them. The deity only had time to take the blows because he could not react to them, but suddenly he felt that something had happened, for the Monkey King was able to get up and tried to counterattack, so Roger had nothing to do but stop and jump away from the weapon. Though not pausing for a second, he looked ahead and prepared for the next attack, so used his divine power, and as if by the wind flew through the country's father, spun around as if a tornado had appeared in the sky and prepared to kick. The deity had no time to react to this strike and easily missed it, and as a consequence he flew quite far away again and hit right into the wall that was behind his back. And Roger understood perfectly well that no serious harm would come to him from this attack, and so he went down. Next, he used his divine power again, and the streams concentrated straight to his hands from the enormous energy that had been accumulated. At one point, a shot was fired. This attack that was accompanied by a large beam rushed straight towards Wukong's body. The protagonist was amazed because of this and thought it was a crazy power because lightning appeared as well as wind. All of this means that this is Roger's real strength. Ryan turned his attention in the direction of the smoke that rose from the guy attacks. Dick came out of there literally unharmed and told his opponent that he was certainly fast, but he also needed to hit many times harder. If he does want to kill a god, he should not take such light blows, though this guy really is one of the most impressive mortals he's seen before. So in a few moments he was already near the guy and remarked that maybe he shouldn't be in a hurry, though he had heard that in all the time this man had existed, only one had been able to hit him. Roger was stunned because he didn't see how the creature was already near them preparing to attack him, so he didn't even have time to get back from that attack. But the deity hit him directly head on the ground. Next, Wukong smiled and asked to be allowed to be the second person to hit him. Thinking back on his childhood, Roger realized that throughout his life he had been an abomination. The kids laughed because of the scar you have on his face and asked what was wrong with him. Did someone burn his eye? Also said they were disgusted with the whole thing and told him to leave, but the guy didn't regret his appearance at all. And also, because of the fact that he was an outcast in the end of the whole story, he didn't make the decision that shaped the rest of his life. The solution to this situation for him was that no one else would hurt him, so he bullied the big guys and they begged to forgive him because that's not what they meant. The guy was smiling because of it, and just like that he perked up for the rest of the time. It really did work out that he never gave his enemies a chance to even hit him. The principal reprimanded him and told him that he was the reason 17 of his innocent classmates were hospitalized, but Roger still didn't even let the words hurt him in any way. Guy thought about the fact that in a world of winners and losers, strong and weak, he would stand on top, so there's no way anyone can even hurt him until he finds that person. After all, it was the same man who had once grabbed him as a child and then burned him with a red-hot matum so that he had a burn in the cave of round 3. Kayla was with another member from their team. She told the lad that Roger must have been a bit odd earlier, and wasn't it? The boy wondered what she was talking about, for he didn't know how good he was. The companion sadly said that she didn't know either because she just thought that during the battle and the color of his eyes had changed, and now as the guy was fighting the deity his eyes also changed their color. Farther away, divine power stood out all around as if in tongues of flame enveloped everything. The Monkey King was surprised at what was happening, for he didn't realize what this power was. Immediately after, there was a rather large explosion, and Ryan along with the Viking only saw a large stream of flame. The boy shielded himself from this destructive force, but still tried to use his eyes. After all, he was the one who wanted to understand the future he saw in front of his own eyes. Next, he turned his attention to the front and saw that Roger was there with his back to him. Wukong managed to escape from this attack, and so he jumped up. Next, he landed a short right hand from his opponent. Monkey wondered if all this meant it wasn't enough for him. Roger continued to use his powers right in his hand and said he had been untouchable all his life, And this was all happening because of a promise he made to himself at that moment. He began to have mothering in his hands, glasses in his hands. The man at that went on to say that the creature had ruined everything. Next, he asked his opponent to say that if a person is so strong that he maintains immunity throughout his life, then he wondered how the man thought how many gods were sponsoring him. After all, the Monkey King was amazed when he heard these words and made up how many actually are. I mean, is there really anyone else besides Regina and also Fujin? But this is all just unthinkable. Next, Roger smiled and remarked to his interlocutor not to worry, for he would tell him the correct answer. It so happens to be patronized by 9 gods. The interlocutor was simply amazed because of this. Ryan was also very surprised, and the guy went on to say that he is undefeated in life or death and is the best candidate to play God. But to all this, it turns out that he doesn't care at all about the reason he's here. After all, he's looking for someone. The note said his name is Roger. He's 25 years old, and he refuses to endure pain until he kills his father. And at the moment, it just so happens that most get in his way. So as long as he hasn't killed the creature, then he has one last chance to answer the question. Next, they changed colors, and he asked how to put the color down in his eyes. He wondered why he still wanted to survive. What could even be worth this pointless suffering that life consisted of, to persevere despite the challenges and demanding father unwavering determination, and only a clear goal can make these feelings blossom. That's why Roger used his divine power and made contact with the separation. As well as the color blue, he used a skill called Lord of the Nile, and so a respectful energy enveloped the deity's body. The plants that emerged from the ground began to envelop the monkey and constrain his movement. After using this skill, he pointed his finger there, and noticed that this skill was called Gaia. The next divine power that was used was Raiden's drum, and then from his hand, he shot a bolt of lightning right there. The water, the plants, and everything else intertwined, and hit the Monkey King. The creature pondered that with this kind of power, this creep is on the same level as the real gods. That's why it just so happens that he definitely has to pay him back. Next, he jumped up, finding Stick Up to hide from the attack. Yukong plucked a few hairs from his thick beard and then scattered them to the wind. Because of this action of his, a large number of clones appeared on Earth. This technique was called Shenishina. The hero saw it and thought, are they clones? But they're different from the clowns Benjamin used. After all, it is definitely not an illusion after all, and they are indeed material. Roger, after noticing this attack, asked his opponent if he really thought he would let him get close again. Next, he used divine power, and it was the element of fire, as well as a skill called Dante's Underworld. This caused a rather large scarf of fire to rush straight forward, but suddenly the guy felt an opponent appear behind him, so he turned there and saw it, and also thought that this creature was really fast. The columns that were created all the same were able to dodge the Ona attack. Ryan paid attention to what was going on and realized that Wukong's columns were probably as strong as he was. Roger said to hell with it, because he didn't care at all about the fake stuff. After all, the only one he really wants to kill is his opponent, Wukong. That's why the guy started making his way through the whole crowd of these clones pretty quickly. Finally, he was already near a real body, but suddenly the mock began to prepare to attack. The guy noticed this, but wasn't going to stop, so their blows were reciprocated against each other. Roger's body, then he flew quite a distance, straight towards the protagonist. Next, he stopped of course, but he didn't like this whole situation at all, so he looked at his opponent with a smile on his face and asked if that was all he could do, wiping the blood from his face. The Monkey King smiled slightly and remarked that he couldn't remember the last time he had fought like this. Ryan stepped closer and restored him. After all, said if he remembered they needed a strategy. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise and then declared that this monkey had ruined his promises, so it turns out he's going to be the one to kill the creature. The hero realized that the situation is really bad because the guy is not thinking straight anymore, and he doesn't listen to anyone. Next, he turned sideways and looked at the man who was restrained by the technique. But you looked at him because he realized that he would have to use the strongest to win. That said, at this point, it's not at all clear what the future holds that will allow him to do just that. In just a moment, he realized what needed to be done and came up with a plan, so immediately grabbed the gun he had in his hand and pulled the trigger. And when he did, he pulled out the drum to see if there were any bullets. After making sure of everything, he immediately walked up to the Viking and pointed his weapon at it. Roger, as well as the Monkey King, were distracted for a second and looked at what he was doing. The man himself didn't understand anything either, so he asked what the hell he was doing. The protagonist immediately afterward declared that he was choosing the right future, and pulled the trigger. The drum turned out to be a bullet that actually fired and headed for that man immediately afterward. She hit the technique that restrained that man with the beard. The Monkey King, of course, realized what had happened, and he didn't like it all. The Viking began to rise from his knees and noticed that Ryan had broken Wukong's spell, but how on earth did he know it would work? The protagonist stated that he simply watched as the Monkey King kept a close eye on the gun. At first glance, it was completely unclear why a god would pay attention to such trivialities at all. If he really is a deity, then why would he dodge a regular bullet of some sort? So the guy predicted a future in which they would use it to free this man, and chose that path. The Viking pulled himself together and remarked that it wasn't bad, and maybe he wasn't as useless as he had thought before. The Monkey King asked, "And what's the deal with freeing Nicholas?" He used his last bullet, and the three of them could barely handle him alone. But if that's the case, how about 50 of him? So he used a technique and from his beard summoned clones, and Roger said it was bad and thought about attacking, but the hero stopped him. Ryan noticed that it turns out he understood everything now. The interlocutor inquired as to what he was actually saying. The main character, on the other hand, stated that he realized who Nicholas really was. The man immediately and also very confidently started walking into the crowd of monkeys that were rushing towards him. Next, he stopped and began to use his ducking power outwardly. This technique was called the hand of a god, and he clapped his hands and then placed his hands in front of him. The opponent stopped and felt a very large flow of energy ahead. Wukong was also carefully watching what was going on and was amazed when he saw it, and all of this because of what turned out to be a large stream of flame headed straight for him and demolished everything ahead of him. The partners were flabbergasted over this, and Roger asked what this guy even eats for breakfast. Finally, Nicholas dispelled his technique, and then a huge crater was formed in front of him after the impact he made there. Immediately after what he saw, the neighborhood wondered if he now understood exactly why Adrian had said he was the strongest. After all, Nicholas is the protector of the god, and he is the deity of vengeance. So the bottom line is that he himself is God. Roger noticed it and saw that the hand of a god had been used. But does that mean this brute is a candidate for God? The protagonist declared that he wasn't even just a candidate, but the truth that God himself had hidden. He further recalled a dialogue with Qin, from whom he wondered what the god himself had forgotten about the game, and the latter remarked to him, who said they couldn't participate. It was also said that the guy had seen a divine participant before, so now the character stated that he was sure that this person was also a deity. Roger said that's not fair, but his partner said that this game wasn't fair from the start. Suddenly Nicholas turned to them and said, "Stop messing around. I mean, that's the way it works. It's not like it's over yet." The Monkey King sat on some cloud and said they almost had him. The three of these people put him in quite a predicament. It's the Norwegian majority of revenge with God as sponsor, as well as the almost untouchable wars with the 9 divine powers had so. Also, a rather annoying scumbag who sees a different future. Monkey was encouraged by the choice of one of them to be his protector. Now, he can't wait to kill them all together. Ryan said afterward that he had an idea how they could defeat the creature. Even so, he needs the assistance of the other partners. Nicholas remarked that he agreed, and the guys looked at him in surprise. Then the man added, so the guy wouldn't make him regret it. Roger scratched the back of his head and said he apologized for what was if a big guy, but he too should work as a team. It's all up until the monkey dies. After all, Ryan said he'll give it his best shot too. Next, he turned his attention to the room they had first appeared in, and noted to now just repeat everything after him, and right after that, he makes sure that not everyone gets out. Immediately afterward, the Monkey King smiled madly and remarked that it wasn't something that would be looked at yet. That's why he jumped off his cloud and headed towards his opponents and further used the expansion technique, and his weapon extended very far. The attack should have gotten the group at the guys, but Nicholas grabbed that stick with ease, but the rest of the partners rushed to attack the creature's main body. Roger immediately used his technique and divine lightning power, but when he struck Tony, hit the great ape king managed to dodge with ease. The protagonist was in the other side and called for his weapon. Further using it, he attacked, but Wukong defended himself with his stick, and so while his partners distracted his opponent with their attacks, Nicholas jumped up and was ready to strike. Of course, this moment the deity saw this attack and covered himself with his stick, but the blow was so hard that the bones in his rib cage began to crack and blood came out of his mouth. At the same time, the Monkey King's body itself flew quite far away after this attack. So powerful a blow comes out that the creature has pierced several mountains in its path with its body. Roger said they caught him, and Ryan remarked that they'll just keep attacking until he opens up. If they do not actually defeat him now, then each of them will then die. An opponent jumped out of the wall of dust that had risen where he had fallen, and with a mad grin shouted that this was the way it should be. The opponent has his heart pounding fr frantically before his impending death, and didn't it still make his blood boil with excitement? The deity attacked the partners, and Nicholas covered himself with his arms to fend off the attack, but that wasn't all, and the monkey struck a second time, so his opponent's mouth was bleeding. The big guy was in a quandary and didn't understand why the Monkey King was suddenly stronger the moment he attacked with his foot than Roger had already prepared for what you hit with your hand, so he headed towards his opponent, but the latter managed to repel this attack with ease, and next he counter-attacked and hit the guy, landing where so that he fell. The man with glasses didn't realize if he had gotten even faster. After Wukong had disposed of the two opponents, he turned his attention to the hero, who was behind him holding a gun. So he told him that he knew he had been waiting for all of this. It turns out that this very path of opportunity that he is next. The creature jumped up and asked what he was going to do with that empty gun. As a consequence, there was a blow, after which the weapon flew aside, and the hero fell. The Monkey King, along with his clone, remained on the ground, and he said that here was the flame of hope he had so desperately clung to, and extinguished as he dispelled his technique. He began to get closer to his opponents. To all of this, he said that he thought Ryan should be the first to be killed. Wukong said the fearless puppeteer uses conduction to manipulate his comrades into turning his plans into reality, but as it happens, he can't seem to see the future that far into the future. The protagonist was completely calm, and so he asked his interlocutor if he knew what was the key thing with the puppeteers. Further smiled and stated that they were not the center of attention. Immediately after these words, someone fired a weapon, and the bullet pierced the chest of the Monkey King. Before that, the girl who was killed was approached by the deity and told that she was his champion, so should be grateful, and just like that, as long as she's strong, she'll be fine. To all this, she has only as many chances as she wants in order to win. In order to win in the game of God. The moment the girl was killed, she was literally raised from the dead thanks to the divine death sponsor, at the same time that the hero was saying that if they didn't defeat the creature, now each of them would die. The girl continued to lie there, but soon got to thinking that things are bad, and it seems pretending to be dead might work for a long time, yet still this was probably her only chance, and it was time to get up. That's why she used divine power and a skill called Second Chance. It was because of this that her body became covered in energy, and she herself began to rise. Next, she stood up and watched from the side, also wondering if the three idiots were able to survive after such a long battle with Wukong. That's how it turns out he must be holding back, because the girl thought he could blow the place up with one swing. Next, in her hair, she fumbled for the bullet that would load the gun, so picked it up, for it was nearby, and charged, thinking it was in her best interest. The beginning turns out to be the first person to kill a god, and just like that, the chest of the Monkey King was pierced by a bullet. He asked in amazement what else it was, and at that moment blood spurted from his mouth. The protagonist smiled and remarked that it was about time. The interlocutor asking it how he wasn't like that could pull it off. Ryan, on the other hand, noticed that this was the same future he had seen until recently. Wukong noticed that it turns out the guy had forced him to disarm himself in order to hand the gun to her. It turns out that's why he was so confident even with a gun with no bullets. The guy said that was right because he knew that the only way to beat the creature was to use a gun, and so it turns out that the bullets were powerful enough to kill a god like Nicholas. Even the entire time the gun was loaded, the monkey was extremely alert, so the hero spent the rest of the bullets to see if they were unusual and to realize that they can destroy even the power of the gods. And just when the Monkey King thought he was already safe, the hero used the last available bullet. It turns out she's been betting all this time in this girl's head. Wukong was dumbfounded and shouted out, but how did he know her divine power after all the two of them had never met before this round? For sure, Ryan said his divine power is omniscience and allows him to look into any future he wants. At the very moment they were playing Russian roulette, he took a quick look at all the possible futures. Then the Monkey King himself wondered, ask the guy, lets him see the future, so he'll know if the bullet will be in the next compartment. The hero remarked that he was lucky to see the option where he was checking to see if she was alive. Suddenly the girl said not to be touched, and the guys looked on in surprise. Now Ryan said with a smile on his face that's why he shouted those words quite loudly, words to the effect that if they didn't defeat This creature, now each of them would die, and it was all because he hoped it would scare the girl and make her wake up. After all, the Monkey King began his movement and noticed that everything seemed to happen exactly as he had planned. Of course, at that moment, he had a lot of luck, but it wasn't that simple, because one had to aim for the head in order to kill it. Immediately after those words, the creature began its forward attack. Nicholas as well as Roger lined up in front, and the latter said that it was actually perfect after all. It just so happens that they are the ones who will deliver the final blow to this creature. But a few seconds later, something happened that the protagonist did not expect at all. A large number of deities appeared at the very place where they were fighting and immediately stopped. Wukong also stopped the guys who were fighting him and threatened them with guns. Suddenly, the voice of the god began to be heard asking the deity if he really thought he wouldn't find out anything. He said he was actually quite disappointed in the Monkey King. Despite his constant disobedience, he gave him another chance to improve, but it just so happens that now his patience has completely run out. Wukong thought that from the very moment of his conception, he had been striving for freedom. He's been in limbo for quite some time. That said, I knew full well that I had wanted to break free literally forever, but after he did all that, he wanted to spend his eternal life by his own rules. So to fulfill his plans, he fought and fought. Every time his opponents were human deities as well as various monsters, and then one day he finally realized that he had achieved the very freedom he had dreamed of. But the god himself had arrived, and he was the overseer of this creature. And it just so happens that one day this new theft came literally out of nowhere, and next, using his power, he conquered the gods who belonged to the same group. His power at the same time appeared to be simply infinite, and even the immortal gods obeyed him. Wukong himself had been asking himself for quite some time why he was fighting, but in the end it came down to the fact that nothing had changed at all for the Monkey King, who thought he was already free. We were still a prisoner. And so a large number of gods showed up to stop Wukong. The god himself at this said that despite the creature's obedience, he gave it another chance, but that patience has in fact already run out after centuries of indulgence, for he was tired of trying to tame it. The hero looked at what was happening with thought it was strange. So it turns out that for whatever reason, he can't see the future of God himself. Roger wondered what the hell this gathering was all about. Where are all the other lovely gods? One of them got angry at these words and shouted that he wanted to die. The interlocutor smiled and said that he was just joking. Anubis turned to Nicholas and asked how the game was, for it seemed he was desperate since he had allied himself with mortals. The man glared at him angrily and remarked for this balcony to cover his mouth. The interlocutor remarked that it wasn't he who was the chump, it was the interlocutor who was barking here, and now he can't wait to be wiped off the face of the earth. While everyone was arguing and yelling at each other, and the hero looked down at the bullet that lay there, Mr. Arnold asked God if he should move the participants while he deals with this situation. The deities said he shouldn't do that because he wanted everyone else to see it. Immediately afterward, he began to use his divine power with his right hand. He went on to say that this is what happens when someone contradicts him. At this moment, the people he had grown up with before appeared right in front of the Monkey King. They were surprised, and one of them asked Wukong how this was how they got here. Monkey immediately remembered the old days when they grew up together and played with each other. That's why he turned to God and asked him to stop. I mean, it turns out he shouldn't have been playing this, and he's realized it now, but the friends he'd called here, now he'd done nothing wrong. Below, while he was begging, that deity didn't listen to him at all and started using divine power, and in a few seconds the heads of all the Monkey King friends were just crushed and scattered to the side. The protagonist, along with his partners, was stunned at what they had just seen. The other deities were stunned as well, of course, but they didn't say a word. God stated that the monkey rebelled over and over again and made him raise his hand. The deaths of all his friends are his fault, and all lives, whether deity or mortal, all belong to the god, and it just so happens that he in turn can literally pick them up whenever he wants. From what Ryan heard, he was surprised and wondered if they were really gods. Roger said that if so, then aren't they immortal? And why did the god kill them so easily then? Nicholas remarked that immortality doesn't protect you from the power of another deity, and so it actually turns out that gods can kill other gods, but such power as this super being they had never encountered before. The Monkey King didn't know what to do in this situation and was just terrified, and she was also very angry for remembering his friends. He knew all he wanted was freedom, so out of desperation, he began to ask why all this was happening. Next, he became very angry and, breaking away from the other gods, rushed towards the main one. While wondering why he had killed them all, the deity named Zeus shouted that he would belong to him, so used his divine power and his own lightning bolts, and so they immediately flew straight towards their opponent. But suddenly the hero noticed with his eyes that something strange was going to happen, and in fact the Monkey King stopped, and then grabbed one of the lightning bolts. After that he stopped and glared angrily at whoever had done it. The god, who looked like an elephant, inquired if he had caught Zeus's lightning bolt. Yes. And the owner of these lightning bolts himself was simply amazed, for he saw that in fact the power was flying in his direction. Immediately after this came into contact together, there was a rather large explosion, and dust kicked up. The main character's partners were covering themselves from this blow, and Roger wondered what the hell had happened. Several other deities did not stop at this, and immediately rushed at the monkey, but in doing so, he used his power and summoned clones that protected him. The man was amazed and asked if he had lived. Clones had appeared. Wukong himself turned the other way while doing so and saw that he was being attacked. That's why he immediately attacked the woman who was closest, further attacked, and another, while saying that they were all nothing more than slaves of this very deity. In desperation, he wondered how long they would let God rule them all. Is all of this going to happen in centuries or millennia? At that it was so that their pantheons peacefully channeled the heaven before the arrival of this creature, their gods after all, but they bow down to him for some reason. Next, the Monkey King turned to the Supreme Being and said he had had enough, and it turns out that today is the day he will remove him from history. The Supreme God at that simply looked at the creature and then turned to Mr. Arnold. To him, he told him to escort the rest of the participants to the waiting room. The interlocutor noticed that he understood everything and started to approach them. Roger wanted to say something, but the hero stopped him. He said he shouldn't do that, and then the guy got a little pissed off. Next, a deity in a suit as well as a hat approached and declared that it was time to go. To all this, he said he apologized for the inconvenience. The way it turns out is that the Monkey King will be punished accordingly for his misdeeds. The creature asks for a good night's rest in the waiting room and to await further instructions. After that, because of the power he used, people immediately materialized and flew away. God then said that he was actually very sorry and regretted it. Next, he asked Mr. Arnold to get the other deities out of here as well. It is most unfortunate that this god that is right in front of him should be wiped out. Mr. Arnold then used his power and asked God not to destroy other kingdoms in the process. Wukong turned his attention to the side and saw that the other deities were also at the beginning of materializing. Next, he asked him if the deity was dueling as he had always wanted, but still recalling his warriors was a big mistake. Why, it was now completely unclear who was going to stop him. Ever since the day the creature had appeared, Aldar, that Monkey King, had dreamed of this chance. This is the very day when he will do what the other gods will not do, and the very event on which day he will stand against the supreme ruler, and he's also going to bring the balance back to the heavens. Now he used his divine power and summoned quite a large amount of it, and also changed his appearance. At the same time, the hero looked down and saw his reflection there, but immediately afterward inquired where they were now. Roger remarked as he did, so that at least they had moved them all together here. He then turned to Ryan and asked why he had stopped him. Then of course he realizes that Wukong was their enemy at the same time, but apparently it's not that simple, for in the end he is also a prisoner of God, as they all are, and the main character looked up afterward and sadly said that he had stopped it because there was a reason for it, and it lies in the fact that they couldn't do anything about it. Roger exhaled sadly and remarked that a few attitudes needed to do that. Next, he pointed his finger and asked what they were going to do with this girl, what was actually wrong with her, because it just so happens that while he wasn't fighting the deity, she was pretending to be dead the whole time to save her ass. Would they just believe her, or would they just save time and get rid of her now? The interlocutor said that of course they could believe her since she had helped them defeat that god. She had to pretend to be dead, or he would never let his guard down. The guy looked at her uncertainly, and the girl said she swore it. Ryan turned to Nicholas and asked what he thought about it, whether they should believe her. They stated that if her sponsor was death, after all she had many lives to live, and based on that she would definitely be useful, but as to whether she was trustworthy he doubted, for all mortals lie all the time, and it just so happens that this game has ways to recognize all of their flaws. The main character stopped everyone and told them not to argue, as they were just all a little tense about what had happened. Next, she turned to her new partner and inquired about her name. The girl smiled and introduced herself and said her name was Melissa. Ryan extended his hand to her and told her it was nice to meet her, And he thanked her for helping them, then proposed to pass together this game. The girl agreed and shook his hand, but suddenly using her own eyes she looked ahead and saw something strange there. To her, this guy looked crazy, because he wasn't at all what he seemed at first glance. Next, the hero stated that it seems the waiting room for this round is out of the way. They all turned their attention there, and a cabin was seen standing on the surface that looked like water. Everyone immediately headed there, and Roger said they should go as they could use all the rest they could get after all, while the guy with the glasses and also Nicholas are sent forward. Then the girl stops and asks if she thinks his name is Ryan correctly. Next, she used her divine power and her appearance changed, so she wondered what the hell that had just been. The hero also changed his friendly face to a more intimidating one and said it was a warning. I mean, he can see right through her, and it's not going to work on him, and it's all because he can see her future, and in a case like this he's well aware that people like her only care about themselves. Some people sell others when it actually benefits them. Further inquired, but why play alone after all? The god game is really dangerous, and teamwork becomes more important with each round. A person really won't get very far in these rounds if there's only one. Suddenly Roger noticed his teammates coming out of the building, and Adrian was also there. The squad leader turned his attention to Ryan, but said nothing at that. But when the guy looked forward, you saw someone else calm out of there, and it was Sophia. After she saw the missing member of her squad, she immediately cried and smiled joyfully. She jumped up and flew over to Ryan for a hug. After that, she finally did hug him and told him that she thought Wukong had separated them, or worse, he had done something to him. The hero was embarrassed about this and told Sophia not to worry because he was fine, plus he's really sorry that the rest of his squad turned out to be safe. Adrian approached them then, and immediately turned to Ryan. Looking at his appearance, he asked what the hell happened to him. The hero said it was quite a long story. The masked man immediately afterward recalled the first battles with this guy as well as the last battle, and after this recollection, he told his interlocutor that he had changed quite a bit. The hero smiled and asked if it was true, but if so, funny. Though I wonder what he was talking about. Next, the hero turned his attention to his partners and said that he wanted to start by introducing them to his new friends. The battle between the gods on the mountain peak kept going on, and the body of the Monkey King flew to the side, but at the same time the cloud that was supposed to be his support moved after him. Wukong at that time had already taken quite a large amount of damage and was holding his stomach. The supreme god was right in front of him and asked if that was all the disgraceful Monkey King could do, or it just so happens that those same wretched mortals hurt him so badly. The opponent immediately smiled and noticed that before the one who always says little, the interlocutor carries too much. Next, he started to use his feminine power, namely, he used the expansion skill, and after that the weapon he had in his hand straightened out very far. Next, the monkey struck it directly to the side where the supreme god was, but as it happens, that very same creature didn't even budge and easily stopped that attack with its hand. Wukong then said that he knew very well that God was too arrogant to be evasive, that's why it's open to attack, and the columns the Monkey King made were headed for the soy subscriber. The supreme god used his eyes to notice this attack and used his hand next. At the same time, he was calm enough to say that his opponent was not a fool. After saying those words, a huge stream of divine power headed straight from his right hand and shot downwards, and so the very same multitude of clones that were down below were destroyed in an instant. But the Monkey King himself was already behind his opponent's back and said that it seems he was right. I mean, he probably can't see this guy's future. The opponent turned around to repel this attack on was no longer in time, and it reached its goal because of this such a powerful attack of the supreme god's body. The body field is very far to the side, and so after flying this considerable distance, it stopped on the ground where the impact occurred. Wukong wondered if the man thought he was fighting those brats at full strength. In these, the only thing he wanted was interaction with Ryan, that guy who has the eyes of a god, and after all, how can he see the future of someone who also sees the future? So it turns out that anyone who has met him can escape the all-seeing eyes of the supreme god. The Monkey King went on to say that he knew perfectly well that he would come after him, but because without his omniscience the monkey thinks he has a chance. The supreme being began to rise from where his body had been sent, and remarked that it looked like Buddha had been right for a primate. He was really quite intelligent, but it just so happens that it's no longer a big deal at this point. Suddenly the opponent turned his attention to the body of the creature, and was amazed at what he saw there. The supreme god used his power at that, and simply waved his hand downwards. Then the Monkey King felt himself being pressed very hard against the ground immediately afterwards. She endured, by which he was there appeared the mark of a huge hand that had pressed everything to the ground. Wukong was stunned about what had happened and wondered if the force of the wind alone was enough to push him down, though at this moment he was well aware that this skill was definitely not the hand of a god. This power really wasn't like the power of a supreme god. So Wukong thought that it couldn't be because it couldn't be the Buddha. After this attack, the deity wondered if it was really charming. It just so happens to be the only known power that can seal the Monkey King, and in the end it turns out that she will be the doom of this creature. The creature shouted that he couldn't even imagine how he had obtained the power of a Buddha. As it happens, it's a certainty that he would never have given her to someone like this creature. While Wukong was saying all of this, you used your divine arm power to deal with the impending threat. Further said that it did not matter how many gods were worshipped this creature or how powerful he became in doing so it turns out that he'll keep his word and defeat him anyway, for it so happens that the king of the monkeys does not accept the rule of this supreme god. The creature, after hearing all these words, said that in that case he would be wiped out and no one in history would ever know of him again. Next, the Buddha's power was used and a huge hand headed straight for Wukong. The Monkey King, in doing so, used his settled strength to stop this hand and escape from it. The force that pinned him to the ground was so great that it could be seen from space, and it covered most of the planet, but the monkey yet continued to hold this tremendous power, and he said that, like his friends also, he would be free if all this actually happens. Not today, it will definitely happen in the next life, and until that happens, the creature will continue to fight. After all, this whole situation doesn't seem like such a bad outcome for him. Now, following those words, there was an even greater amount of divine energy that Wukong released. The supreme god that was actually stunned at what was happening right in front of his eyes. He couldn't believe that it was a monkey actually lifting the Buddha's huge hand. The Monkey King went on to say that he hereby declares that he is sponsoring and bestowing his divine power upon the new champion. He then broke out into a crazy grin and shouted that this champion becomes Ryan. Ashura, the protagonist, in doing so heard a voice and also felt something happen inside him. A fiery lava appeared under Wook's feet at that very moment. That's why he began to dive downward with most of his body. The supreme god was very angry at the same time and asked if this creature dared to choose him as his champion. The ornament that was on the Monkey King's head fell off, and he thought he had no regrets. He's actually had an exciting life, and in his final moments, he has as well, for even now plunging into the fiery lava, he is still fighting for the freedom he has always sought. But if there is someone who can finally achieve that freedom, he is sure it will be that kid. It was about Ryan now, in whose eyes he saw that will to fight. And so the very hand of Buddha, which had been squeezing the Monkey King the whole time, struck straight into the ground. Immediately after this superpowered attack, there was a global explosion, and the planet was blown apart. The protagonist stepped aside from all of his companions, and so Sophia turned to him. She could see that something was wrong with him, so she asked if he was okay. He had tears in his eyes at the time, so the girl asked why he was crying. There was a flash in the sky, and the hero said he was fine and apologized because it had been a long day too. The protagonist looked at his hand and felt the power that appeared there at the same time. Somewhere in another dimension, the Monkey King was defeated. Of course, the neighborhood found out about it after he felt the power of this creature flowing through his veins. It turns out that the supreme god stood in the same pose as the protagonist and looked at his hand. All the people present near the guy were minding their own business, and no one even recognized what had happened. God immediately afterward headed for his dimension, and now it was abundantly clear that a clash between him as well as the protagonist was simply inevitable. Ryan and his companions went inside the house where a huge table was set up. Sophia asked if they had defeated Wukong, and the guy even helped. The interlocutor was frustrated because she doubted him. The girl apologized and said he couldn't go from fighting ordinary people to killing gods. The guy smiled and said he just had a pretty good team. And Roger turned to a boy named Leo and asked him where he was playing, but his interlocutor told him to leave him alone. Then the guy asked him not to be such a coon and let him see it. But boy, talk to you. This old man got off his back. The protagonist turned his attention there and realized that there was even a child appearing here. It turns out that he was also in the waiting room of the second round. Leo said the man was the reason he died, and Roger said it was his fault. Ryan wondering if that was why the kid in glasses had called him to his team in the third round. But then again, how did the kid get that far in this game? Suddenly Sophia shouted out and said that The Earth was summoning this guy and turned to the hero. She then added that maybe they should consider a strategy for the fourth round since they barely made it past the third round. The interlock looked at her in surprise and asked if they knew what he would be like. The girl noticed that of course they knew that and was about to say something, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. Of course, after that, everyone immediately became wary and began to call for their weapons so much so the door wouldn't stop, and it was clear that someone was waiting for the door to be opened. The hero took a closer look and further stated that it was indeed unexpected. That's why he got up from his seat and said he'd open the door at the same time that he did. So he saw that the goddess of war, Rebecca, was there. The hero greeted her immediately, but Roger wondered what was wrong with her. Everyone looked at him angrily at that moment, and Ryan asked why the idiot was asking about it. His interlocutor wasn't small. What was it that he had done that was so wrong? The goddess exhaled sadly, then remarked that this was exactly what she expected from an idiot like Roger. Her memories immediately conjured up a picture of when it happened when the god ordered one of the girls to gouge out her eyes. So the woman remarked that if anything she didn't want to talk about it all. The main character says it's all nothing, but then why do we have it? Here the interview, he stated that she appeared always to bring back another memory and prepare them for the next round out. Have 2 days until round 4, can do what they want in the meantime. If any of them get hurt, there is a room in the house with a healing elixir. Melissa then raised her hand and asked what the next round would be. The goddess told this one to cover her mouth, and maybe she would tell her. Of course, the girl smiled sweetly and remarked that she understood everything, but inside she raged and thought that this woman was definitely a Rebecca asked after the words were said if at least the participants knew about Minus's labyrinth. She went on to say that they definitely didn't remember anything and apologized for that, declared that there will be no teams in the fourth round, and there will not even be winners, only the surviving participants from those who will fight will remain there. It turns out that they will all be placed in groups of 2 or 3 in a huge one of the mazes, and it just so happens that in it the participants will face challenges and monsters that they will have to kill in order to pass on. Of course, people can team up with others or go it alone. However, the further one goes into the maze, the harder it will be to find one's way back out. Adrian, after hearing the information, immediately inquired about how long the round itself would last. The goddess of war smiled and remarked that it would last 4 days. Ryan was surprised and said that if that's the time, that's quite a long time, though this is still the only round where they aren't forced to kill other contestants. If all of this is true, he's sure there must be some kind of catch. Rebecca said that's true, so there are almost 200,000 participants left, but only 1,000 of them will make it to the 5th round. Those remaining in the living maze will be fed to the 4th round observer, and here it would be the Minotaur, and the hero remembered that he was Donald's patron. Afterward, the goddess stated that it was a briefing for round 4, but there's a real reason why she's here. It is that he is about to reward them with another memory. The woman reached her hand forward and asked if they were ready for this. There's a chance that all those memories will give them another reason for their lives. After using this ability, the participants literally lost consciousness again and traveled into memories. The protagonist felt that there was no state with his consciousness and immediately began to lose it. The first thing he saw in his memory was a village near where there was a fire, and it was pouring rain. The hero was just in that rain, and looking at what was ahead, he then saw a boy who was addressing his mom, dad, as well as Kenji, and begging them to wake up. Just then, it was little Ryan who was crying and desperate, saying he would do anything for it, just begging them to open their eyes. The protagonist realized that it was him as a child, and the memory Benjamin once gave him was true. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone start walking down the road behind him and turned his attention there. He saw his sister, who was covered in blood with a gun in her hands and dragging some man next. She threw the samurai in armor, and apparently she dragged him off and killed him. But as she began to approach the house, she heard the desperate cries of her little brother. The protagonist turned his attention to his older sister and scrutinized her. The boy inside the room, while continuing to scream. Why would anyone do such a terrible thing like this? Jennifer stepped inside and turned to Ryan, touching his shoulder. She noticed she was here, so she shouldn't be worried. The boy looked at her uncertainly and noticed what kind of sister he was, and next, with tears in his eyes, he asked why they were killed. Because mom and dad were just farmers and they had done nothing wrong. His brother Kenji was only 5 years old at the time, so the boy asked sadly why they were all dead, but his sister pressed him closer to her, further stated that it was Completely different from what he thought because the world was cruel and also unfair, and that's why they died though. If that is still the world, then perhaps they can fit in next. The girl sweetly stammered and asked Ryan what she needed him to hide, but if she's not back in 5 hours, then let him go east and find his grandmother. The woman will take care of him. The boy was taken aback by this, but Jennifer stood up and grabbed the knife she was holding and then turned around and hastily started to leave the room. The boy turned to her and begging her sister not to leave. I mean, he can't believe she would just leave him here like that. Next, he continued their cries for the interlocutor to stop and be near him. After all, Jennifer couldn't stand the screams, and so she stopped for a few seconds. She went on to say that she was well aware that it didn't make any sense at all for Ryan right now, but one day he would understand it all perfectly. When she said that it was her eyes that brought tears to her eyes, she then stated that in such an unfair world, one either evolves or immediately perishes. It turns out the guy knows it much better than other people. The sister immediately went forward after these words and didn't stop anymore. The boy, however, kept crying and begging for her to go back. He has no one else in this world. That's why he's asking to come back, because he needs her. The people who had destroyed this village were celebrating victory somewhere in one of the houses. One of them was saying that this was their next successful achievement, and the interlocutor that sat next to him remarked that it was, but it happens to be all thanks to General Taro. The girl noticed is that she told him not to call her like that. The guy apologized afterwards and said that old habits are pretty hard to break. At that moment, before he could even finish that sentence, his neck was pierced by a kunai. The girl who spoke to him was amazed at what she saw before her eyes. After that, she addressed the man. The man did not respond. A girl entered their house and remarked that it was interesting how fragile life was. It turns out that before that they went through years of making memories and raising taxes and friendships, and this can all be destroyed literally in an instant. Jennifer walked into their house with a large number of weapons in her hands. The girl remarked that life is indeed precious. Well then, let the general tell her something. Her gaze was harsh and cold, and she asked why this woman wanted to live. She wondered afterward who the hell that even was. The main character's sister said she was one of their victims. After she said that, she immediately prepared to attack because she was ready to kill everyone here. The warriors lined up in front of the general and said that the dare should be protected. The girl only smiled slightly when she saw people appear in front of her. Then, in one of the samurai attacked her, but she dodged downward with ease. Next, he saw a counterattack being prepared on him, but did not have time to dodge in any way. That's exactly why Jennifer easily cut his neck. But of course it didn't want to stop at that point either and rushed forward. There were other wars out there that she fought and destroyed with ease. At the far side of the room they were, and an archer stood and prepared to fire. When he did that, girl sensed danger and immediately turned her attention to him. Easily she dodged the arrow that was about to hit her, and so it hit another warrior. Jennifer then made her way to the archer and disarmed him, knocking the bow out of his hand. After the man noticed that he was unarmed, he realized this was a bad thing, but he did not have long to torment himself with doubts, for his body was soon cut into 4 pieces. Taro turned her attention to the person who had attacked them and noticed that she had interesting eyes, and if she has, that means she's still one of those people. Suddenly some warrior with a weapon appeared from behind the girl and shouted for her to stop. But after that he prepared to decapitate Jennifer, who was standing with her back to him. He failed to do so, however, because young Ryan appeared and grabbed him by the neck. The general was amazed when she saw what had happened and asked if it was a child. The boy grabbed a small knife and was already preparing to kill the man he was holding. He told him it was all his fault, and the protagonist watched from the side near the building. A young boy bloodied this warrior and said that this rascal took his family's life. Immediately thereafter, he stabbed him several times in the chest and killed him. The older sister and also the woman stood in that room and heard the boy screaming, "With you, that man died." To all of this, the rest of the warriors in the room appeared and watched sadly at what was happening. Suddenly, Ryan felt someone stop him and immediately turned his attention there. It was Jennifer, who asked him what it was he was doing here. The baby looked at her and said that he simply didn't want to be alone in that house. And so it turns out that he's probably correct, that these guys killed mom, dad, as well as Kenji. So he simply wanted to help her, give them what they didn't deserve all along. The older sister smiled and remarked that she understood, as much as she still didn't want him to listen to her. She knew he was coming while the girl was talking to the guy. Taro ran up. The woman took advantage of the fact that the girl was distracted and therefore hit her in the neck to render her unconscious. Afterward it did, and Jennifer fell unconscious And the boy was horrified when he saw it. One of the warriors also ran up to him and then grabbed him, holding him down on the floor. The older sister was lying on the ground, and the boy was begging her to wake up. Now the woman came up to her afterward and touched the cross, but Ryan told her to just deny her, and he would kill her. His interlocutor did not listen to him, and so the boy continued to shout whether he could hear him or not. He was already a dead man. Taro then said she could hear everything perfectly while the subordinate, who had been holding the boy, asked if they should kill the brat. The feudal said she shouldn't do that because she would use them both for her own purposes. Next, she turned to this kid and asked him to tell her something. It was interesting to see who this girl was and also who he believed in. Is their belief in the same God, or are there more than one after all? Perhaps, after all, that it was about all of them. The hero carefully continued to watch, and then what was going on inside the room? The general, with a sly smile on her face, said that each pantheon simply existed in this ether, but in any case it so happens that Nay knows where her faith lies. The young boy was locked up in some house after a while, and kept there. He kept trying to get out of that room, and turning to his sister Jennifer, literally with tears in his eyes, the guy begged the girl not to leave. After all of a sudden some guy comes up and says it's been a week and he's still crying over his sister. The man also had red hair, and he wondered to the boy where his pride was. Next, he put the food he had brought on the floor and asked if he was hungry. Little Ryan was reaching for that food, and his interlocutor said he'd had enough of crying. Then it turns out after all that his quiet farm life is long over, and let him wipe the tears from those miserable eyes. But if he actually wants to survive here, he should be useful now. Just a hostage the dime EY is keeping alive to control the prophet. The boy, as instructed, wiped tears from his eyes and asked what other prophet. The guy responded by saying that he was talking about Jennifer Ashura, since she is a divine prophet. Next, started sliding the food over and said that ever since Dee started using it, they've won every battle. That said, rumors suggest that she can see the future thanks to her own eyes. The boy grabbed the food that was brought to him and asked if it was true. After all, it turns out he doesn't think his sister Jennifer actually has that power. His companion looked at him and noticed that it was true, for it was definitely her. Ryan began to have flashbacks, and he noticed that it had always been like this. After all, the man that spoke to him remarked that he understood everything, and anyway, if the boy didn't want to live the rest of his life here as a hostage, he had to change. The youngster was surprised because of these words, and asked in what sense it was to change. He further recalled the words of his older sister, who said that this world was cruel, but perhaps they could fit in. The interlocutor held out his hand. At that, Ryan did notice that it would help him become useful. The kid kept looking at him in surprise and asking why he was the one who wanted to help him. The interviewer smiled and stated that it was all because he knew what it was like. Further inquired as to what was next, if he was going to continue crying for his sister, well, or in doing so allow him to turn it into something the daimyo can use for himself. The kid shook his hand, and then the interlocutor said he would turn it into something crushing. It is at this point that the main character's memories are cut short, and here he is back in reality. Immediately afterward, he fell to his knees, for he was horrified at what was happening. Rebecca, who was in the room, noticed this and asked if they had a good trip. Everyone had already regained consciousness at that point, and so the goddess said that they all seem to have something to think about, but in that case, she's not going to hold them back and leave them alone. The main character at that wondered if that was it, since she was teasing them with the truth, and in doing so, it turns out they need to risk their own lives to the point of finding more. Rebecca glared at him angrily and asked if there was something Ryan didn't like. The guy got up afterward and said she had the power to bring back their memories, and he knew it. Adrian entered the conversation and turned to Ryan, but the guy was interested in what the girl thought of God. Now he was actually quite curious as to what had happened to her. The goddess of war abruptly used her divine power and grabbed the guy's neck. Sophia alerted them and shouted that they should be careful. The woman, on the other hand, pinned the protagonist against the wall and held him there. Ryan said afterward that it tells him everything he needs to know, but if God did in fact take her eye, then why does she serve him? Next, he smiled madly and told the girl to give him his memories and that when he would avenge them both. The goddess of war was surprised because of this and asked if he was threatening the god himself. He's a complete idiot if he thinks he can even scratch it. Further told the guy that he was a lucky guy and she wouldn't kill him for saying that. Roger wondered what exactly was next. Would she just continue to be such a dog of a god? It turns out that Wukong at least had The courage to fight for what he believed in. The woman got angry about this and said interviewer looked at where this was all leading him, because at this point the Monkey King is already a dead man. The protagonist, when he heard this, was quite surprised, and Rebecca went on to say that this is what happens when a deity or a person objects to a god. They idiots only have 2 days before the next round starts, so don't let them waste that time. Roger yelled out where the woman had gone since they weren't done talking, but he was stopped by Kayla here. The protagonist ran up to her interlocutor and, touching her shoulder, asked her to wait. She looked at him, and the guy said to just listen to him. Ryan stated that she didn't need to give God himself after all, and all he needed was a favor. Still, it turns out she shouldn't have lost an eye for anything. His companion looked at him for a few seconds and then said he only had 1 minute. Soon, several of the main characters' comrades were on the sidelines, and Sophia was asking what they thought Ryan was saying to her. Roger said he had no idea what they might be talking about, but here of everyone here, there's no one better suited to convince Rebecca to come over to their side. There is something about Ryan after all, and that's why he should be able to pull it off in the end. Since there is only one winner in the game of God, everyone has to fend for themselves. But even still, this guy somehow brought them all here together. If he convinced Mr. Viking to join them, however, nothing is probably impossible anymore. Sophia smiled even after that and said that the person she was talking to was probably right after all. After all, it turns out that when they first met, Wounded had risked his life just to gain her trust. But I wonder what he'll still get if he does win Rebecca over to their side. Nicholas, who had been silent all this time, said it was just like the guy said, because he wanted to kill God himself because of what she heard. The girl was stunned and asked if he was really serious about it. After all, Roger says it's real, so the only way out of this prison is to kill their warden. Ruk Kong's rebellion in doing so against a god gave them key information on the matter. First, it just so happens that they know that God rules over all pantheons, which means that everyone is subject to him. Among the rather large number of gods, there are a few, like the Monkey King, who resist him in the end. However, if they find a deity that could turn him against a god, maybe that is the way to overthrow him. Next, he asked Nicholas if he wasn't a god after all. The guy sure knows a deity that wants a lot of ruler. The interlocutor remarked that no one recognizes this as openly as the Monkey King did, so it turns out that because of his omniscience, if a god sees a future in which he sees a deity rebel, he can get rid of it before it happens. Then he asked the interlocutor why he thought he was here, since the deity wanted him to die. Roger, as well as Sophia, smiled afterward, and the guy said he didn't know that Nicholas said that it turns out only once did Ryan outsmart God, so there's a good chance, and it's possible that he could do it again. While everyone was discussing what was going on and talking to each other, Adrian was on the roof of the building. He was sitting there alone and thinking about something of his own, so it was obvious that he was quite sad. I thought back to that situation when I was alone with Sophia near someone else's flag. It just so happens that before that, the Monkey King said he wanted the guy to kill his new friend Sophia Park. If he does, then the creature will then invest in him and become his sponsor. And that's just the way it is. This is the moment when Adrian in the cave remembered this whole situation. It immediately put the girl on the ground. Next, he immediately pulled a weapon from the sheath he had on his belt and swung it. Of course, he wanted to kill this girl and fulfill the requirements in order to obtain the deity, but he failed, for at the last moment, he withdrew the blade and thrust it right near his head. He looked at his partner intently, and then tears flowed from his eyes. The guy was really sad about it, and so he didn't do anything about it. So he left it at that, farther back from his blade. He remarked that this was all wrong, for there would be no more tricks. Besides, he's no longer enough, that some betrayals do happen in his life, in his memories. He had how he had chopped his opponent to pieces. After that, he had some strange object in his hands that was all bloody. Then all these memories popped into his head, and he grabbed hold of her. But right after saying that this time he would win the God game through his own efforts, it turned out that he was the winner of God game number 107. Adrian Shingon. Rebecca was actually surprised when she listened to Ryan's plan and noticed that it was quite interesting. So it turns out she's going to think about it. After all, the hero held out his hand to her and said that's all he's asking for. Next, have her let him know if she decides to take sides, but honestly, it's her only chance. Then she would move without the gods watching her closely. Even if it's temporary, she's actually free now. Soon, Adrian walked up to the guy and asked how the conversation with Rebecca had gone. Ryan said he still thinks she'll come around. The interviewer further inquired, but will he tell them his plan? The hero smiled and said no. He apologized at that. Of course, it was a secret. The Guy at the mask turned around indignantly and remarked that she didn't want to know anyway, but Ryan said he didn't know he was interested. Sophia pulled out her gun at the same time and started shooting directly at Roger. The hero dodged that bullet at the last moment, for it flew straight at him. Next, the girl apologized, and the guy with glasses asked if the guys wanted to move a little farther away. Ryan agreed with that, and then wondered if they were still practicing for the next round. It certainly happens to make sense, though, as the fourth round is the biggest of all the rounds that have come before it. He remembered the rules that were announced in it and realized that the teams were not defined. And it also comes out that everyone from the God game would be placed in the same conditions if you get a better understanding of the whole situation. However, this level sounds like some chaos. Suddenly, the hero felt Nicholas approach him and asked if the two of them wanted to fight. The guy turned his attention to him, and then, after a little hesitation, asked if fighting him would be a good idea. Stated that he had understood him perfectly correctly, and further recalled what had happened before, and he said the thought of reality intrigues him, so it turns out that's the reason he wants to experience it all in battle. Next, he turned his attention to Adrian, and said he looked strong enough. The interlocutor said, "Is it really true? And he is in growth after all, so that's the reason he won't bring this one hard to its knees." Soon the opponents had separated to different sides and were already preparing for the fight. Ryan realized that when he thought about the whole situation now, he still knew very little about Adrian's power. This person is actually quite good at keeping their own secrets, and to break it down, Nicholas on the pure power side is definitely the strongest. The hero, meanwhile, knows full well that both of them are physically strong enough, but can he keep it up? Roger turned to the rest of his comrades and told them to place bets as to who they thought would win. After all, Kayla looked at him in surprise and remarked that it was 2 against 1, and she must be correct in her understanding. The guy with the glasses said that, to be honest, he thought Nicholas could beat them both. Melissa also joined the conversation and said that based on what she had seen before then, this deity's power was comparable to the rest of the gods. Ryan's specialties are his brain as well as his eyes, but they won't help if Nicholas just burdens his power, so whether they end up winning will depend on how long Adrian can keep his partner in the fight. Roger said he really agreed. Kayla remarked to him that she thought he had more faith in Ryan. The interlocutor stated that of course he believed, but without a divine power that could physically strengthen him, he was in a sense dependent on his fellows. Sophia heard all this talk and watched intently, worried about the guy. Leo continued to play his console and said he thought Ryan as well as Adrian would still win. Roger was surprised and asked if that was true, why, and the interlocutor said he didn't know that it's just that, or is really like those people who always win. Nicholas as well as his opponents prepared for battle and used their divine power. Next, the man told them to show him the strength of another candidate for God. Adrian asked his partner if he understood correctly that it was the hand of God. The hero stated that it was all true, for it was his divine power. Next, one of them said not to underestimate him, and so using the power of their eyes, the protagonist foresaw the future of their opponent attacking them. Nor did he reached out his hand immediately afterward and channeled energy into them. His look said that he was fully confident of his victory, and afterward told them to die. Next, a large stream of energy headed towards his hand, and the waterfall rose. Sophia and the others afterward were surprised and said he was strong. Roger, on the other hand, after seeing this attack, asked if Nicholas was holding back, just like that the last time he used his divine power it was 10 times stronger. Perhaps this attack was weaker because he used less energy, or his divine power has different states. Suddenly the man was startled, for he saw opponents appear from behind the water that had risen. Adrian grabbed the protagonist's arm and prepared to throw him forward, for the effect to be times stronger rather than both using their divine power. Lastly, the partner turned to Ryan and asked if he was sure. The hero told him not to ask too many questions. You just did it. The co-sea commander agreed. Next, he left him and told him not to blame him if he was killed. Nicholas looked to see a guy carrying a gun being carried at him, so he wondered what these idiots were even thinking, for in such a position his opponent is absolutely in a defenseless state. And so while the Norse deity turned her attention and focused on the notion in front, then Adrian appeared from behind. Look, it was only the last moment after it happened that the opponent saw it. The man saw that this person behind him was moving rather quickly, so snapped his fingers to release his energy. The hero used the power of his eyes to see what the man was about to do. Streams of divine power spread around and drove away the opponents in various directions. The masked man fell to the water afterward, but still gradually began to rise. But when he pulled away and looked Ahead a little he was amazed and all because he saw Nicholas in front of him who was about to hit him, and to whom the man had nothing to do but throw away his weapons and fight with his bare hands. So, he did it pretty quickly, and he even managed to hit a kick to his opponent's head. The day's body flew far to the side due to this rather strong attack. Sophia got excited about what was going on and noticed that Adrian hit him. Kayla said he did, but was he even okay? Sure enough, the Viking quickly began to rise and wanted to get back into the fight, but within seconds of what happened, the main character was already behind him. It would seem that the opponent did not expect this attack, but in others the man put out his arm and pushed the guy away. Next he wondered if an ambush was what Ryan had planned before, so it turns out that he must know that with his divine power he has no chance in a fight where might is needed, and this time it turns out he doesn't even have any comrades to protect him. He remarked that he should say all this regretfully, and then prepared for his own attack. When he was about to attack the main character, it said that he expected more from him. Ryan wondered if his opponent was really telling the truth, since he depended on others for a lot of things, even in his fight against Benjamin. After all, it turns out that the power with which he fought that man was completely not his own. The location is that his skill is omniscience and relies on those who embody the vision for him, but in order to really get through this whole god game, he has to learn how to fight himself. So when the Norse deity hit the guy with all his strength, he put out his hand and held back that blow, and only a sufficiently large amount of divine power developed in the sides, raising the water. Roger, also the girl who stood next to him, was stunned at what they saw before them, as were amazed by everyone else, for they didn't expect the guy to be able to stop this attack with his arm. Nicholas was surprised, as was everyone else, and said it couldn't be. He saw the aura that accompanied the guy, and it could be seen that it was a monkey king. So the man thought he knew that aura. To all this, it turns out that Adrian, who saw this fight, also realized what had happened. Next he wondered if, and it turns out that Wukong had chosen Ryan. That said, it was not at all clear why he had done all this. The opponent asked the guy when this monkey king gave him his power. The protagonist responded by saying that choosing him as his champion was the last resistance to the god Wukong. The guy went on to say that this is the reason he uses the king's power, doing all this to work his way to the top. The guy at the same time was already using his power and preparing to strike. The opponent was taken back by these words and asked to what other summit. Immediately afterward, he used his divine power and shouted for the bloody mortal not to run ahead. A few moments later, both of the opponents' divine powers collided between hitting each other. There were such great streams of power and aura that literally the sky and everything else was dyed two different colors. The comrades who were on the sidelines could barely stay on their feet and watch the fight. Sophia saw what happened and wondered if Ryan was really on par with Nicholas, and they were fighting at the same time, throwing punches at each other. Just as the female protagonist fought, the male protagonist fought back. The exchange of blows continued for some time, and then the deity hesitated. Nicholas wondered if Wukong's divine power was so clumsy after all. Next the man put his hand out to the side and said how pathetic it was. After all, he channeled his left hand a rather large amount of energy and said that it was real power. After that there was a bang, and the protagonist noticed that this god's hand was 50% God's hand. Fortunately for him, the last moment he still managed to dodge this swift attack, but the wind that came afterward began to drag the guy sideways. Because of this, it flew off. Even after that punch didn't hit him. After all, the deity continued to be in place, but the protagonist's body was flying, and there was no way he could manage to stop it. So it turned out that it was only a short time later that he fell into the water, and the post went up. Sophia, who had been watching this battle closely, immediately shouted out to Ryan. Nicholas noticed what happened too, and said that he may have overdone it, but after all, the potions should restore him. But suddenly, he noticed that the water went away, and the body of a guy appeared there. He said he recognizes this power perfectly, and now it seems that his opponent is finally taking him seriously. It's really impressive, as his power is insane. All he could do was dodge to reduce the damage. But is it true that they've only used half of their real power, and he turns out to be holding back as well? Roger was dumbfounded when he heard those words, and asked in what sense. To the opponent was surprised, and the heroes noticed this. So he asked if he too thought the guy had used all his divine power, but he shouldn't buy into it, because it's his new power. If he doesn't show his hand, why should he do so? He further inquired if his opponent still wanted to see his new divine power, but in that case let him take it and make him use it. God got angry about that, and told that scumbag not to be so self-righteous. Next began to build up his strength and asked if the man thought he could throw around words just because he accepted his idol. It ends up destroying this guy along with his whole planet. After Roger heard this, he immediately took off his glasses and asked everyone to wait for them, and he started getting closer and said it was really getting dangerous, but he can't let them all have fun like this. I mean, it turns out it's not going to be any fun at all without it. Nicholas turned his attention to him and asked if he thought it was some sort of open invitation, so he got mad about it and angrily told him to get the hell out of here. After all, it turns out he's the man who's going to be the one to crush Ryan. The interlocutor asked if he was telling the truth and then used divine power. So in a moment, there was no one else in the place where he was, and he was gone. The man only noticed how this man was behind the main character's back and was saying that he was APizing that this man would be his, therefore taking advantage of his instantaneous speed. He jumped up to attack his opponent. Roger reflected that the opponent is certainly full of discoveries, but suffer beside him. He knows a thing or two. Definitely this man's eyes can keep up with him. Then after now attacking him from behind, it's unclear why the guy doesn't react in any way. Suddenly, he saw the main character turn around to him while smiling. Roger then noticed afterward that his attack was recovered by Adrian, who appeared behind the guy's back before that. This masked man watched Nicholas say that he would be the one to crush Ryan, so he wondered if two of the strongest competitors saw this guy as their rival. Then there were the memories of how this particular man had chosen him as his partner, so it was unclear to Adrian now whether he was staying behind him, but remembering everything that had happened before, he thought it wasn't, and he didn't want everything that was going to happen, so got angry and told myself it wasn't going to happen and used divine power, further encouraged, and after throwing himself into the battle, he said that the winner of the gods game should be him. That's exactly the reason why in the present he stopped Roger's attack, who was attacking from the back. The guy smiled and asked, does Adrian feel left out? His opponent looked at him angrily and said that this bespectacled man was really unnecessary in the fight. Nicholas, who was off to the side, shouted that enough of this talk, further stated that they were all bastards, and started using his divine technique. When he already wanted to use the god's hand 100%, he shouted that they could die, but just moments before he did, something happened, and everyone felt it. In this world, everything became dim and dark very quickly, so everyone immediately stopped. Nicholas turned his attention sideways, for he understood what it all meant, but the main character along with the rest of the guys didn't realize what had happened and looked away. So did everyone else, looking in the direction of the man who appeared immediately. It was one of the deities that emitted a large amount of divine energy and slowly walked forward. The man turned to Nicholas and remarked that he seemed to be having a good time with these insects. He then spread a bright smile and called this man brother. His name is Thor, and he is one of the two tribal Scandinavian gods. Sophia asked her companion if he had really said brother, and she remarked that meant he was a god too. Melissa didn't like all of this, so she wondered why on earth a god had come to their waiting room. Nicholas afterward asked Thor what the hell he was doing here. The interlocutor stated that he decided to visit him because his father had told him that he had seen something recently. It was when his son fought the Monkey King, but it turns out that the one didn't even greet him, and it's unclear where his general demeanor when his brother inquired, but why would he even talk to that scumbag? Thor started using his power and said it was rude, but that one had always been like that. Because of this, it is not at all surprising that this deity was sentenced to play God. She went on to say that if the truth be told, he first came here to just talk, but every time he finally sees Nicholas, he just wants to destroy him with that look, and the main character, while doing so, abruptly appeared right between them and looked at this god. Thor was amazed because of this and shouted for this insect to get out of the way for the god's talk. Ryan stated that you interviewer listened to him carefully because he doesn't know who he is and also why he is interfering with their training. Regardless, Nicholas is with them now, so let him just get the hell out of here. The man was astonished because of this, for he had not expected such insolent talk from a mere mortal. The guy said that besides whether or not it was right that he was his brother and whether or not it was okay to socialize with the family like that, Thor smiled and asked if he was teaching him how to communicate with his own family. After all, he was a pathetic human being. Next, he used his divine power, and his weapon began to be filled with it. Afterward, he said that the whole thing really annoyed him a lot. Nicholas was flabbergasted because of this, for he realized that the boy had turned against his brother. Thor lunged at his opponent and shouted that they as humans were lucky that they could at least be in his presence. The protagonist reflected that it didn't matter that this person was a deity because he was Already afraid of them enough, it turns out that if we remember that they all come from worlds in which they are invincible, Ryan thought he was getting really tired of all this arrogance he was feeling by now, so asks to be allowed to show why he will regret underestimating him as a human being. When the god attacked his young, the hero managed to return. Thor was surprised at what the guy did, and the hero told him he was even glad the guy came in time for their training, and so it just so happens that he is really the perfect warm-up for the fourth round. After this guy's attack, blood rushed to the side, but the hero was surprised to see what happened. The deity grabbed his blade with his hand and said that he must be that Ryan Surura, the man's father, talked about the guy, for he is the one who defeated Wukong. So it turns out he's really good at using those eyes, but even though Ryan had defeated one of the gods, then he shouldn't be arrogant about it. Nicholas realized that this situation looked really dangerous, so he shouted to the guy to leave quickly. Thor, on the other hand, swung his big hammer and immediately apologized. His little brother said it was too late, and at that point was ready to hit the guy. But suddenly, he saw Ryan remain calm while smiling, asking if it was too late. That's why he said it was a deity, because he should know perfectly well that he wasn't the only one who fought gods. Several partners were already quickly heading there from both sides to help. Roger wondered if he had the right idea about beating the crap out of this god. Immediately after the words were said, he slapped him and declared that this was indeed his lucky day. When he did, it was on the other side, already rushing Adrian, that swung his weapon and shouted at the bespectacled man to get out of the way. Thor was amazed when he saw the man and asked if it was Adrian Shingon. The guy didn't answer him at that and threw a pretty hard punch right there, then stopped and lowered his weapon down to calm the divine energy. Roger looked at it, and with his cheapening said he was really a fiery guy. It could be seen that there was a cut of water several dozen meters in front of them. The interlocutor said that this man is stronger than he seems. Next, he asked if the man had killed him. After all, Adrian replied that he doubted it. After all, he is the strongest of the Air Clan. So the deity appeared in the air, and he shouted out that they seemed like interesting guys. After that, using his divine power, Thor prepared to attack, and those people, the partners, looked at this, and Roger shouted for his interlocutor to watch, for it made him angry. The protagonist also noticed what was going on, so he realized that the situation was pretty bad. Leo wanted to join the fight to help his comrades, but Kayla stopped him and told him not to do that. With a smile on her face, she said to trust them, for they would be fine. Ryan, after using the power of his eyes, thought that if he took that chance he could stop him, but if he does it now, it will be really bad. The boys' musings were interrupted by Nicholas, who came forward during them, and it was obvious that he was ready to fight, and the hero smiled afterward. But the man said, what are they doing? These people have interfered in his battle, and do they really think he needs dogs sticking up for him? At this point, he was remembering the past, and said he didn't need their help. Also, no one was needed for Nicholas, as this is in reality a battle between two brothers, more pissed off and shouting with you, everyone get out of his way, or he'll be the one to kill. Thor, the older brother, was flabbergasted because of this and asked if he was going to kill him. But is it possible to talk to an elderly like that? Nicholas shouted for him to shut his mouth and already prepared to use his power. At this, Thor also summoned his hammer and prepared to attack. His younger brother was already heading in his direction, telling him to finally die already. Soon several very powerful forces were about to converge on each other, and it was causing torrents of wind. The protagonist understood what was going to happen next, so he was willing to go in to figure it out, and suddenly he noticed something that put him in a stupor, and he couldn't believe his eyes, but someone had already stopped them and apologized to Nicholas, for she must intervene, and it's all because if they fight a little longer, they'll just kill everyone here. It turned out to be Melissa, who stopped the attacks in her opponents. The man at that turned his attention to her and asked who the hell else she was. Ryan paid attention to what had happened and immediately wondered how it was possible that Melissa's power had increased so dramatically. Soon Thor lowered his weapon and said he'd had enough. So it turns out that he came here actually just to send a message to Nicholas, said they haven't forgotten his failure after all, so if he wants to settle things for good, that's what needs to be done. The upshot is that the younger brother should find an older maze where they'll work things out. Melissa wondered what else it was if he didn't want to fight anymore, but if so, was it possible that she was just taking it seriously? Nicholas said that as far as their clan was concerned, she had already defeated him. The deity returned to its domain, and enraged struck the stone. The man couldn't understand who that girl was if she could stop him. I remembered what had happened shortly before, and wondered if a man could Stop 2 gods. Suddenly a woman came up who saw that the man was angry and noticed that he was a big boy, but did those people beat him? Her name is Loki, and she is the Oa goddess of evil. Also said that this god game is getting even more interesting than the previous one. Next to her was Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. The girl afterwards inquired how their brother was. After all, the interlocutor said he was as usual. Loki wondered if he was as thoughtful as usual, and she was surprised he'd gotten this far without his comrades. The man showed his arm, which had a rather large wound on it, and said he definitely had comrades now. His sister was greatly surprised and asked if he was being serious. Anubis said it was probably those who helped him in the battle with Wukong. Thor asked did these idiots do what he was talking about, and if they volunteered for round 4. Both interlocutors said they did. The man said it's beautiful, and there's only a little bit left now, if only just once Nicholas would cross paths with them in the maze, and if that happens then they'll finish him off once and for all. At the same time, the man's father was watching from the sidelines. Kayla noticed that if, however, the deity said to find it in the maze, did that mean there would be gods in the next round? Kayla noticed that everyone was busy doing something of their own and wondered if anyone was listening to her at all. Adrian turned to Nicholas, at that calling him a Viking. When the man turned his attention to him, the guy asked if he was going to tell him why that rascal was after him. Most likely, he would be after him in the next round as well. The Viking said that in that case, he had better be away from all of them then, so he would go the maze alone. The interlocutor was sad about this and said that this man's arrogance would soon kill him. That's when Melissa came into the conversation and asked if he couldn't just tell them some of them had almost died trying to protect him, and he should know that Nicholas got angry about this. And immediately the couple yelled that he never asked them to get involved. Ryan was surprised because of what was happening, for he realized that this man was feeling the pain inside of him, and suddenly Leo entered the conversation, noting that it was pretty obvious that all 3 of them were hiding something. This is the truth of Nicholas and his stories with Thor, and the truth of why God is involved in this game. Immediately I remembered those words about the big man saying that they should know why he was here, for this man wanted him dead. Next, the kids said there's also Melissa, and they thought her ability was self-repair, but even now they don't understand the essence of her divine power. Certainly, for that matter, she has something more to offer, if she was able to stop Nicholas as well as Thor. But despite everything, there is one other person, and that is exactly Adrian, who is also very strange. Leo wondered afterwards why Thor recognized him. After all, the masked man himself was astonished at being noticed. Being asked, Sophia joined in the conversation and said that now that he said it, Adrian recognized Wukong when they first met him, so that's the reason why. It turns out that without their memories something like this just can't be done. The deity immediately after hearing all of this began to laugh quite brightly. The people present were amazed at this and asked if he was really laughing, because before that the man had been serious all the time. The man hit the table immediately afterward and said it's no wonder he has that mask, since he hides everything behind it. He further added that in that case he and Adrian should share their secrets together. The interlocutor was wary about it, but the man said the 2 of them should tell them somewhere around the same time. It was only 35 hours until the 4th round. A masked man walked by beside him and shoved him, telling him to get off his getaway. Nicholas stated that the interlocutor should know that he could have told all of this himself. Adrian meanwhile continued on his way and coldly replied that he was doing whatever he wanted in this one. He and this deity both know better than anyone else a thing or two, so it turns out that telling about yourself and also contacting someone is all pointless, and that's because they're all going to die eventually anyway. And so after Adrian left for the next drape of the day, the comrades focused on training, and the masked man went off in the other direction to train alone. Nicholas never ended up telling all of them Adrian's secret. All they can do is just imagine what's burdening him all this time. And so before all comrades had time to remember, it was literally night before the 4th round. Leo played near the water doing zigzags and said it was cool. Ryan, on the other hand, was sad at that moment and said that it seemed like they only had a few hours left together. Roger looked up at the stars and wondered if the guy wanted to say something sensual and silly. The interview, he replied that he wasn't, and the guy with glasses said he was just kidding, right? And if there was anything he wanted to say, now would be the time to say it. May just so happen that this is exactly the last time they spend time together like this. The protagonist lowered his gaze and said that he was simply thinking about this game. After all, those were beautiful moments when they were doing battle together for their lives, and also even just spending a few days exploring together was great too, and all those memories and thoughts made the guy worry about them. Ryan said he doesn't really want his time with them to end. Everyone else didn't say anything about it, but they were all sad about it. Suddenly Nicholas stated that if they were to talk about tomorrow, he knew something that could help them. Melissa asked if he was telling the truth. The interview said he was, and he didn't tell them because it was obviously tied together with him, of course, as much as he hated to admit it, it was still them who stood up for him like idiots, and so what he wants to say now is just return the favor for them. Further stated that just recently, he said that the gods really want him dead, but still that's only part of the rest of the truth, as everyone here can know perfectly well a multitude of gods as well as pantheons want to erase his existence. True, and at that of course is also the fact that the god game is necessary for the entertainment of the divine pantheons. Regardless, the real purpose of this game is to execute the deity who no longer follow the gods' views. Rebellious as well as disobeying gods can fall under this execution, while all the know-nothing gods with no faith and those despised by everyone else, the Supreme Lord himself adds the deity to be executed in this game to see if they are worthy of continued existence. After all, if man defeats the deity, he proves himself more worthy of immortality, and that's probably true, the protagonist asked, but does all this mean that this game kills the old gods? They're creating new ones. Nicholas said that this is absolutely true, and in order to protect themselves from the game, some deities joined God. They had all met several before, and he confirmed that he would represent the next round, but it turns out that he's chosen by the god, and the minor is already neat, which means that this deity has voluntarily joined the fourth round. In these very past games, there have been instances where deities have volunteered to join rounds as curators, skill games, or participants. It seems to the man that T is not the only god to join the fourth round. Sophia asked, is this the reason why the candidates are not fighting each other in this round? Kayla also joined the conversation and said whether they meant they wanted humans to face the gods. The Viking remarked that it was only an all too familiar guess on his part, and tomorrow they would already understand much more. At that, he stated that he was only telling them all this because of that stupidity of Rogers. The man is also well aware of the gods who want him dead and will likely hunt them down as well. It is because of this that he does not want their deaths on his conscience. So he shouted out that they shouldn't die tomorrow and asked if they realized it. Roger said with a smile on his face to whoever was looking at this, because the big guy turns out to have feelings. And isn't that cute? Nicholas shouted with you. The man covered his mouth and Ryan smiled and thanked him. Besides noting that they would all be ready tomorrow, they're all really strong guys, so no matter what happens they will survive, and it also turns out that we'll meet each other on the other side. The remaining time until the fourth round at that point was already 0 hours. After a while, all the fellows lined up in front of the doors, and Mr. Arnold was beside them. He said they must all be pretty well rested. He went on to say that they should start round 4. Now the creatures smiled rather slightly and wondered who wanted to go there first. Ryan wondered before he did that this day of reality had arrived because of everything that's going on. He believes he couldn't revive Mr. Arnold Pooh to give that the tranquility would last forever. Their guide asked to be allowed to explain the rules. They would all be divided into 4 different groups and carried into the maze. This would be a maximum of 3 participants per group. The first team he assigns would be Ryan, as well as Sophia. He went on to say that the second team would consist of Kayla, Leo, and also Roger. The third team would have Nicholas, as well as Melissa. The girl hugged him, and the interviewer asked if she could back off. It was unclear to him why on earth the girl was clinging to his tracking channels. The interviewees stated that she just thought it would be better if she joined someone strong. Said that if it's about the fourth team, does he even want to ask about it? Adrian told him that he didn't want to do that, and stated not to waste his time for nothing, and just end it all. Mr. Arnold touched his hat, and then remarked that he agreed. Not then let the one come forward to all of this. He opened the door behind his back, and declared that we should get started already. Ryan afterward told everyone else to remember what they had a conversation about last night, that is, let none of them look for each other in this maze and go to the finish line, but soon they will meet again on the other side when they win. The protagonist reflected that unlike his brave tables, part of him knew he might not see those faces again. After all, you get that this is God's game after all, and anything can happen here. After a while, together with his companion, they found themselves in a labyrinth. The hero used the power of his eyes, did not ask Sophia if she was okay. The girl said she was normal, but also stated that this scale astounds her. The guy turned his attention forward and said that was indeed the case. Next they headed forward together, and the hero said it was like the first round for when it could easily seem like that white world went on forever. Sophia soon said that they had 4 days before they had to find a way out, and not much longer considering how big the place seemed. Afterward, she asked if the guy thought everyone would be okay. He looked at her and stated that was all they could hope for, but as it happens they have to survive on their own right now. Sophia smiled and said that was right, and so they came to one of the walls near which there were 2 paths in different directions. Sophia asked if they should go straight or sideways. Then Ryan used the power of his eyes and said he should just give it a second, and so he used the divine power of omniscience. Because of this ability, 2 paths appeared in front of his eyes, and one of them was normal. The boy took a closer look at these doors that were in front of him and realized where they needed to go, so pointing with his hand in the direction said that if they went that way, it wouldn't be much considering how big the place seemed. Sophia inquired at what would happen if they continued straight ahead. Her partner remarked that presumably it would be a shortcut. Regardless, there's something there, and it's most likely something dangerous. He could also see perfectly well that a deity was there. There was a god sitting there eating an apple. His name is Hermes, and he's the Olympian god. The girl asked she what the guy wanted to do. After all, it was obvious that it was better to take the easier route. Ryan thought about it and said that wasn't really true because she must remember what Rebecca had told them when telling them the rules for this round, and she said that if the debt participants are still in the maze, it will be harder for them to find their way out. And so in passing, the guy was saying that the goal was to find a way out as quickly as possible. Of course, if they take the easy way out, they can avoid confronting God himself, but that's when there's a good chance they'll take the long path that deviates from the exit. The guy's omniscient skill can't look that far into the future after all, and he doesn't know what's behind the trap. Sophia stated that in that case, she thought the best way forward for them was to move forward to all of this. She knows full well this is his face, and does he really want to fight God after all? Ryan smiled madly and said that if it was about fighting, it wasn't because he wanted to destroy it. After that, he and the immediate they headed forward together. After a few dozen meters, they reached the stone on which the god Hermes hangs cases. Afterward, as the man saw them, he greeted them and asked if it wasn't perfect. He was even beginning to wonder when this one wouldn't be able to start the game. And next he introduced himself and stated that his name was Hermes. He is a divine messenger from Olympus itself to all of this. He remarked that how nice it still is to have Ryan and also Sophia in his game rather than just the two. Had seen their fight in the 3rd round before, and he had to admit that it was one of the more interesting ones. Ryan turned to Hermes and wondered what they were doing here. The interlocutor smiled in response and asked if they were in a hurry to get somewhere. It just so happens that the 4th round takes place in a huge maze, and it can take centuries to move through. This is the reason why it turns out that in order to make it easier for the D8 players, many games have been added. Participants should win this round and learn about the shortcut that is guaranteed to lead them towards the exit. Even so, if they lose a new in battle, they die. So it turns out that their game will be spotting, and during the round they will be divided into hunters as well as runners. In order to win this minigame, the hunter must tag every member of the other team before time runs out. If he loses, the roles are reversed and the runners become hunters, with the game continuing until there is a winner. Suddenly, the protagonist along with his partner saw that they had some kind of mark on their chest. The curator of this minigame said that in order to tag someone, they need to hit the markings on the target's back or chest. He then smiled slightly and asked if there would be any questions about the rules. Sophia said it's all about winning for him. We need to celebrate Ryan as well as her, but they get to only celebrate him, or what Hermes said that was correct, and then began stomping his feet rather quickly. He then started warming up and said that they should believe that it wouldn't be that easy after all the questions about were over. The deity called the people after him and said this is where they would play. Headed, he knew, resist the forest with only darkness in front of him. Ryan scrutinized the area and wondered if this forest was huge, and Sophia asked the curator of this minigame how such a large space even fit into this maze. Hermes looked at her surprised, but looked at her and then broke out into a smile and said it was a god's game. So that's how it worked out. The partners were flabbergasted because of those words and thought what an all-around shitty answer. Along the way, Hermes said they were using spatial manipulation to create rooms for their mini-games, but participants won't be able to see this forest until they enter the room. What might win in huge for them is actually in a small room, and this room is only a few meters long and wide. Ryan said he had one last question left. The Interlocutor told him to ask. At that time the protagonist also asked why this to volunteered to be the curator for the fourth round. The interlocutor was actually surprised to hear the question, and then smiled, and said that Nicholas must have told him everything. After that he turned abruptly to the guy and asked, how about this, let the guy beat the god minigame first, and then he'll tell him everything. It really turns out that it makes no sense for him to reveal the secrets of a couple of some mortals. Suddenly Hermes stopped abruptly and noticed that he had forgotten something, so it comes out that two participants in the god game will definitely not be enough to catch him eventually. In order to make this game more fair, they will team up with those who came before them. Said Ryan probably knows one of them. After all, several people came up to them afterward and asked Hermes what was taking so long. It turns out they really need to finally get this game going. Sophia turned her attention to the men, and then asked Ryan if he knew them. The guy looked them over carefully too, and then noticed that he only knew one. Immediately memories of a boy he had talked to as a child popped into his head, so he said it was the same man he had seen in his own memories. The interlocutor moved closer and asked what other guy. He wondered if that was exactly all Ryan remembered about him. The hero looked at him in surprise because of this, and the interlocutor held out his hand. The man smiled and said he was so glad to see his friend again. The guys shook hands, and the man said he didn't think they would meet so soon. The man introduced his partner and said his name was Jack, and they became partners. Back in round 2, the man said it was really nice to meet him. Next, I noticed that Russell didn't look like someone who had friends. After all, the partner stated that he had met Ryan when he was a kid, and it turns out he had taught him a few things. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Hermes, who shouted that no spoilers should be said. He's really sure there won't be much time to catch up, but of course all of this can only happen if they defeat him. The main characters were on some kind of trail with the rest of the party, and the guy said it looked like they were going to start out as hunters. Next, asked if the others had any ideas on how they could catch Hermes in such a big place. Russell said there seems to be a timer for this round that lasts somewhere around 30 minutes, but that's not enough time to get around to everything here, and now there is actually a timer in the sky that has started counting down. The main character's friends said they should split into groups of a subset of people. The ones who find the god will start screaming, and so the second team can come and help if Ryan remains still the same person. However, the man can believe that he can probably handle himself. The hero used the power of his eyes and then said confidently that it was so. The new partner turned the other way and remarked that it was good. They had a lot to discuss. After that, he used his divine power and said that in that case they should crush God and get it over with. Sophia, who had been silent all this time, said that this man was really strong, and this was confirmed by the main character. Immediately memories of the past popped up in the guy's mind, and he noticed that this man had been like this when he was a kid too. The partner inquired if she was correct that this person was someone from his past. Ryan said that was right. He saved him when the boy was imprisoned by the Dai along with his sister. The girl asked what other Dai was it really like the Sengoku period. It turns out that she had only read about him in textbooks. The hero asked what other textbooks she was talking about. The guy was interrupted by a noise they heard from outside, this being turned out to be Hermes. He wondered if this was the first time they were talking about their past. His partners took notice, and God said he thought the guys were more intimate considering how much time they'd spent together. Ryan was surprised because of what had happened and asked what he was doing here. The interlocutor smiled afterward and stated that just because they were hunters didn't mean he should hide from them. Still, it turns out that hiding from a couple Slovaks is a waste of energy, and he owns this game, so he can have some fun. Furthermore, it didn't matter at all that he was standing right in front of them right now. The hero at the same time used the power of his eyes. After a moment, the guy saw that this deity was in front of him. Hermes smiled at that and said that these rascals wouldn't be able to catch him anyway, so it turns out that's how big the gulf between them is. After Sophia saw her opponent, she immediately summoned her red weapon. Next, she immediately fired a shot, but her opponent, of course, easily spotted this attack. He dodged a bullet and asked if they could see it. The partners were surprised at the fact that they didn't see it ahead. As a result, when Ryan realized where her was, he immediately turned around and rushed to attack there, but the god once again dodged this attack rather easily and merely jumped upwards. The hero reflected that of course this man was quite fast, but he still wouldn't be able to dodge in the air. Sophia quickly shot in his direction, for the partners thought he would not return. Hermes noticed that, then smiled and said that was really smart. Some sort of cube appeared in the air right under his foot, which was beating material, and he could step on it So he pushed off of it. He went on to say that he always knew the two of them would be really fun to play with. Ryan, with the help of his vast, saw something strange and wondered if his shoes would, creating a foothold in the air. Hermes landed on the trunk of one of the trees and said he commended their quick teamwork. After all, not even a second after the attack, and she was already in sync. Regardless, it takes more than that to catch it anyway. Sophia asked sarcastically if that was true, and at that very moment, she summoned her second weapon. God pretended to be surprised by this and asked if it was another gun. Of course, the girl didn't answer anything to this, instantly shot straight towards where the man was sitting, and this man, he easily dodged the bullet families and noticed they weren't fast enough to catch him, but no sooner had she said that than she saw that the flash skill had been used and the bullet flew in the other direction. Sophia ordered her bullet to sparkle, and there it changed color, flying towards her opponent using his great speed. The god did return on was surprised because of it. Soon Hermes stopped again at the trunk of one of the trees and noticed that this girl was full of surprises, but next was even more surprised to see bullets of various colors hovering near her. The girl kept shooting and said this skill, called hail of bullets, ammunition, was flying in different directions, and it was literally impossible to predict which way it was going to go. Hermes was amazed because of this attack and thought that with the red gun she could change the speed of the bullets, but with the blue gun she could adjust the flight path. A large amount of life-threatening objects flew straight towards the opponent. The deity began to run away from them, and he thought that together it all combined into the bullets being alive still, because the prisoner had quite a lot of speed. He was running away from them and also hiding behind tree trunks for the pursuers to crash into. Sophia at the same time did not recover her attacks and directed more and more ammunition towards the enemy. Ryan was on the sidelines then and was surprised, for he wondered what kind of crazy power this was. Still, is it enough to catch God himself? After more pursuers arrived, Hermes was getting faster and faster, trying to dodge them and make them crash in, but there were actually quite a few of them, so he was constantly trying to escape. Eventually, using his skill, he even flew high into the sky in order to hide from them in the same place the deity was literally floating, but was using materialized cubes to push off. Finally, at last, Hermes stopped running and stopped in the sky. The protagonist, along with his partner, saw this and realized that things were bad, but their opponent, after that, as soon as he was in the air, he promptly pushed off the cube and flew down. It was seen to fly abruptly near the bullets that had been flying upward behind him, now changing their trajectory. The man was heading straight towards Sophia to attack her, and she stopped firing. The protagonist was slightly off to the side and saw their enemy rapidly heading towards their partner, expecting to be attacked. The girl immediately fired several times, for the target was quite close, so she thought she would easily hit this man, but he dodged. When Sophia realized that things were bad and she was about to be attacked, Hermes said that he had caught her. At the same time, he was distracted by his duel with the girl and didn't notice the attack on himself. The protagonist used his blade and flew up to this man rather quickly, so it even managed to cut him a bit, but still, because of the speed the god had, he quickly dodged the attack and only received a minor wound. When he was already a little ways away, he was dumbfounded and touched his cheek, realizing there was blood there. Next, Herm smiled and said that he must have learned something after this guy's battle with Wukong. It turns out that perhaps omniscience is the ultimate weapon against speed. After all, the guy ends up having eyes that can see where he is before he is there, but that's just fine because Hermes would simply move faster than any future his opponent could see, so he immediately rushed to attack. At that point, the man said that Ryan did indeed almost catch him, though it wasn't enough to celebrate. After all, it just so happens that they have to directly touch his body, but divine power weapons and a faint touch definitely don't count. Sophia asked if he was only talking about it now. The interlocutor remarked that the technical rules are the same as in regular spots, but here it's more complicated. I guess the guys did notice that the man didn't have the same tag as them after all, which all means idiots like them can mark it on any part of his body. God conceived behind eyes that see the future. Ryan will definitely hit where he will indeed. The protagonist, after seeing the path of the assassin, immediately rushed to attack their Hermes. You also thought at the same time that all the visions let you be a guy one step ahead. It is because of the eye power he has that he keeps up, but even so, how can it be that mere mortals are keeping up with him? Because it's some kind of stupid joke. Remembering his past, Hermes reflected that no matter if a guy knew where he would end up, the man would always be the fastest anyway. Therefore, the god easily dodged this one. That the Protagonist made ahead. Ryan was amazed at what had happened and wondered if the future had really changed when he had already finished his attack and the weapon was down. He saw his opponent in a completely different direction. Hermes smiled and said that literally from birth, he was the fastest of all the Olympians, but it turns out it wasn't just the body, but the mind as well. Ryan noticed the man was on the other side and immediately attacked him, but the man managed to dodge and next asked if his opponent understands all this. It doesn't matter at all how far into the future his eyes can see. If the guy's body and mind can't keep up with his throwing motion, it's in vain. And so Hermes attacked the guy by hitting him in the head with his hand. Ryan flew quite a distance and landed hitting a rock. Then I began to come to my senses a little bit and thought if God is used to omniscience. So quickly before that, Ryan saw a path of opportunity, which meant he actually had a chance to hit Hermes. The bottom line is that if a guy knows the future and reacts to it, it also changes the future with the speed of this deity. His brain is still thinking and reacting on a completely different level, and all it can only mean is that this man can adapt to a new future faster than Ryan. All of this is actually bad for the protagonist because this villain turned out to be strong. To all of this, it turns out that Hermes is able to outsmart the guy's future. Sophia, who had already grabbed her weapon and was ready to attack, ran up to the scene of the battle. She shot literally from a couple of meters straight at her opponent to hit him, but despite even the short distance that was between them, the man had time to react. Sophia was angry about this, for it all made her even angrier. Boo was a few centimeters away from her and grabbed her hands and further asked her what happened, if she was disappointed, but it comes out that the girl will never mark him at this rate. Immediately afterward, he reached out his free hand and only touched her a little, but even that small touch was enough to deliver a very quick and powerful blow. The opponent's mouth spurted blood from her mouth because of this, and she flew to the side with instant speed with a smile on her face. Hermes wondered if that was enough to kill her. He still hopes that he and these guys can get at least a few rounds in. Suddenly the man heard something strange and immediately turned his attention. There he noticed that Russell was already rushing at him at a fairly high rate of speed. Of course, due to his instincts as well as his rather quick reactions, he dodged the attack. But Hermes was surprised and immediately wondered how this could have happened, because this man that attacked him literally appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist's friend said that, as expected, the god's reaction was too fast, so he noticed that it was Jack's turn to attack. Hermes instantly turned his attention to the side, for he realized that the man's partner was behind him. Jack raised his hand using divine power and told Russell not to worry. After all, he's confident that he can actually handle him. God looked there and did not understand what this man was doing, for there was nothing there. Suddenly, the man felt something start to happen to his body, and he didn't realize what had happened. His opponent, on the other hand, used divine power as well as a skill called ancient pantomime. He was making completely different and rather odd sideways movements. Hermes's body moved afterwards out of its own accord, and he reflected that he would recognize this divine power everywhere it is. After all, the god of wine as well as entertainment, Dionysus, and the man thought he was a rascal indeed. Jack's divine sponsor was the Olympian Dionysus. Russell said this is all just fine and should now be over with, so he threw himself into the attack and said he never liked this childish game. Hermes was amazed at what was happening and wondered who the hell they even were. His movement looked pretty bad and he could hardly move, but did it anyway and thought as if he would let the mortals defeat him anyway. Next, Jack said that this creature was moving so fast that it could pass through his divine power, but that was bad. Russell continued his movements and told his partner to stop surprising him. After all, if you really break it down, weak gods simply shouldn't exist. This is the moment when the man said, "You were about to touch the body of the deity." But he still failed. It turns out Hermes used with his speed and ran away quickly, and Russell said he was gone. Next, he told his partner to go get the age, and he would be here. Jack noticed that his interlocutor knew he couldn't catch that creature, but the man stated to just walk, so the guy said he agreed since Russell knows better. Next, he started running away and stated that he hoped he knew what he was doing. The man stopped beside Sophia and noticed that meant Ryan had chosen her to be his partner. Next came closer and asked if she had fallen after just one hit, with disdain as well as a harshness in his voice. He remarked how pathetic she was. After all, Ryan, on the other hand, as he remembered before, wouldn't have allowed someone so weak to stand next to him. In the end, it just so happens that he saw the benefit of leaving it by the 4th round, but if that is in fact the case, then let her show them what she can do. Blood dripped from Sophia's mouth, and she wondered if that was all she could do. It's really interesting to see how each one changes over the course of the round, but in the end, what about her? And the girl thought that was her limit. And the bottom line is definitely not enough, because if she wants to fight the gods and monsters in this world, she has to do something. Immediately memories of her team popped into her head, and the girl decided that she had to imagine the impossible and achieve more after that. After a few moments, Russell saw something interesting in front of him, and said there it was. It turns out that when someone is good with their divine power, they can unlock access to a new level of their sponsor's power after diligently practicing what. Watching her girlfriends grow up and constantly fighting for her life, it was obvious that it was her time for a change. And after a few moments, a new weapon emerged from the two pistols the girl was holding. She was using the second level of divine power. The skill that was now available to her was called Eternity Piercing. Immediately after Sophia gained access to this weapon, she immediately shot towards her opponent. It was quite a powerful attack, and the force of the explosion from it spread out to the sides, raising the wind. The girl reflected that now there was really nothing she couldn't accomplish. A large number of bullets were fired towards the enemy, and suddenly he noticed it. Of course, it was surprising to him the fact that Sophia was in good health, and when a man saw that attack, you immediately blurted out, because you thought you could handle it. But after a few moments, he wondered if the bullet was keeping up with him, and it turns out it was much faster. It's also gotten more tenacious, as Hermes should now accelerate even more. Sophia herself was unstoppable in doing so, and bullets were flying out of her tax gun. Ammunition was following its opponent as always, but was now even more nimble and also faster, so the god had to even better dodge this attack by doing new tricks. After a while, he immediately wondered how far she would follow him. After all, it turns out that Hermes has overtaken the forest as many as 5 times. Suddenly, he saw in front of him something strange. Below, riding a phantom motorcycle down the road, was Jack, who saluted and asked if he really thought he could get away from him. Hermes inquired what it was he was riding, for it looked rather ridiculous, and his opponent at the same time smiled madly and shouted that here they were pressing some button. The deity saw that there was a rather powerful explosion, but he was surprised because of it, so he wondered about whether they were invisible bombs. Russell said that Sophia is actually doing well, and next those cases are on him. A moment after what happened, he had already rushed away, and the girl was left alone. God was falling down and was pissed. So he thought, when those idiots set the trap, there is a possibility that it was at the very moment Hermes was distracted by Ryan, as well as Sophia. Suddenly the main character appeared literally out of nowhere and shouted that he had finally caught it. His opponent wondered if it was Ryan and saw that he was ready to attack him. Also on the other side, Russell showed up and said Germany will be affected, already exhausted, and so the deity was already literally falling into the lion's den, because there were partners from below. On the other side, the protagonist flew, and from the fourth side, Sophia's bullets flew. Hermes realized that it was a hopeless situation, and angry, he wondered if he wasn't the one who had been tricked. Afterward, he had uncovered memories from his childhood and wondered if he wasn't the smartest. Also, could it even be that he's not the fastest of the bunch? After all these thoughts, his divine power immediately awakened, and he pushed off from the surface. Ryan used the power of his eyes and thought that this man's speed was changing the future again. That's why Hermes dodged the attack from 4 different directions. At the last moment, the very bullet that Sophia had fired landed, and with that the protagonist was in her way. Russell noticed that his partners were attacking and so asked if he was okay. Further realized that the situation looked bad and it was unclear where Hermes had gone. That's why he turned his attention upward and shouted to Jack that there was an opponent above them. The deity was making full use of his divine power and was preparing to attack his enemies. The man's first victim was Jack, who was next to him. In the end, the guy never managed to dodge, and his opponent attacked him with his legs. After that, of course, the god didn't stop and immediately rushed to attack Russell. The latter wondered what else it was and how they could stop it, and so at the same time that the deity was about to attack his opponent, a signal was heard. It just so happened that at that moment the round's time was up, and that was the reason Hermes immediately stopped. Afterward, he told the man that his signal, and the man was indeed lucky, but here's the next round. He'll entered immediately. Next, the god turned the other way and slowly walked away. Somewhere earlier was on the side, coughing up blood. After a few seconds, his wounds began to heal, so he said it was really bad because he thought he was going to die already. Jack was next to him and said it was really not good. Further asking us where he was going, the man said he was going back to the starting arena, and the next round should be starting soon. It just so happens that Hermes will be the one to hunt them down this time. The partner remarked that this was a bad situation because it was unclear how the gods could run, and if he caught them they would definitely end up dead. The protagonist wondered what they beautifully pinned before, and understandably so, but he used his top speed. But is this creature really invincible after all? As it happens though, you have to have some way to survive the next round. Ryan thought about all of this and realized that somehow he couldn't find a future in which to outsmart him. So there's a good chance this is Hermes really invincible, since even in the power of a guy's eye he can't see it coming. The hero told his companions this, and Jack asked if his divine power doesn't work on Hermes, then it comes out that it's probably pointless. The guy said it really doesn't work, and omniscience allows him to see the future, but essentially the future changes because he affects it. The deity in turn can react to the new future faster than him, and the guy has as well. Sophia entered the conversation and said that she had the same thing, and even with improvement, it is so true. None of the large number of bullets the girl had fired could reach him. Jack in desperation asked, and what to do now? Are they really just going to let him mark them? After falling to his knees in front of Ryan and saying that he can't die because he has so many reasons to live, the character said they'll figure something out, and he's sure of it. Conversation entered Russell and remarked instead others should think how to mark Hermes's next rounds, and he'll take care of the rest, and after that we'll make sure they definitely don't lose this fight. The protagonist was surprised at these words and asked how the man was going to do it. The man stated for a battle comrade to use the power of his eyes and find out, and the very second he said that they heard a beep, everyone turned their attention upwards and saw that the timer had started there. So the hero asked if it had already started. Sophia said that was really bad because the situation had already gotten tense. That very second the participants immediately called for their weapons and prepared for defense. Ryan said that the deity was on its way. A yellow flash was visible in the woods ahead, very far away, approaching faster and faster. It turned out to be the very Hermes who was speeding away, and shouted that these rascals had made him very angry during the game. So that's the reason it turns out they're going to finish it now. A few seconds ago the forest stood quiet and peaceful and it was dark, but soon there was a yellow flash that lit up the whole place. Ryan, using the power of his eyes, alerted his companions that a deity was coming after his opponent, ran out into the open. He took a second to pay attention to those in front of him. Next, he quickly ran to the first person he caught, and that person turned out to be Jack. The man got close to him so quickly that the guy didn't even realize what had happened, and looked at the hand that was on his chest in surprise and desperation. He asked what had happened, but suddenly Wanting stood up in severe pain, touching his opponent's mark. The god also sent him flying rather violently. Hermes's look at that moment was very confident, and he said that there would be no more tricks with this mime. Next, she turned her attention to a girl who was standing a few meters away preparing to fire a cannon. Literally the instant after the god saw all of this, he was beside her, and went on to say that even taking this reinforcement into account, she was still useless. The man then grabbed her by the head and immediately slammed her to the ground quite hard. Summing it all up, he said that the second one was also ready. Hermes sensed the protagonist behind his back and said that his omniscience didn't work against him, but the man heard that had made him his champion before he died. Does Ryan really think this is a good time to hold back, or perhaps there is some condition that stops it? Next, Hermes used his divine power and said why on earth he even cared, attacking with his right hand, added that his opponent is already a dead man anyway. The protagonist noticed the man's attack and immediately counterattacked him with his weapon. Sure enough, the god easily returned from that attack, but turned his attention to the blade, further decided not to take all of this into consideration, and so immediately crouched down to attack. But at the same time as the man did this, in front of him saw the goo can, so this startled Hermes quite a bit, and he asked if that man was getting used to his speed. Ryan continued to utilize the strength of his own at our place, and saw where his opponent was headed next. God was at his back, and so he immediately turned his attention to him. Hermes wondered if it was simply impossible to see this man didn't get any faster, but then it turns out that he uses his gaze to predict where the man will end up seeing a few seconds of the future lags behind the speed of a deity anyway. But if Ryan uses that future and knows where the god will move accordingly, then he can predict his movements. In the end, it all really helps the guy be closer to Hermes's future that said still not close enough to hit him with his attack. As long as Ryan's body remains still at this very speed, then he will never catch the deity. After a few moves in different directions, Hermes guided his hand to the guy's chest and touched it. The character realized he was ticked off and said it was too bad. The curator of this miname stated afterwards that this was the third participant, and there was one more left. After he ticked off the fourth, the game would be over. So turn the other way, and turned to Russell. The man stood motionless on the other side, and so the interlocutor asked how the man was going to get away from him, and understandably, he didn't answer anything, and also didn't move, so the deity asked if he had given up, since he wasn't even going to run. The interlocutor asked if there was any point to it, you then couldn't outrun it anyway. The curator smiled and said that this man at least acknowledges all of this. Ryan was dumbfounded at what was happening and asked Russell why he was so calm, since they were about to lose. Hermes began to use his divine power at this, and remarked that it was fun to play with these rascals. After all, the man continued to stand quietly, but after that he lowered his findings down and exhaled deeply. His opponent smiled madly at that, and then suggested a good romp. Not for slow. The god headed towards his opponent, and then the hero shouted to Russell. Next, Ryan covered his mouth and paid attention to what was happening. The boy, as well as Hermes, was surprised, for Russell stood perfectly still, and he also had his eyes closed at the time. After a while, the deity finally did come to his senses, and he didn't understand what had happened. It turns out he literally flew by his opponent and was on the other side to all. This a sound was heard in the sky, so the man wondered if the round was over. Next, he began to ask how this was possible, if he had been unconscious all this time, if he even remembers what happened before, that he almost ticked off Russell, but beyond that he doesn't remember anything else. In the end, he was unable to do so, and felt the insane aura of one of the deities, so immediately I wondered if this person had this particular god as a sponsor. Russell interrupted his musings and told his companions to get ready, for they were already switching roles. Hermes wondered if this man could somehow control time, and it turns out that was the reason he was able to appear so suddenly recently, though in any case there must be certain conditions for this ability, otherwise he could just stop time and mark it. Hermes smiled madly afterward and stated that it was interesting, hence this race. The game's curator asked if he could figure out how to defeat his power before he caught him. After a while, the rounds were constantly going on, and the contestants were putting their best foot forward to catch the deity, but it turns out that despite all the great effort they put into it, it was all to no avail. Hermes himself could easily mark most of the participants anyway, and as much as he still tried to celebrate Russell, there was no way he was going to succeed. After a while, Ryan reflected that he seemed to be beginning to understand how his friend's divine power worked. If the characters do look into the future, it's their places where time changes, and sometimes Russell's very aura comes over where time speeds up, and despite this there are also various places where time is conversely slowed down. If you break it down, it seems Russell's divine power creates little spaces around him. If he steps in them, the flow of time changes. In the end, there's just one space in which the guy sees no future, and all of this happened happens because Russell himself is in that space. Hermes said that time stops completely, and it's been 20 rounds of this running after each other. So asked if he would continue to hide behind the time barrier. The man raised his head proudly and asked if his opponent was angry, but then why wouldn't he go and show it? The rest of the comrades stood aside, and Jack said that Hermes wasn't trying to mark them anymore because he was just chasing Russell. Ryan said that was true as long as their comrade can tell in this time space the game will go on forever unless someone tags an opponent. Sophia notices that the only way to win now looks something like this as Hermes enters space frozen in time, and Russell tags him. Jack said there could be a variation of the opposite where Hermes finds a place behind that space to tag his opponent. Ryan inquired, but could any of them mark a deity? The hero was well aware that he couldn't just let Hermes as well as Russell decide the future of this game. That's why he has to find a way out of the situation anyway. Jack noticed the ugliness going somewhere and asked about it. Sophia remarked that she shouldn't talk about it. Hermes was walking the other way and was very angry. He was saying would he of all the gods lose to the champion of Kronos, but anyway it's like he's going to let time beat him. Just like that, immediately memories from his past popped up in God's mind. There he was running away from someone and realized that he had long ago decided that there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. So the madman bent over and shouted that he was an Olympian after all. It was because of this that he turned to Russell and asked if he really thought he was going to let him hide behind the power of a titan. Next, Hermes used his divine power and noticed that it was just an obstacle and nothing more, then began to accelerate and discounted that if he could outrun the speed of sound and if he could outrun the force of light, he should be allowed to beat time. Next, accelerating to its maximum speed. For the moment, the god headed for the place where Russell and his temporary equipment where the opponent noted that time is not something that someone can so easily surpass, but suddenly the man was stunned because of what had happened, for he saw his time technique begin to crumble. Hermes was at such great speed that he surpassed time and pierced through the man's chest. The one coughing up blood didn't understand what had happened and asked what else it was. His interlocutor, on the other hand, smiled madly and said that his opponent was just a loser. Instantly, he turned the other way and rushed towards his remaining opponents. The protagonist was amazed at what happened, and after a moment, he saw the hand of a god in front of him. Luckily for everyone, at the same moment, a beep sounded to signal the end of the round. Time. Hermes said that it seemed the boring part was finally over. God turned the other way and said that after the next round, he would kill them all. Here, the Titan Nomak is a 10-year war between the Olympians as well as the Titans, but it turns out it was before this god was born, and also until he joined the Olympians. It was obvious that for such a small and foolish curiosity held both Judas with a sharp blade. Behold, immediately after Titanium Act, the Titans were cast down deep into the abyss of the underworld, and here it was known as Tartarus. As it happens, the other Olympians never told Hermes about the war. Still, they describe it as horrible and also a creepy time in the end. All these different stories only fueled the guy's interest in the whole thing. That's why he came to the exit of this place and immediately rushed down. And after landing, I decided that for a place that should be home to the most dangerous creatures in the universe, safety was not enough. When Hermes went down there, he saw the supreme god asking whether they had come to consciousness or not. He told the Titan King Kronos to obey him, and then his eternity would not be imprisoned. The man said that might be true, but he would still be chained to it. God turned around and said that if he didn't want to cooperate, then I'm sure one of his friends would be found. The interlocutor asked to wait, and then stated that he still agreed. He then asked simply to be released, and that was it. The Supreme Being began to use his power, and stated that he was glad he had made up his mind. At the same time, when Hermes heard about all these arrangements, he immediately rushed to attack the day. He noticed this bold attack, and immediately dodged. The guy was discouraged by what had happened and wondered if the rogue had returned, so he wondered who it was. In general, the interlocutor turned his attention to this man without noticing that this must be the spawn of Zeus. Hermes sensed that danger was indeed looming and immediately put the top on. Immediately afterward, he thought he was ready to swear by Hera and this being his god, but it was unclear what pantheon they were from, for he would not recognize them at all. Next thing you know, the guy started heading up and decided that he urgently needed to arrive before all the other Olympians were preempted. The supreme god said that this guy was really fast, and then remarked to his interlocutor to give him everything. Hermes ran at all the speed he could, and he wondered which god wanted to free the Titans. Literally a few moments later, the guy right in front of him noticed this god what he saw down below, so he told this rascal to get out of his way. Taking advantage of his divine power, Hermes deflected in various directions and rushed forward. At last, he only told the creature that he would never catch him. The interlocutor commented that he is indeed right, and he never gets it right, but this Olympian can definitely do it. And after that, he used his power. Hermes was discouraged by what was happening and looked back and further made up whether it was Zeus's lightning bolts. Soon there was an explosion, and also lightning bolts touched the guy's body. Because of what happened, so happened, he stopped and felt a hell of a lot of pain. Next, I saw the supreme god right in front of me along with his father as well as the Titan behind him. The son asked Zeus if he had let all this happen. The supreme god turned his attention to him and asked if he didn't understand, for this man had no choice but to accept peace with the Titans. Basically, it's just like Hermes, because it's all about being a god's desire, and his wishes are the lore in this world. It was on that very day that the guy realized everything. He learned that his reality father was a coward, and even though he refused to defend the honor of Olympus, the lad stated that he had sworn to do so. But now it's really clear that he's no better than Zeus, since he has to play little games of God like his doggy and pretend to be friends with the Titans. Despite all this, once the chance comes, so Hermes will crush them all. Further thought to begin the destruction of all these Titans precisely with Kronos, who is Russell's patron. Earlier, the men had begun to heal, and so wondered if Hermes had broken through time, and it's pretty hard to even imagine. Ryan said that meant it was his friend's trump card, and the next round would decide whether they would die or survive, but Hermes would definitely mark them down. The interlocutor noticed that it was, and asked if that was enough time. Next, he saw the protagonist's face, and turned to him. The guy used his divine power, and said that there was enough time, and there was only one way for him to defeat this deity, so he asked to follow him after. While the sod ran off to the woods and thought, what are they doing there since this is their last round? Then he noticed a timer in the sky that reported 2 minutes and 4 seconds left, so he noticed that they were definitely going to die. That a sense that something was approaching him, and so he immediately turned his attention there. Somewhere in the other direction, Russell was running at breakneck speed with Sophia's bullets flying behind them. The man jumped out from behind one of the trees, but the god returned with ease, further humming a song, asked if the man's plan was brute force. Suddenly the opponent used his divine power and claimed the skill chrono slowdown. The god ended up skipping a few marks that were left for him to slow down. Hermes reflected that the king of time is the absolute opposite of his speed, so even if he can bypass this person's time management, it would be better to be at a distance from him. After a while on the road, the man stopped, for right in front of him he saw a wall that was all spiked. Using his reflexes, he of course stopped in order to avoid getting caught. God thought this was a really bad situation since Jack's pantomime allows him to create invisible objects, though it turns out this guy is using divine power, so Hermes can sense it, but even so, he can't see it until he gets close enough. The man wondered if that was the only reason and they hadn't attacked in so long. Next he saw Sophia's field start flying towards him rather quickly. It turns out that his opponents have placed traps all over the forest, so he can't use his top speed regardless. If he does crash at full speed into the spiked wall, he will die, and even if he fails to die, he'll be finished off by Sophia's bullets. Hermes touched the trunk of one of the trees and wondered if this was not all, because it turned out that the traps were placed throughout the forest. He was trying to dodge all these obstacles, and there were various spikes and clubs and also stakes, so the man realized that it was all really dangerous. While doing so, Hermes reflected that he could certainly use his winged shoes for the rest of the round, but it's not that simple, because it turns out he's much slower in the air than he is on the ground, and then Sophia's piercing a turn skill will definitely catch him. Thinking back to what had happened recently, the god wondered if Russell had traveled this way, which meant that there shouldn't be various traps there when the Olympian was about to head down that very safe path. You saw bullets flying at him from the side. He ended up having to dodge at that moment in order for the attack to avoid hitting him. Hermes noticed this dangerous attack and thought that the bullet was leading him to where Russell had come from, so after thinking about it in my head, I immediately wondered if this was of Ryan's plan, but it turns out that the man would have easily noticed if this guy was trying to trap him, so next he decides to appear unpredictable and take that action. He'll go right to where Sophia is shooting. There's only 15 seconds left in this round anyway, and there's nothing his opponents can do, but suddenly when he followed that path, he saw the main character standing calmly. After a while, because he was discouraged, he immediately wondered what the guy was even doing here. Ryan smiled and wondered what this deity was even talking about, since Hermes was too predictable. It was a similar situation to the one where the deity was cornered from all sides. That's why he decided that there were only 3 ways out of here. On the left is Jack and his traps, and that was a problem. On the other side, it turns out, are those who can counter his speed. Hermes madly smiled after that and asked, apparently he only has one way out. It turns out that the friends of the neighborhood can blame him for this defeat. The man turned his attention to the man in front of him and wondered why he was the one not using a weapon. The protagonist, on the other hand, saw his surprised gape and remarked that he didn't need a weapon to mark the rascal. There was only 4 seconds left for the round to end, so Hermes rushed into attack and shouted that the guy was dead. At that moment, thought he should do something if he was going to become strong enough to one day rebuild Olympus. Also, if he is going to dethrone God, after all, why doesn't he start doing it now? So going to start by defeating the champion of this rogue in front of him with only 3 seconds left in the round. The protagonist used the power of his eyes to rush towards his opponent. God dodged and thought that, as always, even with his omniscience, this man's body was not keeping up with his speed. Now it will simply pass the neighborhood and the round will be won. But no such luck. The couch hero used his power and was ready to strike to sense that something was amiss, and the hero said he flagged him down. Immediately after that, a rather violent impact rang out and a flash of divine energy shattered to the side. Jack hid behind one of his traps and tried to hide from this divine power. Also, Russell along with Sophia were in another space to protect themselves. After a few moments, everything had already started to quiet down, and the protagonist stood still. Ryan was breathing pretty hard, but his opponent said he should have known he had another trick stashed away. Apparently, it is a defeat of the deity after all, when Hermes spoke of it, his arm as well as part of his right side was torn off in literally a split Second, the Olympians saw Ryan's divine power shift from omniscient to iant. It was actually something quite different, and the aura definitely seemed to be that of Wukong's. It turns out that the guy first used the power of omniscience to see the future, and then switched his divine power. Before this, Ryan hadn't used the power Wukong had given him, because he couldn't use it along with the first power of his eyes. That's why this man kept testing God, so that he thought he was pretty predictable, but then the protagonist did execute his plan, and so Hermes lost in this fight. The guy's comrades looked at the situation with surprise and smiled happily because they realized that this victory. Jack immediately ran up and asked if it had worked, and Soya shouted that Ryan had done it. After all, Hermes saw what was happening before his eyes. They're weighing this whole situation. He realized why all the Pantheons were following this man next. The man smiled and said that he reminded him of none other than God himself, for against all odds and everything he finds a way to cling to something he holds dear. It's something these people call life itself. After a while they were all walking somewhere together, Ryan turned to the game's handler and remarked that now that he hadn't beaten him, he should tell them everything. Right? Hermes turned around and looked at them in surprise, and the guy noticed this and asked why he volunteered for round 4, remembering his promise from before the god said it was all true, and he said he would tell. The Olympians said that in order to prove their worth to God, they hold games and can be considered community service. Some want to get all up in God's crow, and others just like to watch other people suffering. That's why everyone has their own reasons for doing it. After listening carefully, Russell inquired, but what was Hermes's reason? The interlocutor thought for a few seconds, and then smiling said that if he spoke, he was now on God's own blacklist. It is because of this that he wants to make a good impression. Ryan reflected that according to Nicholas, the deities who obeyed the god were divided. That said, could it still be that it is Hermes who also opposes the supreme governor? The protagonist went on to say that since they were likely being watched, he was well aware that the person he was talking to couldn't say much, and the next words he heard the Olympian simply stunned him. After all, Ryan said that whether it was divine or mortal, it didn't matter because he would kill the supreme god either way, and right after that he'll free everyone from this stupid game. The interlocutor was flabbergasted because of this and immediately asked if the guy even realized what he was saying. After all, he is just an ordinary person, and so against someone like a supreme being, he won't be able to do anything. But suddenly Hermes thought about what had happened earlier and all of these events and looked into the eyes of the people in front of him. So smiling afterward, the Olympian reflected that the only reason he watches the God game is because of their struggles, and it also turns out that it's all about their determination and how they cling to their own lives. Nothing makes homies feel more alive than the possibility of dying. God said that for people who want so badly to stay alive, a guy likes to set up murderous missions for himself. Next, he smiled sweetly and stated what he could say. After all, because he loves idiots with big dreams. Then asked if there was anything else the participants wanted to ask. As they had one last chance, the hero immediately called Jennifer Aura's name and asked if Hermes had seen her. The interlocutor smiled and stated that he should have known that this guy was the girl's younger brother. Right? Sophia inquired if he knew her. Hermes remarked that of course he did, for they all knew her. Ryan became even more serious, and so he asked where it was located. The Olympian said that the lad must guess it after all, for she is in the great labyrinth of the Minotaur. Still, Ryan would really be very surprised at who he could find here. Adrian walked with Richard through the maze. Next, the man asked the guy if he could stop following him. His interlocutor scratched the back of his head and said it was better to stick together, plus everyone and on his team died in the name. Adrian wondered about how he could ever swap one idiot for another. After some time on the road, he grabbed his partner's arm and asked him to stop. Richard asked if everything was all right, and next asked what his battle buddy's name was. Suddenly, a huge creature appeared out of the fog that was ahead of them and headed in their direction. The masked man immediately used his weapon, and his partner asked what else it was. After a few moments, the monster's body fell to the ground, and so Adrian said he was dead. A girl with a cape came out from the side from which that monster's carcass flew. Richard looked at her and noticed she had the same cape as Adrian. So, did they really know each other? The man was well aware of that moment, that the only people who had such a cape were the previous winners of the Gods game. But then it's not at all clear who the hell this is in the first place. The girl took off her hood and stopped in surprise, looking at the people ahead. Richard whispered, asking his battle buddy if he knew her. His interlocutor said he didn't and asked him to stop his mouth. Next, I looked at that face and didn't understand. Why she looked really very familiar indeed. Jennifer inquired if the two wanted to join the M game. Richard was surprised, then asked how on earth she knew there was even a name ahead. The interviewer was stern with them and asked if this was some kind of interrogation, so turned the other way to notice that they could wander the maze on their own. She thought they wanted an easy way out to all this. With two God game winners, it will be much easier to win. Richard was again very surprised and asked what she was talking about. Adrian headed forward after that, and so the partner asked if he was leaving. The masked man followed this girl, but the battle mate remarked that it would certainly be best to team up and they go with her. Rebecca asked the man if he could do it. The interlocutor remarked, and she wondered who it came to. Of course he could do it all, but in the end it turns out that this request will kill them both. This man's name is Hephaestus, and he is the Olympian god of craft. There was a bullet lying on the table right in front of this deity, and he noticed that he had never even seen materials capable of killing gods, so now he was wondering where she had gotten it. Right in front of him was Rebecca, the goddess of war and destruction. Thinking back to how she'd negotiated this whole situation with Ryan, she noticed that it was hard to explain. Hephaestus said that in that case it looks like they'll meet in the gods' next game. Probably a punishment for a favor. The man can't actually believe Rebecca said Per was stupid enough to bring that to him, so said to get it out of his sight. Rebecca stated that the supreme god could not see her. The interlocutor wondered what she meant by that. The goddess of war said that the champion of the supreme god is Ryan Ashura, and he is the candidate with omniscience to top it all off. Wukong discovered that interacting with Ryan could disrupt their future, and therefore help them avoid the god's gaze. Hephaestus was surprised, so he asked how she knew that. The girl said he shouldn't worry, because she had a plan. The Olympian craft god remarked that even if he is free from omniscient god, he is not, and what she is asking for will kill them both. Rebecca said the first version of the plan, her freedom, is passed on to him like an infection. It's a hypothesis, but theoretically if he can't see her future and she interacts with him, so his future would also be hidden. The second option is that her freedom is not transferred to him, but the god cannot see that she has been in contact with him, hence he will not know where Hephaestus got the bullet from. The supreme god is too busy preparing round 4 to keep track of everything the man is forging. She just needs his skills, and then she'll leave him alone. The girl knows full well that this creature made this god's father do this to him, so is he really going to spend eternity banging a hammer literally every night without walking and like a nut, dragging his young Aphrodite into his bed? The Olympians drink, eat wine, and dance while he is enslaved with his own hands. He is in this forge building their future, so the interlocutor wonders if he wants to take a chance and do something. The man listened carefully to all these words and then put down his hammer. Next he inquired if this girl thought he didn't know what they had taken from him. Afterward he asked how long it would last after all her freedom. Rebecca said she didn't know that. Hephaestus remarked that as far as they knew then it could come down to this. The woman stated that she was certainly possible, but in that case, she would be dead by now. But as it happens, it's actually a chance, and she's definitely not sure if they'll have another one of these. The Olympian god of crafting said he would help her after all, but you only have to promise him one thing. Rebecca noticed that he could ask for anything he wanted only, and when he told her, she wondered if that was it. After a while, another deity held a stake that was liquid, but the woman said that was all that Brides was able to do with Wukong's bullet, though she kept some for herself to study. Next, she handed it to her interlocutor and remarked that she hoped he would pass it to him safely. Hermes immediately took it in his hands and scrutinized it closely. He smiled further and asked which still remained to ask for it, but the divine messenger in the end, he said he would only deliver it to him if he passed his test, and there would be no freebies. Hermes was well aware that in this universe only the fittest survives in the game of God. As for the champion who claims to dethrone the supreme god, that is when a man will decide if he is worthy of such a weapon. Hermes with his 2 hands shook Ryan's hand and stated that he congratulated him on his victory. At the same time, he handed him a flask that was filled with the liquid from the bullet and asked him to be careful there. After all, this guy's death by another god will make him look bad, and he should know it. Ryan smiled and said he didn't have to worry because no one was going to kill him. It still turns out that, like he didn't say before, everything will happen, so this guy will be the one to kill the supreme god. At about the same time, Roger and his team were heading deeper into the labyrinth. After a while, the guy turned his attention forward and noticed that they were really lucky since there were 2 deities here. The guy's name is Robert, and he is the god of archery, and also Freddy was there, and he is the Oza god of night and darkness. Kayla turned her attention to the sides and noticed that there were quite a few people gathered here. Leo continued to play on his device but noticed that he recognized one of these participants. Roger remarked that if this was true, he wondered who it was he recognized, and the boy pointed forward with his hand. There near one of the walls stood Benjamin, who had fought just recently with the main character. The guy with the glasses asked if the quiet guy had survived round 3, and it didn't look like his friends were here. So it turns out apparently he's the only survivor. After a while the guy clapped his hands, drawing attention to himself, and asked to listen carefully. He further remarked that it was finally working out that they had enough participants for the game, and yet it just so happens that he wasn't going to explain the rules twice. At this point 50 people had gathered at the location they were in. To all of this it comes out that most of them won't get out of here alive, and if any of them can in common they will, and the essence of this mini-game will be that they will play Marco Polo. As all these participants may have noticed, his partner Freddy is blind, but he is still skillful with a bow as well as arrows. The main goal of the contestants in this game will be to get to this man before he shoots them. The old man will be in the very center of the mini-game. If one of them can reach the area around him, the game will end for all of them. The costumes of the participants will make a sound every minute indicating their location. Meanwhile, the man will shoot fire arrows, will also try to hit them. Benjamin wondered, but if he shoots, then what will Robert do? God said this man should think twice before interrupting her. He remarked that in order to keep the game from dragging on, he would start at the edge of the field and move toward the center. Every minute, he could walk 100 yards and shoot. Doing the guy can do all this for the same distance. Roger wondered if he meant he'd be forcing them to shift toward the old man. Robert remarked that true to form the game could not go on forever. Next raised his hand and remarked that without further ado the game begins from that point on, and so Freddy took his position at the top of one of the mountains. So a mini-game called Marco Polo is about to begin. Most of the participants were hiding behind huge boulders, and Roger said he thought that was to be expected. It's been a full 30 seconds since the game started, but no one is moving from their seat. Of course, it's natural, and it makes sense because everyone wants to see what happens in a minute. And so after a while it became 1 minute, and Roger's suits as well as those of his team members began to signal literally the same second a second shot was fired in their direction. The guy with the glasses oriented himself and then took his team to the side. Afterward further said that this situation is really bad because can this old man hit the target from 5,000 m? One of the guys whose suit was also a late signal was hit by this arrow. Kayla looked at the situation and said that they were already dead, and at the same time she was saying that one of the girls had been killed. Roger said that all of this is actually true, but it turns out that everyone is still standing still. The guy in front joined the conversation and said it was all because no one had any incentive. Still, in the end it just so happens that only one of them should make it to the center. Kayla said that of course they did, but if none of them started moving, Robert would simply kill them all. Leo said he doubted anyone would make the first move anyway. All these people here because they put themselves first. The interview, he said, that is true, and everyone expects someone to do it for them, but it turns out they need someone selfless to win. The man who sat next to them remarked that he liked this S's glasses, and he looked like someone who would like to help him in the game. Roger smiled and said, is he really going to do this? Only the stranger remarked that it just doesn't look like anyone is going to take it out on the other for this endeavor, so he's sure everyone will start moving eventually, and for all of them to do that they just need a leader. Roger kept smiling at this and remarked to this kid that he liked his attitude. Leo exhaled sadly when he heard that and wondered why they should be the ones to start. Kayla said she's just pretty surprised that there's someone like Roger in this game. The guy took off his glasses at that and said that more enthusiasm should be defined because if they really want to defeat the gods they should get a little crazy. The stranger walked ahead of them. He used his age to tell them what made him different, and that would give them time to escape. Roger said that was actually kind of this mister, but the interlocutor told him to call him Scott, and he agreed. A few participants behind saw this and asked what else it was. They were wondering if these people had really decided to go out, but Benjamin was watching carefully to see what was going on up ahead. Kayla remarked that this was all understandable, but what would they do about the noise coming from them at the very second? While she was saying that, then a rather large arrow flew right next to their faces. Scott wondered with a smile on his face what she was talking about, since they would just be dodging his arrows. Roger just laughed and said it was a great plan, but the girl didn't like it at all, and said they were idiots. The squad leader focused his attention forward, and said that from this distance, he would be able to avoid the old man's arrows, having said that of course I have to recognize the fact that it is really good for a blind man, but as it turns out the guy really doesn't care at all. While the rest of the newly formed team was running away, the guy stood in front and used his divine weapon. Using it, he utilized divine power as well as a skill called wind fire wheels. Immediately afterward, rings of fire appeared in the air for him to stand on. Roger was amazed at what was happening and asked what the hell this man was standing on. The interlocutor rushed forward to attack and remarked to the others to start quickly. Scott grinned madly and said he would distract the creep. The participants behind asked what he was even doing. One of the men said, "Who cares at all? After all, God's attention is on him, so this is their chance." After saying that, he immediately got out from behind his hiding place and prepared to run forward, but suddenly an arrow flew sharply towards him and struck his chest. She was released by a god who came downstairs and asked if they were still here. Turns out that before this, Robert actually thought that God's game had already weeded out all the cowards. Kayla ran ahead and said she should run faster, but Leo looked away and wondered if God was already here. The man was grabbed by one of the guys and told they couldn't do it, but the god had already pointed his bow at him and said that he must really want to die after all. Just as he was about to fire, as in front of him, he saw something strange. There was the countenance of another goddess and an aura that smiled sweetly without looking directly into her eyes. Even so, Robert still shot up and lowered his gaze downward. The guy who was sitting there with tears in his eyes looked at the gun flying at him and realized this was bad. Benjamin watched the whole situation and grabbed the man, throwing him away from that man. Not realizing what was even going on, he asked himself what he was doing. Soon these guys felt as if something had hit them, and they flew off in different directions. A group of participants were running off in the other direction, and suddenly the girl stopped. The man asked what it was NEA was doing, because all the archers were distracted, and this was their only chance. The little girl didn't say anything in response to this, and just continued to stare ahead. Robert in turn turned to the very guy and asked if he dared use Elizabeth against her. Benjamin said that, to be honest, he didn't even know who it was, and Kren remarked that it was his wife. It turns out that he was saying before that keeping this pig was really a mistake, but does it really come out that way? The second he got to his head too, the interlocutor told him to cover his mouth. God used his weapon and said that luckily for this guy, he'd get it over with quickly. The interlocutor chimed in that he was grateful that he would do it, but he had already died once. Therefore, he once again utilized a divine power, namely a skill called Crazy Dreamer. Robert didn't stop and attacked with his arrows, causing an explosion. Benjamin was dumbfounded at what was happening, for right in front of his eyes he saw a large stream of fire. The god wondered if Kraken really thought these tricks would work on him. It turns out his arrow spoke with the power of dozens of suns. Because of this, there's no way he can stop him. From the dust that rose up ahead, a guy's voice could be heard saying that he was probably right, because the truth is, it is true that most of these knuckleheads don't have what it takes to stand up to God, but even still he's not exactly the same. All this was said by Roger, who grabbed the guys into his arms. Soon Robert used his weapon and was ready to fire, but realized he had already escaped from his 100 m range. That said, even with that had happened, he said they were villains and none of them would get out of here alive. A group of guys were hiding behind rocks, and Roger was breathing hard and also saying it was close. God stood at the top of one of the hills and said, "Could a mere mortal really stop her arrow?" The interlocutor smiled and then said that somehow that was what happened. He then looked up and asked if he wondered how he had done all this. Robert fired again at this and stated that there was no time for such a thing after all, but just then he tried to release his arrow as he suddenly felt a frosty chill on his arm. Further wondering why he couldn't move his limb, it was also apparent that something like fog had appeared below, and so the view was not good at all. The guys started running away from their opponent pretty quickly, and Roger was saying that he thought she would have to find out a little later. Of course, Robert was very angry about what had happened and yelled that things were bad. The guy with the glasses turned to his interlocutor and remarked that his clouds had done a good job and it was a pretty skillful divine power, but the interlocutor looked at him in surprise and noticed that it was definitely not him. Then Roger turned his attention to Benjamin and he told him not to look at them. Ken noticed that their power was much greater than just making clouds. Their squad leader said the talking doll was creepy, but if they didn't do it, then who did? A nearby girl remarked that she shouldn't be thanked as they Couldn't have that many casualties in the beginning right away, though. It was asking him not to die until they got closer to the finish line. The guy said he agreed with it, but his doll stated that he hated it. Roger asked who she even was, but the stranger thanked her for saving them, also tearfully apologized for being a burden to them all. In the end, he really wasn't fast enough to save his comrade. If only this man had been able to do something at that moment, his friend would actually be alive. Roger came closer and said that he shouldn't cry because he had done all he could for it. Next, he inquired what his new comrade's name was. After all, the interlocutor looked at him in surprise and then introduced himself and said his name was Christ Chopper. The man with the glasses said he was certainly sorry for Christopher's friend and he wished he could save him too. Well, it turns out that the guy himself is still here and he's still fighting alongside them. Bottom line is that this game isn't over yet, so you should keep fighting. Should do it at least for himself and his friend. Further, Roger smiled and held out his hand. The comrade accepted the hand and thanked deadpan and went on to say that he was indeed right. As it happens, he will have time to grieve when this is all over. The little girl, for her part, turned her attention sideways and said that the guy with the wheels was distracting the old man for so long, so they better get going. She turned to Roger and told him not to put himself in danger again, for she would not save him a second time. The lad remarked that it would be as the lady said. Scott continued to be in the sky and with confidence told that God to follow him. A large number of arrows then flew in his direction, and he said it was really close. Kayla wondered how she was even supposed to keep up with him, and Leo, who was next to him, said he didn't think they could. It turns out that no one was moving, so Scott drew Freddy's attention to himself so they could get away from Robert. The girl said it was brave of the guy, but it only works as long as the old man is stupid enough to keep aiming at him. Leo remarked afterward that the gods are really arrogant, so he'll want to beat Scott. The interlocutor remarked that this was certainly true, but there was another way for him to be killed. Freddy aimed again, then released his arrow in a sharp motion, and then the man who was running forward rather quickly saw an arrow in front of him, and it pierced his stomach. Roger said that these are exactly the kind of conditions to get the old man's attention, and he sees right through it. Benjamin said that none of that mattered at all, and then asked what he meant by that. Kren stepped into the conversation and said that as long as the champion kept moving toward the finish line, the old man would see him as a threat, because in the end it turns out that the truth is that he could have ended the game for everyone. However, in this case it all depends on whether this guy is willing to watch and see other participants die as well. Christopher said he understood now, which meant that if the guy with the wheels of fire kept fighting, they'd probably be okay. The little girl said it's theoretically so us whether he can go on like this for so long. Roger recalled what had happened before and then stated that the man was willing to sacrifice himself for the others, so he'd probably say Scott's not ready to do it. Ratty sensed the sound from a completely different direction, so he immediately attacked their guy who was holding a drum got in his way and saw arrows flying in his direction. Next, he used his divine power, as well as a skill called Wave Maha. Because of this force, the arrows that were flying sideways began to slow down and stopped altogether. The man shouted happily that he had succeeded, and they could fight off this old man's arrows. But when the god heard that, he immediately smiled, and it didn't bode well. Next, he used his divine power and started shooting rather quickly. The projectiles began to change trajectory rather erratically and were soon flying towards this opponent from various directions. The man was amazed at what had happened and asked if he had reflected the arrows back at him. The man saw the attack from both sides and realized that this was actually bad, and all of this was because he knew very well that the wave of M-wave only allowed him to attack in one direction. The ammunition kept heading in his direction, and he didn't know what to do. The tip of the same time was already near the man's head, and he thought that he couldn't just die like that. A few seconds before the arrow struck, his opponent's god appeared and saved him. Next, I shouted that this old man was in fact just a real coward. The interlocutor only smiled. God began his fierce attacks on all the people who were running ahead, and so the guy who was in front started saving everyone. When he helped people, he would immediately afterward tell them not to keep running forward, and they would thank him in return for his help. Benjamin wondered if the others were going to tell him to stop, at which point the guy next to him asked why he should still. Scott does well enough, and of all the people this man has met in the god game, he's the best, so it's safe to say that this guy is truly one of the strongest. Babe stated that it didn't matter at all that he was physically strong, because it turns out that he has no spirit to survive a game like this. Soon several arrows were flying at quite a high Speed at two participants at once. Christopher took notice and wondered if these gods were aiming for two. In the end, it's likely that Scott won't be able to save both men. The guy in turn began to instantly utilize his divine power and accumulate it, then accelerated pretty hard and headed to throw the weapon he had in his hands. The man has one spear of his own, and it, using firepower, flew quite fast towards the stone. It was from this attack that the boulder that was ahead shattered into quite a number of huge pieces. Stones began to crash into the arrows that were on their way to the people. The victim of this attack stood disconsolate and didn't realize what was even happening right in front of them. Using his senses as well as his instincts, the old man was also amazed at what was happening. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion, after which the weapon changed its trajectory. Roger took a close look then at what happened and said, "Wow, that's just wow." He noticed that this guy was indeed a real threat. See, literally every time Freddy changes his strategy, Scott responds by doing the same and pisses him off big time with it. Christopher was amazed and said he just couldn't believe that this man had used the technique on an old man so quickly. The girl was nearby said it was really impressive in a very big way, but despite everything, she doesn't think Scott was the only person who has inspired Freddy. At the same time, got even more angry and started using his divine power to create arrows. Immediately after that, he started attacking with a rather powerful energy. The arrow looked strange while doing so and seemed much more powerful than it had been before. Scott paid attention to this attack and wondered what he was doing. After a few seconds, he looked at the guy behind the wall, and it was an arrow heading straight for him. So he realized what this old man was up to and got very angry about it. Further rushed after to her to help the very same guy escape. After a few moments, Scott did get to the guy next. He smiled brightly and said he'd caught him. After all, Roger saw it from the other side and immediately shouted to Scott that it was a trap. The guy didn't understand why he was talking about it and looked his way in surprise, and at the same time an arrow flew downwards at him only a few meters away. Scott and the guy he was about to save saw this attack coming. The arrow that was instantly there because it ended up piercing the guy's body as well as the person that was next to him. A few centuries ago, there were 10 suns shining brightly in the sky, and they were turning this land into a hell. Robert was releasing his arrows from one after another and killing them. Because of it, all this happened until there was only one star left, and for the bravery that the man showed in this fight, he was given the elixir of immortality. Any creature that were to drink it would supposedly become immortal. Along with knocking it out too quickly would have serious consequences. The man was actually grateful for such a gift, but he soon realized something. After all, it turns out he wasn't ready for eternal life anyway. Love was truly binding him to this world, and he refused to let it go. But sometimes in life it happens that choice is also a luxury. One day, several men with guns were walking toward the house where Robert lived at night. His wife woke up from sensing the strange outside. In order to check what had really happened, she immediately got out of bed and lit a candle. It was unclear if lightning had struck the house or what all the noise was about, but lo and behold, when Elizabeth came out of her room, she saw the brigands looking at her with guns. Soon Robert woke up abruptly to hear his wife's screams coming from the next room. He started running rather quickly and asked Elizabeth what had happened, but when he found himself in the very room where the brigands were, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. Several strange men were there, but his wife was pierced with a blade. And so, in order to avoid death, the girl grabbed a vial of the elixir of immortality and greedily drank it. The thieves were amazed at what was happening and asked if such a thing was still worth it. Elizabeth, on the other hand, began to rise up, and it could be seen that her wounds were healing. Robert, and for what was going on, felt strongly for his wife and turned to her, further extending his hand. He asked that she give hers in return as well. Naturally, Elizabeth heard him and tried to reach for his limb, but in the end they never got to hold hands, and that was the day a man lost his wife to the moon. Robert kept trying to reach over to help her hold on, but in the end all attempts were futile. That's why he stood in despair on the ground and shouted his wife Elizabeth's name. It turned out that the man was actually one of the greatest archers in the history of the entire world, but even so, he could never reach her. In the end, the brigands did not escape anywhere and continued to stay in this very room. Robert, of course, realized they were here, and after that he turned around to look at their eyes, and there was a hell of a lot of anger there. In just a few moments there was nothing left of those men in the room, and they lay dead on the ground in their own blood, remembering the sun and moon. Robert thought that this is how they spend their eternal lives. They complement each other in this way, for the wife is on the moon, but the guy uses all the sun. But behold, being together thus, whether Such should be his or her eternity for days on end. Robert just lay there doing nothing, looking up at the moon. Here one day the supreme god appeared to him, who said that all as he had said for years he had been able to waste his gifts of immortality, and this is actually very disappointing to see. Robert stood up and was surprised, so he asked who it was. The supreme god declared that he was a savior, and there was a thing he could tell him. It turns out that he can reunite him after all along with his wife who is on the moon. Robert then got up his spirits so much so that he said he would do anything for it, and the interlocutor said that was the right answer. Now the man was on one of the peaks and was very angry, so much so that he wondered if this year had the nerve to use illusion against him. If you think about the rules, however they are made to be broken, Robert was very angry at the same time and said he wanted to send that timer to hell because that puppeteer is already a dead man. Scott continued his battle and thought this situation really looked bad because he blows up all those cobblestones with his power. The old man uses them as a smoke screen, but it turns out it wasn't just that because he timed the shot perfectly. When the guy was talking to another player, it was incomprehensible to Scott whether Freddy was really capable of such a thing at a distance of 3,000 m. While he was contemplating his opponent's abilities, he saw an arrow right in front of him that was heading towards him. The guy was stunned at what was happening, asking if it was another arrow since he hadn't even hit the ground yet. To top it all off, his fire wheels have fallen to the ground, and he can't move in the air with them since the arrow was already very close to the guy, and there was no way he could get back from it. He wondered if this was his end. Literally seconds before that idea could happen, Roger showed up and grabbed those guys. Freddy sensed with his instincts as well as his hearing that something had happened that he didn't need to. Scott opened his eyes and was surprised, for he realized, considered the speed to be quite a lot. It was because of this that one wondered if Roger was as fast as he was too. The Scar guy at the same time said that the interviewer put others above himself, so that's what happened, and further inquired if his battle buddy understood all this. With a mad grin on his face, he noted that Scott was a madman after all. The interlocutor also smiled after these words, and said that his interlocutor was also like that. Roger remarked that it was amazing as it was, and so the two of them began to use their terrible power together. The scarred man continued to head towards his comrades, who were hidden somewhere behind the boulders. The rest of the squad waved their arms for their leader to join them. He was soon near his companions, and asked if he meant they were all escaping. Leo remarked that he was glad to see him alive. Roger put down the guys he'd had in his hands all this time, and wondered how far away they were. Kayla thought for a few seconds, and then said another 2,000. I'm sure that's pretty far, but they were getting more and more casualties. The boy also joined the conversation, and said that it seemed like there was only half left, and maybe a little less. Even the squad leader thought about it too, and said it was actually more survivors than he had previously thought. Scott continued to lie, with a large wound on the ground. And then a girl came up to him, he thanked her, and we in turn used the divine power of regeneration. This skill was called Previous Flesh, and it healed the wound that was on the guy's side. The guy turned his attention to his wound afterward, and asked if it had healed. Kayla told him not to stress too much, and next time, she might not be around. Roger held out his hand to the guy, and said he respected him for saving others, but in any case they asked not to do it again, because it can have serious consequences. If Scott really wants to help the rest of the people, then let him finish the game with him. The interviewee started to get up and stated that if he does see that someone really needs help, he goes straight to them. Next, with a smile on his face, he apologized and said that he simply was that kind of person. Roger asked if this game was really full of idiots like him, but then how did he get this far? The little girl ran up to them and told them that the man was here, and did he really think he could leave them? Arrived here with the others and said it was dangerous to stick with such a large group, so we could just paint a big target on their backs. Roger casually started waving and said he was glad to see everyone as they had just arrived on time, and here they are right now just starting to think about how to get to the old man to cut that creep head off his shoulders, so wonders if they'll be with them. Several of the interlocutors said that of course they did, but Kraken was not at all happy to hear all this, and asked if they would really listen to him. Roger had a thought afterwards and said they needed to work together if they wanted to make it to the next round and finish those 2,000. It turns out he doesn't mean just themselves, but they also want everyone who's alive. Freddy is really easy on everyone just because all the people were on their own. This was what allowed him to incite them one by one, and if the participants joined together and used their divine powers together, they would have a better chance of winning the Ken wasn't happy, immediately asked if that wouldn't make everyone a big target. Benjamin said that was true, and it seemed like it would not only help him. Leo joined the conversation and remarked that it wasn't really true because if everyone joined together, of course, Freddy would only shoot in one direction, but for a blind shooter who relies only on his own hearing, this is what will make the task more difficult, as all sounds will be of a known place after making the task harder. Not only will it get him down, but they'll find it easier to negotiate, so they can even confuse the gods. Scott said that if they were always around, it would be easier to help those in danger. The interviewee remarked that this was exactly the case. It turns out in this game, the obvious fact is that the participants should disconnect, but the best solution to this is to stay together. Roger wondered what the others thought of it. Should we send the Nala to the others, and after that they would kill the old sod? Robert headed forward and heard various voices, so he was quite surprised and started asking what was even going on. And there was a crowd running from one of the ravines right to the center of the play area, shouting that we should do it together. A guy with glasses who was running a little behind yelled for the crowd to group up, and they would take them by storm. Someone said it's really crazy, but he's not sure there's any other way to get out of that zone. The guys in the back said to hell with this game. After all, we should beat the out of these gods. Freddy was audible enough that and very angry about it, so immediately he used his divine power and prepared to fire his bow. Roger was in front of the entire crowd, so he immediately shouted to the others that the arrows were coming. So he shouted to Christopher and also to NEA to get ready, because they would be next. It was after these words that they used divine power and headed forward. Christopher used his skill, namely unwavering. This person's sponsor was a mountain god called Dwara, so a big club appeared in the guy's hands, and he immediately hit the ground pretty hard. Roger was welling up from what was happening and said that he didn't even know this man was so strong, and Benjamin asked why he hadn't used his divine power before. Right in front of Christopher, at the same time, a huge wall appeared, and the arrows that flew forward crashed into it. Soon the defensive structure could not withstand the drinks of these shells. The guy sadly said that he did break through. Benjamin rushed to run away and remarked that they should probably run, but at the same time it appeared the baby by morning was using his divine power, namely a skill called Zeus's lightning. The actual sponsor was Zeus, who is the king of all of Olympus. The god felt that his arrows was struck by lightning, and so he became very much made. NEA told the others not to stop, as every second counted. Everyone should hang in there, and that is where the wind will be for them. You also need to help each other, and that's the only way they can finish this hell and then kill the god. Scott was trying to save those people who were almost defenseless and was saying whether it was just his imagination or if the old man was starting to shoot harder. Kayla healed the other men's wounds and said he was definitely shooting faster, but the boy asked that she hurry up a bit. After that, their suits started making strange noises, and it could be seen that arrows were heading straight for them. Leo noticed the danger coming towards them and immediately wanted to use his settled power, but Roger appeared right in front of them and yelled at the guy to stop and not do it. The upshot is that the boy had better save his power and use it for the finals and let him provide the rest. He literally stopped in midair, and after that he began to use his divine power. After what happened, a purple ball appeared right in front of his hands. Next, a large stream a flame flew out straight ahead in the direction the shell was flying, but the arrow continued its movement, and so the lad asked if his flame could not melt the god's arrows. After a few seconds, Scott appeared and shouted that it was no big deal, as he had slowed them down enough. Taking advantage of his already divine power, the kid jumped up to the projectile and grabbed it. Roger was encouraged by what had happened and said that the rascal had backed him up beautifully. After the cattle grabbed one of the arrows, immediately redirected it in the other direction, and said that he couldn't use those arrows himself, so why doesn't this old man take them? And afterward, the weapon headed into the period with quite a bit of speed and struck the god. He was greatly surprised at what was happening, for he felt that his cheek had been cut. Next, he touched her with his hand and felt the hot blood flowing downward. Of course, he was surprised and didn't even know what he was doing in such a situation. Suddenly, from the other side, someone appeared and said that it seems that this old man was pinned down. In addition, it turns out that the participants are approaching the mark of 1,000 m. There was some guy standing in the other direction who asked if he was correct in thinking this was their exit. After a while, Kayla said Freddy didn't let go of the arrow in the last minute, but is he really up to something? The guy said he was just screwed to all this. He sees him and only 1,000 m. Left to the finish line literally seconds later, he stopped the other participants who were in the back, looked at him in surprise, and asked what was wrong. Roger, for his part, was truly amazed and asked what the hell that was all about. And the guy was surprised because other people appeared on the top where only the old man stood. One of the men who was there said, "Now that's a twist of fate for sure to all of this. It was incomprehensible principle. Who would have thought their paths would cross in this hell?" And further said it was his son. Roger reflected that his memories were certainly fuzzy. Even so, he can perfectly recall having a younger brother as a child. This boy really was such an innocent as well as pure child. It shone even through the darkness that was going on in the boy's house. The boy deserved a family better than he had. The old man came back up to his elbow in blood, and that's when the wife said, "Leon needs to quit. They have kids here, so he can't come mobbing in blood." The man inquired, but how she was going to make money in that case, since the life of an assassin was all he knew. The girl shouted that in that case she would make money and he could take care of the boys, and if he didn't quit she would have to do something. The interlocutor got very angry and asked what she would have to do short of leaving him. Leon yelled, "Does the girl even realize what he has to do every day? He did it all for them, of course." And then he hit his own wife with his hand. Roger, on the other hand, listened to the whole thing. The wife sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and was very much afraid. That's when the man realized what he had done and immediately apologized, saying he shouldn't have snapped at her. As unfortunate as it was for him, he said he would do it and quit afterward. In order to comfort his wife, he sat down beside her and hugged her tightly. After a while, the mom gave her sunglasses and remarked to him to take them because it was sunny today, so she brought them to him. The boy said it was just cool, and the woman asked if it was really great because they were protecting him from the sun. Roger asked if they would really protect him if it was as if like this armor. Mom smiled and said afterward that it was kind of like that. The kid put them on immediately afterward and looks pretty cool. And the interviewer told him that it's beautiful and the boy is so stylish. He thanked his mom because of it and said he liked those glasses very much. She gave her son a big hug and said she had nothing to be thankful for and called him sweetie. Next, she told the boy to go to the car and wait there, and she would take Shun, and they would go together to start the beach season. The toddler said he understood, and immediately thereafter walked out of the house straight to the vehicle. Roger opened the car door and then obediently stood waiting for his parent, but just moments later there was a very powerful explosion. The baby's body from the huge blast wave that resulted from it flew quite far away. However, of immense luck, he did survive and landed on the door from transportation. Then two police said it was a miracle that this being so close to the explosion also survived. Even the lad's glasses at the same time remained completely intact. The fire kept spreading, and the boy thought he never considered it a miracle after that. Sometime after the tragedy, which killed his younger brother as well as his mother, the boy was sitting with his father. Next, he inquired of the old man if he had gone out to work again. It was interesting how he wondered how he thought his mom would react to it. After all, grow old got angry over the words he literally just heard and said that the thoughts of the dead don't matter at all. The boy got really angry about this and shouted that thought mom was still important. For starters, she would still be with them if it wasn't for his idiotic job. Not now, he's going back there after all, but it was because of the old man that his mom was killed, and also his younger brother. Lon got angry and asked how it was because of him, since she had told him to quit for Roger's sake as well as his brother's. His wife was very worried about Shun and also about him, but if she had sat silently she would still be alive. The old man told Roger that it wasn't really his fault but his son's. After that, he got even more angry and grabbed the iron he had in his hands, leaving the guy in a burn. That same day was the last time Roger saw his father, and then spent literally my whole life trying to find him. The guy had been constantly trying to get stronger all this time so that he could make him pay for what he had done to their family, and so remembered his childhood and realized who this man was. Roger told me that he had been waiting for this moment for so long. After all, as soon as the guy realized in his previous life that he had caught him, the guy ran away. It was literally happening, as it always did, because he was running away all the time. The boy was very angry about this and asked his father if he was really such a coward. Leon said that before that God had spoken to him with then this boy was done with his life after finding him. But is it really the case that he no longer has any goals for his own life? The man believes that it is because of this purpose that he did not send them to this hell. Fate is a rascal after all. Leon said that it seems his son is actually going to get the bout he's dreamed of for so long. After all, it's all about All of them not letting these people pass. Just like that, Roger smiled afterward and asked if those rascals had really made some kind of deal with the gods. If this is in fact true, then it seems miracles really do happen for a reason. The guy got very excited that moment and said he would kill the gods as well as his father. Without walking in one fell swoop, the head of the opposing squad was asked what their own plan was. He continued to look at his son carefully and told everyone that they were doing as they had agreed before. They should just kill all those people down there. That's all. The rest of the squad said they heard him, and then we should do something. Roger turned to Kayla as well as Leo and told them to take the others and get out of here. Benjamin, Christopher, Nia, as well as Scott. He asked them to stay, declared that they should help him deal with these traitors, for they had already come so far, and of all the people a guy can only meet, his father is definitely not going to lose. In any way, the defensive unit rushed to attack. Roger told them to show what they could do to him. A few kids were running behind, and the boy was telling his sister how she thought where those bugs were running to. She said she didn't know that though, as if they couldn't escape them. Their names were Car and Gary, their sponsor, Nut Goddess of the Sky, and also Jeb, God of the Earth. Nia told her partner that she hoped he wasn't afraid to kill children. The latter remarked that of course not, his sponsor is the god of mountains and her sponsor is King Zeus of Olympus. One of the men wondered if he had such a skinny opponent. Next turned to Frederick and offered him a trade. This man's name is Ivan the Terrible and his sponsor is Bub, the Prince of Demons. Benjamin asked what it was he was showing off for, and should I make him cry? Ken said I'd have this one agree, and he was mad. Scott at the same time told his opponent that he was agreeing to accept his challenge, for he looked like a worthy opponent for him. Sponsored by the Lotus Prince of Niger, the knight in armor, said he could not say the same about his enemy, and that is Sir Frederick, Knight of the Round Table, and he has Merlin as his sponsor. Roger stood against his father and turned to him and remarked that it was probably going to be chaos here. The man looked at his son and asked him if he was sure he wanted it. The guy smiled madly after that, and using his power said that he was definitely sure also. Without stopping for a second, immediately rushed after his father. In order to attack him, Kayla called the rest of the contestants after her and said that they should run because if they could finish this game, the rest of the battles didn't matter at all. Some man jumped up after that and apologizing said he wouldn't let them do all that. People immediately turned their attention upward and saw the girl bearing down on them. After his opponent landed down, there was a large crater from the leg kick. It was Margaret, and it is sponsored by Saraswati, one of the tri. Kyler wondered if this game wasn't already hard enough, so why she just had to join their team. The woman smiled and said she knew it all to me perfectly, but she had something worth living for. Leo joined the conversation and noticed that they had the same goal. Margaret used her player and then turned on some music, and they started playing some track in her headphones, then turned to the others and remarked that she apologized, but if it was a choice between her and these people here, she would always choose herself. The boy noticed that she had turned the music up so loud that even from here he could hear it, but the second he said that he saw his opponent's fist in front of him because of the music, this man heard his consciousness as well as perception became clouded. But it turns out he was protected by Kayla, who spoke before that punch. The opponent smiled because of this and said that really good reflexes she has after all. It turns out that repelled the attack even without divine power. The very second Kayla's arm was torn off and blood was oozing from it. Afterward, Margaret jumped up and said they should know that it really pissed her off, but a moment after that there was already a knife near her throat, which was presented by one of the guys, and also the other was protecting the girl with a shield. The woman wondered if all this meant that the cutie wanted to join their game as well. The guy with the glasses stated that she just got out of their way and then they would let her live. The man below agreed with this judgment and remarked that the old man's Emmy was enough for all that. Another interviewee asked her if it wasn't supposed to be one of them, so why then is it on the side of the street at all? Margaret switched the track on her player and wondered how it was, why, since she had already killed so many members of the god game to get here. Bottom line is if it takes this to survive and also to get her memories, so why not kill a few more people? A moment after she said that she kicked and chopped the man in front of her into two pieces. The body fell dead to the ground, and she continued on her way through the blood. The other people rushed to attack her and told her to go to hell in that case, but using only the shield she just had in her hands, she chopped those people apart. Next, she exhaled with ease and noticed that they really weren't worth anything at all. Eventually noticed that if you say it, it's funny that the gods offered the alley to them. Specifically, after all these contestants really are the strongest in this miname, and if that's the case, it means they were all destined to die here. Margaret would then wave her hand, beckoning people over, and wondering who wanted to be next. Another person said she should have been smarter and not joined those damn gods, so rushed to attack, and said she was next. The woman smiled, and said that was all great because that was what she was hoping for, a fight. She then abruptly rushed forward and declared that she should begin. Babe looked at her opponents and said it was good because there were two of them, but Christopher stated, "Are they really twins?" The girl declared that she should send them to hell for they were in their way, and next used her divine power. They were Zeus's lightning bolts that flew towards these people rather quickly, but the twins dodged one after another. Christopher was amazed at what was happening and looked closer and asked what wasn't doing it. It was unclear if they were playing ping pong right in front of them. NEA looked at their attacks as well and wondered if they knew how to control the ground, the balloon that was being controlled, and all the while the kids headed straight for the guy and hit him very hard in the stomach. The girl was very frightened for her partner because she saw that his mouth was bleeding. Then the opponents laughed and asked if he was the one who was unshakable. The boy said that, even so, he seems to be breaking down already. Next they continued their attack, but here the guy still fought it off with his bat, and Gary was amazed and thought, did he really stop the ball at that speed? After all, it weighs over 200 feet. After the guy did that, the ball came off to 100 exactly far away. Then he said it was pretty heavy. It was completely unclear to him how such brats were throwing it with ease. After all, Christopher then stood up proudly, placing his baton behind his back, and remarked that it reminded him of the old days. After all, it turns out he used to play baseball and hit the ball that way himself, but he sometimes failed to do so, and so the points were counted against his opponent. Suddenly, some guy came up and addressed young Christopher. Next, he wondered with surprise why the coach had put him here in the first place, though it turns out he always is, because he's too weak for a normal hit, is just as much of a coward, and someone like him should definitely not enter this field. The boy felt sad about it, and tears came to his eyes. People on the bench have been saying he's weak, and it's unclear when he's going to hit the ball. His losses have really been enough this whole game. That's why the guy was well aware that he never had confidence and was always afraid of the ball. So that's how it ended up working out, that fear always stopped him at the very last moment. Soon the interviewer said that he never understood why Christopher remained still here all these years later. If he was as useless as this guy, he would have left long ago. Just outside the locker room stood a new coach named David. After he heard this conversation, you immediately turned to Christopher and said he would be next. The boy was flabbergasted, but afterwards said he was ready. The coach stated that he had his first play area to look forward to, and next asked if he was worried. He put his hand at his hand and said not really, and the old man wondered in that case why he was still continuing to play volleyball. Still, he see perfectly well how the others treat him, so then it's unclear why he joins the team. Every year the kid could have ended up going to another club or playing another sport, but why then chooses baseball? Christopher's hands started shaking, and he said he was humiliated by everyone, and even after all these years he was afraid to hit the ball. But even with everything going on with him, he loves this baseball. That's why he comes back here every year. Of course, he would very much like to hit the ball with all his might. I'd also like to be more confident in my own abilities. The coach came over to him after a few seconds and patted him on the head. He went on to say that means he lacks confidence because he's scared. But then what is he afraid of? The boy remarked that it was probably everything. And then the man laughed. He said the guy was really funny because they would have to get to the source in the meantime, though. He does have the perfect way for him to overcome his fear. After all, they need to try something new for him. After Christopher remembered, he immediately got into a fighting stance and directed the battle forward. The kids were in the air and said he was just lucky, so it should be reviewed to see how he does this time. Next, the divine power was utilized by the tides of the earth, and so the ball began to rush on all sides. NEA was discouraged and said she couldn't keep track of this moving ball, then turned to Christopher and said that she would use a smoke screen so they could escape, but the interlocutor remarked that he should not do so. Let the question provide the rest for him. The girl was stunned and wondered that in general how a person like this guy could survive until the fourth round, but his aura changed. He was much more confident now, and his aura was much stronger. Gary smiled madly at this and said to now this man is dead. Christopher was standing with his head down, and the ball was flying toward his back at a fairly high rate of speed. Next thing you know, he must have grabbed his bat and felt this projectile flying in his direction. His partner noticed that his eyes right now were closed. Also, the opponents who attacked him were amazed, for they saw it. With that, Christopher used his divine power from his closed eyes, fending off this blow. The ball flew a very long distance, somewhere up, and this attack was called unstoppable. NEA was amazed and thought that this was what looked like the most important action of the attacking team. So, afterward, the babe claimed he was a rascal ham. Didn't know he could really fight. Her interlocutor remarked that he could only do it with his eyes closed. Then she wondered if in truth how he had gotten this far. Christopher looked at the baseball bat and said his old coach told him in this tactic he was told to close his own eyes and let the whole world go out. Also should have focused only on himself, and so should he be confident. So the guy said that's all he does when he's scared or stressed. Nava. That's a pretty stupid way to do it. Further, notice that it doesn't matter either way, because as long as it works, it's good. The interlocutor asked, but now that they don't have the ball, can they kill them for nothing? Gary turned to his little sister and said they would try again. She stretched her arm forward and using divine power said she understood this divine power and skill was called bound ether. Due to the use of this power, a huge ball appeared that was heading into the opponents. The little girl asked what the hell else was going on. Using his strength, Christopher still tried to stop this blow, but it was quite strong. He reflected that it seems their divine powers working this really together. The guy can make the earth jump and she creates surfaces in the air, but by using their powers, children can constantly attack them from afar. Now this is what was happening. So Christopher tried to stop the attack. NEA said they couldn't just fight back, so should on the offensive. He was amazed and asked how she was going to do it. The interview, he stated that the way they use the ball and pressurize them as long as distance is maintained, and the more often the opponents bat this ball away, the faster it becomes. As a result, in that case, if the opponents hit them, then they are dead. That's why you should attack them first. The girl used her divine power and then pushed her partner forward. The smoke that NEA had summoned here began to spread all around, and there was nothing to see. Gary told his little sister to stop. They would use their strength and keep kicking the ball. Carrie stated that they were the first to completely ignore their ball and just rush at them, but it turns out there's no way opponents will attack them from anywhere. The little girl used her power of divine lightning while doing so, and with that dispelled the smoke. The kid noticed that this attack was heading towards his sister and immediately shouted her out. At that, in order to protect her, he used his divine power and decided that he would not allow his little sister to be injured in any way. So the ground beneath Car's feet really did become like a trampoline, and so she jumped up. Neva smiled at that, and as she continued to use her power, she said that she wouldn't be able to get away from her just like that, so she ruled this ball of lightning in the other direction. But the girl, for her part, wasn't of the simple sort either, so she made her attack from the bound ether. The little girl was amazed because of this and asked what else it was. Christopher, on the other hand, jumped up, bouncing off the girl's head, and immediately apologized to her for it. Said he was just going to end it all, and he needed help to do it. Swinging his rather large club, he flew straight towards the girl who was lying on the ground. Gary was amazed and asked if they were so crazy that they were attacking them like this. Further noticed that it's basically completely irrelevant. After all, they had ended up backing themselves into a corner, and now he was using his power. So the boy battered away with his hand was heading in different directions, changing trajectory. NEA thought that was bad because the ball would now reach Christopher, and that's what happened. Still, no matter how tough this man was, but such a blow would definitely kill him. In the air, the guy swung his baton and did some sort of pirouette. Carrie, who was off to the side, looked at it and said it just wasn't possible. Christopher in turn thanked for the help, but the girl's brother was amazed at what was happening. Next thing you know, the guy with the baton said it became the perfect time for a home run. Gary, with tears in his eyes, realized what was going to happen and yelled to his sister to get out of there. She in turn also had tears in her eyes, for she realized what was about to happen. Christopher wrapped himself around his axis and kicked the ball pretty hard. He hit his opponent right in the head, and her head immediately shattered. This girl's brother was just discouraged by what had happened. ETI saw the body of the girl who had just been in the air slump to the ground with her head smashed a few seconds later, and Christopher shuddered as he landed on the ground. The boy ran up to his little sister's body there with tears in their eyes, saying this can't be him, can't leave him here. It turns out that the whole time they were together against the world. Besides, they were even going to win this game of God together too, and finally live a normal life. Gary, recalling this, made him very angry and looked at his opponents and said that they, by not bypassing her, stole their dream. Nia had already used his divine power and told him not to blame them, or rather they had chosen this path themselves when they joined the gods, so he should accept the consequences of all these actions, because he's not the only one with dreams either. The power of Zeus's lightning bolt struck that boy's body. After a few seconds, Christopher turned to the little girl and inquired if it was so necessary, and she coldly replied that it was. After all, what could be more painful than watching a part of a person die, knowing that he could have saved her? Guy stated that he didn't think anything hurt more. Nia revealed that Gary would give anything to avenge his sister, so it would be better this way. Afterward, she saw Christopher's sad face and told him to hold his head up. In truth, it just so happens that their journey is not yet complete. Scott continued his battle with his opponent and inquired as to what it was he was saying about him not being a suitable opponent. The knight flew a short distance away and then used divine power and a skill called 1,000 secret spells, namely, it was the 107 mystery skill, so his weapon was colored with purple-colored power. Dark beams like arrows started heading towards the opponent, and it was rocket fire. The GU started dodging these attacks and said that for someone who calls himself a knight of the round table, this man uses too much magic. Frederica was amazed and said that this guy is really agile. He further remarked that in such a case, if he destroyed everything, that person would not be able to dodge. After that, he used his divine power, namely the comp skill called mystery number 953. Then a huge stream of fire was heading towards the guy, and it was a fire meteor. Scott continued to head forward and said that he could use magic, but it wouldn't change any of the outcome. Next took advantage of the acceleration and said that if he was going to win, he shouldn't lose to anyone. It turns out that this knight doesn't even show his face to him. Frederica was amazed and wondered if he could break through his magic, and then a few moments later he saw his opponent with a confident face flying straight toward him, so in order to defend against his attack, he immediately used a skill called Mystery 1000. Scott heard this and asked what another 1000 is. As Max, of course, he apologizes to this knight, but it's too late for this attack, and then a few moments later Christopher appeared flying in from the side with 2 feet and hitting him right in the head. Scott was discouraged but what had happened, because he was the one who wanted to fight her. Further got angry and started shouting because of it, but the interlocutor asked what happened. Further stated that we should wait for a girl. Scott said he almost killed him, but why did he interfere? Further turning his attention to his opponent and asking what other girl it was. Still quite unclear what it was he was talking about. Now the eyes were discouraged when they saw her, saying she was so beautiful. Then Nia came over and said they were idiots, then turned to their opponent and asked if she would continue fighting. It comes out that Scott would have killed her if Christopher hadn't saved her life. Just that whether she likes it or not, they're going to that old man, and Frieder still has a choice and she can make it right now. It just so happens that everyone here is fighting against the gods and trying to figure out who they are and why they should live. Nivea said needless to say, she would not ask why this knight had joined the ones who had thrown them here. Even so, even though she doesn't care if the others live or die, she doesn't want to destroy the gods along with them. Her companion said nothing at this and only glared menacingly at them. A few moments later, the boys saw a large arrow heading straight in their direction. The knight used secret 243, and it was a wall of ice. Freddy was very angry about this, for he realized what had just happened. Frieder said she only joined the gods because she thought they couldn't be defeated, but watching these people fight, it may be possible after all, so there's still a chance that together they can damage them. Suddenly this girl's conversation someone interrupted, for she was shot from the other side. The boys were amazed, and suddenly a god appeared and said that you can never trust a traitor, so when the time comes they will take and then stick a knife in people's backs. Everyone was immediately wary, and Scott wondered what this god was doing here. The one in turn asked if they had missed him all this time. Our story ends here. If you like this story, please like the video, comment, and subscribe if not already. Thanks for your support.